Book 1, Barbados. Chapter 1. 10 years later, no sooner had their carriage creaked to a halt at the edge of the crowd than a tumult of cheers sounded through the humid morning air. With a wry glance toward the man seated opposite, Cather, in Bedford, drew back the faded curtains at the window and craned to see over the cluster of planters at the water's edge, garbed in their usual ragged jerkins, gray cotton breeches, and wide, sweat-stained hats. Across the bay, edging in, to view just beyond the rocky cliff of Lookout Point were the tattered, patched sails of the Zealander, a Dutch trader well known to Barbados. It's just rounding the point now. Her voice was hard, with more than a trace of contempt. Fra, here you'd scarcely know what their cargo was. It looks the same as always. As she squinted into the light, a shaft of Caribbean sun candled her deep blue eyes. Her long ringlet curls were drawn back and secured with a tiara of Spanish. Earl's, a half-hearted attempt at demureness, spoiled by the nonchalant strands dangling across her forehead. The dark tan on her face betrayed her devotion to the sea and the sun, although 23 years of life had ripened her body. Her high cheeks had none of the plump, anemic pallor so prized in English women. Aye, but this time she's very different, Katie, make no mistake. Nothing in the Americas will ever be the same again. Not after today. Governor Dalby Bedford was across from her in the close airless carriage, angrily gripping the silver knob of his cane. Finally, he bent forward to look too, and for a moment their faces were framed side by side. The likeness could scarcely have been greater. Not only did they share the same intense eyes, there was a similar high forehead and determined chin. Damned to them, it's a shameful morning for us all. Just the same, you've got to go down and be there. Though she despised the thought as much as he. She realized he had no choice. The planters all knew Dalby Bedford had opposed the plan from the beginning, had argued with the council for weeks before arrangements were finally made with the Dutch shippers. But the vote had gone against him, and now he had to honor it accordingly. While he sat watching the Zealander make a starboard tack, coming about to enter the bay, Catherine leaned across the seat and pulled aside the opposite curtain. The hot wind that suddenly stirred past, as a sultry harbinger of the coastal breeze now sweeping up the hillside, where field after identical field was lined with rows of tall, leafy stalks, green and iridescent in the sun. The new Barbados is already here, she thought gloomily. The best thing now is to face it. Without a word, she straightened her tight, sweaty bodice, gathered her wrinkled skirt, and opened the carriage door. She waved aside the straw parasol that James, their Irish servant and footman, tried to urge on her, and stepped into the harsh midday sun. Dalby Bedford nodded at the crowd, then climbed down after. He was tall and, unlike his careless daughter, always groomed to perfection. Today he wore a tan waistcoat trimmed with wide brown lace and a white cravat that matched the heron feather plume in his wide-brimmed hat. Over the years, the name of Dalby Bedford had become a byword for freedom in the Americas. Under his hand, Barbados had been made a democracy, and virtually independent of England. First, he had convinced the king's proprietor to reduce rents on the island. Then he had created an elected assembly of small freeholders to counter the high-handed rule of the powerful council. He had won every battle until this one. Catherine moved through the crowd of black-hatted planters as it parted before them. Through the shimmering glare of the sand, she could just make out the commanding form of Anthony Walrond farther down by the shore, together with his younger brother Jeremy. Like hundreds of other royalists, they had been deported to Barbados in the aftermath of England's Civil War. Now, Anthony spotted their carriage and started up the incline toward them, and for an instant she found herself wishing she'd thought to wear a more fashionable bodice. "Your servant, sir." A gruff greeting, aimed toward Dalby Bedford, disrupted her thoughts. She looked back to see a heavy-set planter riding his horse directly through the crowd. It the insistent air of a man who demands deference. Swinging down from his wheezing mount, he tossed the reins to the servant who had ridden with him, and began to shove his way forward, fanning his open gray doublet against the heat, close to Ifty and owner of the largest plantation on the island. Benjamin Briggs was head of the council, that governing body of original settlers appointed years before by the island's proprietor in London. His sagging, leathery face was formidable, testimony to 20 years of hard work and even harder drink. The planters on the council had presided over Barbados' transformation from a tropical rainforest to a patchwork of tobacco and cotton plantations. And now to what? They hoped would soon be a factory producing white gold. Briggs pushed back his dusty hat and turned to squint approvingly as the frigate began furling its mainsail in preparation to drop anchor. God be praised, we're almost there. The years of starvation are soon to be over. Catherine noted that she had not been included in his greeting. She had once spoken her mind to Benjamin Briggs concerning his treatment of his indentures more frankly than he cared to hear. And now, looking at him, she was still amazed that a man once a small Bristol importer had risen to so much power in the Americas. Part of that success, she knew, derived from his practice of lending money to hard-pressed freeholders at generous rates but short terms, then foreclosing on their lands the moment the site bills came due. It's an evil precedent for the English settlements, mark my word. Bedford gazed back toward the ship. He and Benjamin Briggs had been sworn enemies from the day he first proposed establishing the assembly. I tell you again, it'll open the way for fear and divisiveness throughout the Americas. It's our last chance for prosperity, sir. All else has failed, Briggs responded. Testily, I know it and so do you. Before the governor could reply, Anthony Walrond was joining them. Your servant, sir. He touched his plumed hat toward Dalby Bedford, conspicuously ignoring Briggs as he merged into their circle. Jeremy at his heel. Anthony Walrond was 35 and the most accomplished, aristocratic man Catherine had ever met, besides her father. His lean, elegant face was punctuated by an eye patch, worn with the pride of an epaulette that aimed from a sword wound in the bloody royalist defeat at Marston Moor. After he had invested and lost a small fortune in support of the king's failed cause, he had been exiled to Barbados, his ancestral estate sequestrated by Parliament. She still found herself incredulous that he had, only 4 weeks earlier, offered marriage. Why, she puzzled, had he proposed the match? He was landed worldly and had distinguished himself during the war. She had none of his style and polish. Catherine, your most obedient. He bowed lightly, then stood back to examine her affectionately. She was a bit brash, it was true, and a trifle more than a trifle forward for her sex. But underneath her blunt, seemingly impulsive way, he sensed a powerful will. She wasn't afraid to act on her convictions, and the world be damned. So let her ride her mare about the island day-long now if she chose. There was breeding about her that merely wanted some refinement. Sir, your servant. Catherine curtsied lightly and repressed a smile. No one knew she had quietly invited Anthony Walrond riding just 2 weeks earlier. The destination she had picked was a deserted little islet just off the inward coast where they could be alone. Propriety, she told herself, was all very well, but marrying a man for life was no slight matter. Anthony Walrond, it turned out, had promise of being all she could want. He reflected on the memory of that afternoon for a moment himself, delighted, then turned back to the governor with as solemn an air as he could manage. I suppose this island'll soon be more in debt than ever to the Hollanders. I think it's time we started giving English shippers a chance, now that it's likely to be worth their bother. Aye, doubtless you'd like that, Briggs flared. I know you still own a piece of a London trading company. You and that pack of English merchants would be pleased to charge us well, the shipping rates the Hollanders do. Damn the lot of you. Those of us who have been here from the start know we should all be on our knees, thanking heaven for the Dutchmen. The English settlements in the Americas would have starved years ago if it hadn't been for them. He paused to spit onto the sand, just beside Anthony's gleaming boots. Let English bottoms compete with the Dutchmen, not wave the flag. Your servant, Catherine. Jeremy Walrond had moved beside her, touching his loomed hat as he nodded. A cloud of perfume hovered about him, and his dark mustache was waxed to perfection. Though he had just turned 20, his handsome face was still boyish, with scarcely a hint of sun. "You're most obedient." She nodded lightly in return, trying to appear formal. Over the past year, she had come to adore Jeremy as though he were a younger brother, even though she knew he despised the wildness of Barbados as much as she gloried in it. He was used to pampering and yearned to be back in England. He also longed to be thought a man, longed in truth to be just like Anthony, save he didn't know quite how. They all stood awkwardly for a moment, each wondering what the ship would signify for their own future and that of the island. Catherine feared that for her it would mean the end of Barbados' few remaining forests, hidden groves upland where she could ride alone and think. Cultivated land was suddenly so valuable that trees would soon vanish. It was the last anyone would see of an island part untamed and free. Depressed once more by the prospect, she turned and stared down the shore, toward the collection of clapboard taverns clustered around the narrow edge at the river mouth. Adjacent to the taverns was a makeshift assemblage of tobacco sheds, open shops, and bawdy houses, which taken together had become known as Bridgetown. The largest town on Barbados, it was now all but empty. Everyone, even the tavern keepers and Irish whores, had come out to watch. Then, through the brilliant sunshine, she spotted an unexpected pair ambling slowly along the water's edge. The woman was well known to the island, Joan Fuller, the yellow-haired proprietor of its most successful brothel. But the man, whatever else, he was certainly no freeholder. For one thing, no Puritan planter would be seen in public with Mistress Fuller. The stranger was gesturing at the ship and mumbling unhappily to her as they walked. Abruptly, she reached up to pinch his cheek, as though to dispel his mood. He glanced down and fondly swiped at her tangled yellow hair, then bade her farewell, turned, and began moving toward that. God's life, don't tell me he's come back. Briggs first noticed the stranger when he was already halfway through the crowd. He sucked in his breath and whirled to survey the line of Dutch merchantmen anchored in the shallows along the shore. Nothing. But farther down, near the careenage at the river mouth, a battered frigate rode at anchor. The ship bore no flag, but the word Defiance was crudely lettered across the stern. "Aye, word has it he put in this morning at first light." Edward Bays, a black-hatted council member with ruddy jowls, was squinting against the sun. "What are you thinking we'd best do?" Briggs seemed to ignore the question as he began pushing his way through the crowd. The newcomer was fully half a head taller than most of the planters, and unlike everyone else, he wore no hat, leaving his rust-colored hair to blow in the wind. He was dressed in a worn leather jerkin, dark canvas breeches, and sea boots weathered from long use. He might have passed for an ordinary seaman had it not been for the 2 Spanish flintlock pistols, freshly polished and gleaming, that protruded from his wide belt. "Your servant, Captain." Briggs' greeting was correct and formal, but the man returned it with awe. Only a slight, distracted nod. "Back to see what the Hollanders have brought? I'm afraid I already know what they're shipping. I picked a hell of a day to come back." The stranger rubbed absently at a long scar across one cheek, then continued as though to himself, "Damn me, I should have guessed all along this would be the way." The crowd had fallen silent to listen, and Catherine could make out that his accent was that of a gentleman, even if his dress clearly was not. His easy stride suggested he was little more than 30, but the squint that framed his brown eyes made his face years older. By his looks and the uneasy shuffle of the council members gathered around them, she suddenly began to suspect who he might be. Who the devil?" Jeremy had lowered his voice to a whisper. "I'm not sure, but if I had to guess, I'd say that's probably the smuggler you claim robbed you once." Scarce wonder Briggs is nervous, she thought. Every planter on the shore knows exactly why he's come back. "Hugh Winston. Is that him?" Jeremy glared at the newcomer, his eyes hardening. "You can't mean it. He'd not have the brass to show his face on English soil." "He's been here before. I've just never actually seen." You always seem to keep forgetting, Jeremy, Barbados isn't part of England." She glanced back. "Surely you heard what he did. It happened just before you came out." She gestured toward the green hillsides. "He's the one we have to thank for all this. I fancy he's made Briggs and the rest of them rich for all the good it'll ever do him. What he's done, if you must know, is make a profession of stealing from honest men. Damned to their cane. He's scarcely bet than a thief. Do you know exactly what he did? You mean that business about your frigate, the 80-tonner of ours that grounded on the reefs up by Nevis Island. He's the one who set our men ashore, then announced he was taking the car. Oh, in payment, rolls of wool broadcloth worth almost 3,000 pounds sterling, and several crates of new flintlock muskets. He smuggled the cloth into Virginia, sold it for nothing, and ruined the market for months. He'd be hanged if he tried walking the streets of London, I swear it. Doesn't anybody here know that?" She tried to recall what she did know. The story heard most often was that he'd begun his career at sea on a Dutch merchantman. Then, so were. Had it, he'd gone out on his own. According to tales that went around the Caribbees, he'd pulled together a band of some dozen runaway indentures, and one night somehow managed to sail a small shallop into the harbor at Santo Domingue. Well, he sailed out before dawn at the helm of a 200-ton Spanish square-rigger. After some heavy refitting, it became the Defiance. They probably know he robbed you, Jeremy, but I truly doubt whether they care all that much. What do? You mean he's the one Benjamin Briggs and the others hired to take them down to Brazil and back. That voyage had later become a legend in the English Caribbees. Its objective was a plantation just outside the city of Pernambuco, capital of the new territory in Brazil the Dutch had just seized from the Portuguese. There the Barbados Council had deciphered the closely guarded process Brazilian plantations used to refine sugar from cane sap. Thanks to the friendly Hutch and Hugh Winston, Englishmen had finally cracked the centuries-old sugar monopoly of Portugal and Spain. You mean he's the same one who helped them get that load of cane for planting, and the plans for Briggs' sugar mill? Jerem. He examined the stranger again. Exactly. He also brought back something else for Briggs. She smiled. Can you guess? Jeremy flushed and carefully smoothed his new mustache. I suppose you're referring to that Portuguese mulatto when she bought. To be his bed warmer. Yes, she thought. Hugh Winston's dangerous voyage outsailing several Spanish patrols had been an all-round success, and everybody on the island knew the terms he had demanded. Cite bills from the council, all cosa, and at his insistence by Benjamin Briggs, in the sum of 2,000 pounds sterling, payable in 24 months. Well, sir, Briggs smiled at Winston as he thumbed toward the approaching ship. This is the cargo we'll be wanting now if we're to finish converting this place to sugar. You could be of help to us again if you'd choose. This is where the future'll be, depend on it. I made one mistake, helping this island. Winston glanced at the ship, and his eyes were momentarily aimed. I don't plan to make another. Then he turned and stared past the crowd toward the green fields patchworked against the hillsides inland. But I see your cane prospered well enough. When do we talk? Why, any time you will, sir. We've not forgotten our debts. Briggs forced another smile. We'll have a tankard on it right after the auction. He turned and motioned toward a red-faced Irishman standing behind him, wearing straw shoes and a long gray shirt. Fair. A moment of your valuable time. Your worship. Timothy Farrell, one of Briggs' many indentured servants, bowed sullenly as he came forward, then doffed his straw hat, squinting against the sun. His voice still carried the musical ilt of his native Kinsale, where he had been offered the choice, not necessarily easy, between prison for debt and indentured labor in sweltering Barbados. He had finally elected Barbados when informed, falsely, that he would receive a grant of 5 acres of land after his term of servitude expired, a practice long since abandoned. Catherine watched as Briggs flipped him a small brass coin. Fetch a flask of Kill Devil from the tavern up by the bridge, and have it here when I get back. Kill Devil was bought from Dutch shippers, who procured it from Brazilian plantations, where it was brewed using wastes from their sugar works. The Portuguese there employed it as a cheap tonic to rout the devil thought to possess African slaves at the end of a long day and render them sluggish. It retailed handily as a beverage in the English settlements of the Americas, however, sometimes being marketed under the more dignified name of rum bullion, or rum. Briggs. Otched as Farrell sauntered off down the shore. That's what we'll soon hear the last of, a lazy papist, like half the lot that's being sent out nowadays. He turned to study the weathered Dutch frigate as it eased into the sandy shallows, and the anchor chain began to rattle down the side. But we've got good workers at last. By Jesus, we've found the answer. Catherine watched the planters secure their hats against a sudden breeze and begin pushing toward the shore. Even Anthony and Jer. Amy went with them. The only man who held back was Hugh Winston, still standing there in his worn-out leather jerkin. He seemed reluctant to budge. Maybe, she thought, he doesn't want to confront it. As well he shouldn't. We've got him to thank for this. After a moment he glanced back and began to examine her with open curiosity, his eyes playing over her face, then her tight bodice. Finally he shifted one of the pistols in his belt, turned, and began strolling down the sloping sand toward the bay. Well, damn his cheek. All along she had planned to go down herself, to see firsthand what an auction would be like. But at that instant, the shifting breeze brought a sudden stench from the direction of the ship. She hesitated, a rare moment of indecision, before turning back toward the carriage. This, she now realized, marked the start of something she wanted no part of. Moving slowly toward the shore, Winston found himself puzzling over the rich young woman who had been with Governor Bedford. Doubtless, she was the daughter you heard so much about, though from her dress you'd scarcely guess it. But she had an open way about her you didn't see much in a woman. Plenty of spirit there, and doubtless a handful for the man who ever got her onto a mattress. Forget it, he told himself. You've enough to think about today, starting with the Zealander. And her cargo. The sight of that three-masted flight brought back so many places and Ims, Brazil, Rotterdam, Virginia, even Barbados. Her captain Johann Reiters had changed his life. That day the Zealander hailed his bullet-riddled longboat adrift in the Windward Passage. Winston had lost track of the time a bit now. Not of the term Reiters had made him serve in return for the rescue. 3 years, 3 miserable years of short rations, doubled watches, and no pay. Back when he served on the Zealander, her cargo had been mostly brown Muscovado sugar. Ferried home to Rotterdam from Holland's newly captive plantations in Brazil. But there had been a change in the world since then. The Dutch had seized a string of Portuguese trading fortresses along the coast of West Africa. Now, at last, they had access to a commodity far more profitable than sugar. He reflected on Reiter's first axiom of successful trade: sell what's in demand. And if there's no demand for what you've got, make it. New sugar plantations would provide the surest market of all for what the Dutch now had to sell. So, in the spring of 1642, Reiters had left a few bales of Brazilian sugarcane with Benjamin Briggs, then a struggling tobacco planter on Barbados, suggesting that he try growing it and refining sugar from the sap, explaining the Portuguese process as best he could. It had been a night over 2 years past at Jones' place when Briggs described what had happened after that. Cane grew well enough. I managed to press out enough of the sap to try rendering it to sugar, but nothing else worked. I tried boiling it in pots and then letting it sit, but what I got was scarcely more than molasses and mud. It's not as simple as a thought. Then he had unfolded his new scheme. But if you'll take some of us on the council down to Brazil, sir, the Dutchmen claim they'll let us see how the Portugals do it. We'll soon know as much about sugar-making as any papist. There'll be a fine fortune in it, I promise you, for all of us. But how, he'd asked Briggs, did they expect to manage all the work of cutting the cane? These indentures, sir. We've got thousands of them. He'd finally agreed to accept the council's proposition, and the Defiance was ideal for the run. Once an old Spanish cargo vessel, he disguised her by chopping away the high forecastle, removing the pilot's cabin, and lowering the quarterdeck. Next, he'd re-rigged her, opened more gun ports in the hull, and installed new cannon. Now she was a heavily armed fighting brig and swift. Good God, he thought, how could I have failed to see? It had to come to this. There was no other way, so maybe it's time I did umphing my own way for a change. Yes, by God, maybe there's an answer to all this. He thought again of the sight bills, now locked in the great cabin of the Defiance and payable in 1 week. £2,000. It would be a miracle if the cow... Ansel could find the coin to settle the debt, but they did have something he needed. And either way, Master Briggs, I intend to have satisfaction, or I may just take your balls for a bell boy. Now a white shallop was being lowered over the gunway. Ills of the Zealander, followed by oarsmen. Then, after a measured pause, a new figure, wearing the high collar and wide-brimmed hat of Holland's merchant class, appeared at the railing. His plump face was punctuated with a goatee, and his smile was visible all the way to the shore. He stood a long moment, dramatically surveying the low-lying hills of Barbados, and then Captain Johann Reiters began lowering himself down the swaying rope ladder, as the shallop nosed through the surf and, eased into the sandy shallows, Dalby Bedford moved to the front of the receiving delegation, giving no hint how bitterly he had opposed the arrangement Briggs, and the council had made with the Dutch shippers. Your servant, Captain. Your most obedient servant, sir. Reiters' English was heavily accented, but otherwise flawless. Winston recalled he could speak 5 languages as smoothly as oil, and shortchanged the fastest broker in twice that many currencies. It is a fine day. Or Barbados. How went the voyage? Briggs asked, stepping forward and thrusting out his hand, which Reiters took readily, though with a wary gathering of his eyebrows. A fair wind taken for all. 74 days and only some 15% wastage of the cargo. Not a bad figure for the passage, though still enough to make us friends of the sharks. But I've nearly 300 left, all prime. Are they strapping? Briggs peered toward the ship, and his tone sharpened slig. Signaling that social pleasantries were not to be confused with commerce. Remember, we'll be wanting them for the fields, not for the kitchen. None stronger in the whole west of Africa. These are not from the windward coast, mark you, where I gra. And what you get is fit mostly for house duty. I took half this load from Cape Verde on the Guinea coast, and then sailed on down to Benin by the Niger River Delta for the rest. These Nigers make the strongest field workers. There is Eve, and a chief amongst them, a Yoruba warrior. I've seen a few of these Yoruba Nigers in Brazil, and I can tell you this one could have the wits to make you a first-class gang driver. Reiters shaded his eyes against the sun and lowered his voice. In truth, I made a special accommodation with the agent selling him, which is how I got so many hardy ones. Usually I have to take a string of mixed quality, which I get with a few kegs of gunpowder for the chiefs and maybe some iron, together with a few beads and such for their wives. But I had to barter 5 chests of muskets and 100 strings of their cowrie shell money for this Yoruba. After that, though, I got the pick of his boys. Reiters stopped and eared past the planters for a second, his face mirroring disbelief. Then he grinned broadly and shoved through the crowd, extending his hand toward Winston. By the blood of Christ, I thought sure you'd be hanged by now. How long has it been? 6 years, 7, he laughed and pumped Winston's hand vigorously, then his voice sobered. Not here to spy on the trade, I hope. I'd best beware or you're like to be eyeing my cargo next. You can have it. Winston extracted his hand, reflecting with chagrin that he himself had been the instrument of what was about to occur. What say, now? Reiters smiled to mask his relief. Aye, but to be sure this is an easy business. He turned back to the planters as he continued. It never fails to amaze me how ready their own people are to sell them. They spy your sail when you're several leagues at sea and build a smoke fire on the coast to let you know they've got cargo. He reached for Dalby Bedford's arm to usher him toward the waiting boat. Anthony Walron said something quietly to Jeremy, then followed after the governor. Following on their heels was Benjamin Briggs, who tightened his belt as he waded through the shallows. Reiters did not fail to notice when several of the oarsmen smiled and nodded toward Winston. He was still remembered as the best first mate the Zealander had ever had, and the only seaman anyone had ever seen who could toss a florin into the air and drill it with a pistol. Ball better than half the time. Finally, the Dutch captain turned back, beckoning. "It'd be an honor if you would join us, sir, as long as you don't try taking any of my lads with you." Winston hesitated a moment, then stepped into the bow. As it began to draw away from the shore, around them other small craft were being untied, and the planters jostled together as they waded through the light surf and began to climb over the gunwales. Soon a small, motley flotilla was making its way toward the ship. As Winston studied the Zealander, he couldn't help recalling how welcome she had looked that sun-baked afternoon 10 years past. In his thirsty delirium, her billowing sails had seemed the wings of an angel of mercy. But she was not angelic today. She was dilapidated now, with runny patches of tar and oakum dotting her from bow to stern. By converting her into a slaver, he knew, writers had discovered a prudent way to make the most of her. Alas, years. As they eased into the shadow of her leeward side, Winston realized something else had changed. The entire ship now smelled of human excrement. He waited till writers led the planters, headed by Dalby Bedford and Benjamin. Briggs up the salt-stiff rope ladder, then followed after. The decks were dingy and warped, and there was a haggard look in the men's eyes he didn't recall from before. Profit comes at a price, he thought, even for quick Dutch traders. Writers barked an order to his quartermaster, and moments later the main hatch was opened. Immediately the stifling air around the frigate was filled with a chorus of low moans from the decks below. Winston felt Briggs seize his arm and heard a hoarse whisper, "Take a look and see how it's done. It said the Dutchmen have learned the secret of how best to pack them. I already know how a slaver's cargoed." He pulled back his arm and thought again of the Dutch slave ships that had been anchored in the harbor at Pernambuco. A slave's chained on his back on a shelf for the whole of the voyage if he lives that long. He pointed toward the hold. "Why not go on down and have a look for yourself?" Briggs frowned and turned to Whip. Achas, the quartermaster, yelled orders to several seamen, all shirtless and squinting in the sun, who cursed under their breath as they began reluctantly to make their way down the companionway to the lower deck. The air in the darkened hold was most unbreathable. The clank of chains began, and Winston found himself drawn against his will to the open hatchway to watch. As the cargo was unchained from iron loops fastened to the side of the ship, their manacled hands were looped through a heavy line. The seamen passed along the length of the lower deck. Slowly, shakily, the first string of men began to emerge from the hold. Their feet and hands were still secured with individual chains, and all were naked. As each struggled up from the hold, he would stare into the blinding sun for a confused moment, as though to gain bearings, then turn in bewilderment to gaze at the green beyond, so like and yet so alien from the African coast. Finally, seeing the planters, he would stretch to cover his groin with manacled hands, the hesitation prompting a Dutch seaman to lash him forward. The African's black skin shone in the sun, the result of a forced diet of cod liver oil the last week of the voyage. Then, too, there had been a quick splash with seawater on the decks below, followed by swabbing with palm oil, when the Zealander's maintopman had sighted the low green peaks of Barbados rising out of the sea. They seemed stronger than might have been expected, the effect of a remedial diet of salt fish the last 3 days of the voyage. "Well, sir, what think you of the cargo?" Ryder's face was aglow. Winston winced. "Better your vessel than mine. But it's no great matter to ship these Africans. The truth is we don't really even have to keep them fettered once we pass sight of land, since they're too terrified to revolt. We feed them twice a day with meal boiled up into a mush, and every other day or so we give them some English horse beans, which they seem to favor. Sometimes we even bring them up topside to feed, whilst we splash down the decks below." He smiled and swept the assembled bodies with his eyes. "That's why we have so little wastage. Not like the Spaniards or Portugals, who can easily lose a quarter or more to shark feed through overpacking and giving them seawater to drink. But I'll warrant the English will try to squeeze all the profit they can one day when yours Ips take up the trade, and then you'll doubtless see wastage high as the Papists have. English merchants'll never take up the slave trade." Riders gave a chuckle. "Aye, but that they will, as I'm a Christian, and soon enough too." He glanced in the direction of Anthony Walrond. Your London shippers'll take up anything we do that shows a florin's profit, but we'll give you a run for it. He turned back to Briggs. What say you, sir? Are they to your liking? I take it they're a mint. Looks like we ordered. Wouldn't load them any other way. There's a goodly batch of Yoruba, granted, but the rest are everything from Igbo and Ashanti to Mandingo. There's little chance they'll be plotting any revolts. Half of them are likely blah. Enemies of the other half. The first mate lashed the line forward with a cat-o'-nine tails, positioning them along the scuppers. At the head was a tall man whose alert eyes were already studying the forested center of the island. Winston examined him. And for a moment, recalling the haughty Yoruba slaves he had seen in Brazil. Is that the chief you spoke of? Riders glanced at the man a moment. They mostly look the same to me, but I think that's the one. Prince Atiba, I believe they. He called him a Niger and pure Yoruba. He'll never be made a slave. Won't he now? You'll find the cat can work wonders. Riders turned and took the cat-o'-nine tails from the mate. He'll jump just like the rest. With a quick flick, he lashed it against the African's back. The man stood unmoving without even a blink. He drew back and struck him a second time, now harder. The Yoruba's jaw tightened visibly, but he still did not flinch. As Riders drew back for a third blow, Winston reached to stay his arm. Enough. Take care, or he may prove a better man than you'd wish to show. Before Riders could respond, Briggs moved to begin the negotiations. What terms are you offering, sir? Like we agree? Riders turned back. A quarter now, with sight bills for another quarter in 6 months and the balance on terms in a year. Paid in bales of tobacco at standing rates, or sugar, assuming we've got it then? I've yet to see two go. Old pieces keeping company together on the whole of the island. He snorted. I suppose it'll have to be. What do you say to the usual exchange rate? I say we can begin. Let's start with the best, and not trouble with the bidding can. Dull yet, I'll offer you a full £20 for the first one there. Briggs pointed at the Yoruba. The Dutch captain examined him in disbelief. This is not some indentured Irishman, sir. This is a robust field hand you'll own for life. And he has all the looks of a good breeder. My conscience wouldn't let me entertain a farthing under 40. Would you take some of my acres too? Is there no profit to be had in him? These Africans'll pay themselves out for you in one. Good year, 2 at the most. Just like they do in Brazil. Riders smiled. And this is the very one that cost me a fortune in muskets. It's only because I know you for a gentleman that I'd even think of offering him on such easy terms. He's plainly the pick of the string. Winston turned away and gazed toward the shore. The price would be £30. He knew Riders' bargaining practices all too well. The sight of the Zealanders' decks sickened him almost as much as the slaves. He wanted to get to sea again, to leave Barbados and its greedy Puritans far behind. But this time he told himself, you're the one who needs them. Just a little longer and there'll be a reckoning. And after that, Barbados can be damned. £30 then, and may God forgive me. Riders was slapping Briggs genially on the shoulder. But you'll be needing a lot more for the acres you want to cut. Why not take the rest of this string at a flat £25 the head and make an end on it? It'll spare both of us time. 25, make it 20 then. Riders lowered his voice. But not a shilling under, God is my witness. By my life, you're a conniving Moor, passing himself as a Utchman. Briggs mopped his brow. It's time for the candle, sir. They're scarcely all of the same quality. I'll grant you, some should fetch well above 20. I ventured the offer, thinking a gentleman of your discernment might grasp a bargain when he saw it, but as you will. He turned and spoke quickly to his quartermaster, a short, surly seaman who had been with the Zealander almost as long as Riders. The officer disappeared toward the great cabin and returned moments later with several long white candles, marked with rings at 1-inch intervals. He fitted one into a holder and lit the wick. We'll begin with the next one in the string. Riders pointed to a stout, gray-bearded man. Gentlemen, what am I bid? £12. 15. £15, 10, 16. As Winston watched the bidding, he found his gaze drifting more and more to the Yoruba Briggs had just purchased. The man was meeting his stare now, eye to eye, almost a challenge. Worth 3 small scars lined down one cheek, the clan marks Yoruba warriors were said to wear to prevent inadvertently killing another clan member in battle. He was naked and in chains, but he held himself like a born aristic. Rat, 18 and 10. Briggs was eyeing the flickering candle as he yelled the bid. At that moment, the first dark ring disappeared. The last bid on the candle was Mr. Benjamin Briggs. Riders turned to his quartermaster, who was holding an open account book, quill pen in hand. At 18 pounds 10 shillings. Mark it and let's get on with the next one. Winston moved slowly back toward the main deck, studying the first Yoruba more carefully now, the glistening skin that seemed to stretch over ripples of muscle, and the quick eyes seeing everything. What a fighting man he'd make. He'd snap your neck while you were still reaching for your pistol. It could have been a big mistake not to try and get him. But then what? How'd you make him understand anything? Unless. He remembered that some of the Yoruba in Brazil, still fresh off the slave ships, already spoke Portuguese. Learned from the traders who'd worked the African coast for God only knows. How long? The Portugals in Brazil always claimed you could never tell about a Yoruba. They were like Moors, sharp as tacks. His curiosity growing, he edged next to the man, still attempting to hold his eyes, then decided to try him. Fala Portugues? Atiba started in surprise, shot a quick glance toward the crowd of whites, then turned away, as though he hadn't heard. Winston moved closer and lowered his voice. Fala Portugues, senhor, after a long moment. He turned back and examined Winston. Sim, sufficient. His whisper was almost buried in the din of bidding. He paused a moment, then continued in barely audible Portuguese. How many of my people will you try to buy, senhor? Only free men serve under my command. Then you have saved yourself the loss of many strings of money shells, senhor. The branco here may have escaped our sword for now, but they have placed themselves in our scabbard. He looked back to the shore. Before the next rainy season comes, you will see us put on the skin of the leopard. I swear to you in the name of Aga, god of war. Book 1, Barbados, Chapter 2. Joan Fuller sighed and gently eased herself out of the clammy feather bed, unsure why she felt so oddly listless. Like as not it was the patter of the noonday shower, now in full force, gusting through the Punjalyses in its daily drenching of the tavern's rear quarters. A shower was supposed to be cooling, so why did she always feel hotter and more miserable afterwards? Even now, threads of sweat lined down between her full breasts, inside. The curve of each long leg. She moved quietly to the window and one by one began tilting the louvers upward, hoping to shut out some of the salty mist. Day in and day out, the same pattern. First the harsh sun, then the rain, then the sun. Again. Mind you, it had brought to life all those new rows of sugar cane marshaled down the hillsides, raising hope the planters might eventually settle their accounts in something besides weedy tobacco. But money mattered so little anymore. Time, that's the commodity no purse on earth could buy. And the Barbados sun and rain day after day were like a heartless cadence marking time's theft of the only thing a woman had truly worth holding on to, the tropical sun and saw. Wilt air would be telling enough on the face of some girl of 20, but for a woman all but 30, well, in God's own truth some 9 years past it was ruination. Still, there it was every morning, like a knife come to etch deeper those telt. Ill lines at the corners of her eyes, and after she'd frayed her plain brown hair coloring it with yellow dye, hoping to bring out a bit of the sparkle in her hazel eyes, she could count on the harsh salt wind to finish turning it to straw. God-damn miserable Barbados. As if there weren't bother enough, now Hugh was back, the whoremaster, half ready to carry on as though he'd never been gone. When you both knew the past was past, but why not just make the most of whatever happened? And time be damned. She turned and glanced back toward the bed. He was awake now, too, propped up on one elbow, groggily watching. For a moment she thought she might have disturbed him getting up in years past he used to grumble about. But then she caught the look in his eyes. What the pox? In truth, it wasn't always so bad, having him back now and again. Slowly her focus strayed to the dark hair on his chest, the part not lightened to rust by the sun, and she realized she was the one who wanted him. This minute, but she never hinted that to Hugh Winston. She never gave him the least encouragement. She kept the horsin' off balance, else he'd lose interest. After you got to know him the way she did, you realized Hugh fancied the chase. As she started to look away, he smiled and beckoned her over. Just like she'd figured, she adjusted the other shutters, then took her own sweet time strolling back. Almost as though he weren't even there. Then she casually settled onto the bed, letting him see the fine profile of her breasts, and just happening to drape one long leg where he could manage to touch it. But now she was beginning to be of two minds. God's life, it was too damned hot, Hugh or no. He ignored her ankle and, for some reason, reached out and silently drew one of his long brown fingers down her cheek. Very slowly. She stifled a shiver, reminding herself she did quite enough men in general and Hugh Winston in particular to do a lifetime. But still, before she realized it, he'd lifted back her yellow hair and kissed her deeply on the mouth. Suddenly it was all she could manage, keeping her hands on the mattress. Then he faltered, mumbled something about the heat, and plopped back onto the sweat-soaked sheet. Well, God damn him too. She studied his face again, wondering why he seemed so distracted this trip. It wasn't like Hugh to let things get under his skin. Though admittedly affairs were going poorly for him now, mainly because of the damned civil war in England. Since he didn't trouble about taxes, he'd always undersold English shippers. But after the war had disrupted things so much, the American settlements were wide open to the cut-rate Hollanders, who could sell and ship cheaper than anybody alive. These days, the butter boxes were everywhere. You could look out the window and see a dozen Dutch merchantmen anchored right in Carlisle Bay. Ever since that trip for the council, he'd been busy running whatever he could get between Virginia and some other place he hadn't said, yet he had scarcely a shilling to show for his time. Why else would he have paid? At flock of shiftless runaways, he called a crew with the last of his savings. She knew it was all he had, and he'd just handed it over for them to drink and whore away. When would he learn? And if you're thinking you'll collect on the councils, bills, dear heart, you'd best think again. Master Benjamin Briggs and the rest of that shifty lot could hold school for learned scholars on the topic of stalling obligations. He was doubtless too proud to own it straight out, but he idn't trouble, she already knew. Hugh Winston, her lover in times past and still the only friend she had worth the bother, was down to his last farthing. She sighed, telling herself she knew full well what it was like. God's wounds, did she know what it was like? Back when Hugh Winston was still in his first and only term at Oxford, the son of one Lord Harold Winston, before he'd been apprenticed and then sent packing out to the Caribbees, Joan Fuller was already an orph. In the hardest place you could be won. On the cobblestone streets of Billingsgate, City of London. That's where you think you're in luck to hire out in some household for a few pennies a week, with a hag of a mistress who despises you for no more cause than you're young and pretty. Of course you steal a little at first, not too much or she'd see, but then you remember the master, who idles about the place in his greasy nightshirt half the day, and who starts taking notice aft. Or you let the gouty old whoremaster know you'd be willing to earn something extra. Finally, the mistress starts to suspect the bloodhounds always do after a while, and soon enough you're back on the cobblestones. But you know a lot more now. Oh, if you're half clever, you'll take what you've put by and have some proper dresses made up, bright-colored with ruffled petticoats, and a few hats with silk ribands. Then you pay down on a furnished lodging in Covent Garden, the first floor. Even though it's more than all the rest of the house. Soon you've got lots of regulars, and then eventually you make acquaintance of a certain gentleman of means who wants a pert young thing all to himself on alternate afternoons. It lasts for going on 2 years, till you decide you're weary to death of the kept life. So you count up what's set by and realize it's enough to hire passage out to Barbados, which someone once told you was supposed to be paradise after. Undine and you, like a fool, believed it, but which you discover quick enough is just a damned sweltering version of hell. You're here now, though, so you take what little money's left and find yourself some girls, Irish ones who have served out. Their time as indentures despise having to work, and can't wait to take up the old life, same as before they came out. And finally, you can forget all about what it was like being a penniless orphan. Trouble is, you also realize you're not so young anymore. Would you fancy some Hollander cheese, love? The purser from the Zealander lifted a tub for me, and there's still a bit left. And I'll warrant there's cassava bread in back, still warm from morning. She knew Hugh Alway. Called for the local bread. The hard pat is baked from the powdered cassava root, rather than that from the stale, weevily flour shipped out from London. He ran a finger contemplatively across her breasts, now they at least were still round and fur. As any strutting Irish wench half her age could boast, then dropped his legs off the side of the bed and began to search for his boots. I could do with a tankard of sack, the very brass of him, when he'd come back half drunk in the middle of the night, ranting about floggings or some such and waving a bottle of Kill Devil. He climbed into bed, had his way, and promptly passed out. So instead of acting like he owned the place, he could bloody well supply an explanation. Oh, how did it go yesterday? She held her voice even a purr. With that business on the Zealander, that wasn't the point she actually had in mind. If it hadn't been so damned hot, she'd have nailed him straight out. Something along the Inzav, and where in bloody hell were you till all hours? Or maybe, you think you can have whatever you want the minute you want it. That was the inquiry the situation called for. You missed a fine entertainment, his tone of voice. Told her he probably meant just the opposite. You're sayin' the sail went well for the Dutchman? She watched him shrug, then readied herself to monitor him sharply. And after that, I expect you were off drinking with the council. She flashed a look of mock disapproval, doubtless passing yourself for a fine gentleman as always. I am a gentleman. He laughed and swung at her with a muddy boot, just missing as she sprang from the bed. I just rarely trouble to own it. You're a gentleman, to be sure, and by that thinking I'm a virgin still, since I was doubtless that once too. So I've heard you claim, but that was back well before my time. You had rare fortune, darlin'. You got the rewards of years of expertise. She reached to pull on her brown linen shift. And I suppose you'll be telling me next that Master Briggs and the council can scarcely wait to settle your sight bills. They'll settle them in a fortnight one way or another, or damn. Them. He reached for his breeches, not the fancy ones he wore once in a while around the council, but the canvas ones he used aboard ship, and the tone of his voice changed. I just hope things stay on an even keel till the... And I don't catch your meaning. She studied him openly, wondering if that meant he was already planning to leave. The planter's new purchase. He'd finished with the trousers and was busy with his belt. Half of them are Yoruba, and Prewa. It's that. She'd thought he was going to explain more on the bit about leaving. I think they're a people from somewhere down around the Niger River Delta. The Africans, you mean? She examined him, still puzzled. The slaves? You've hit on it. The slaves. Like a fool, I didn't see it coming, but it's here all right. May God curse writers. Now I realize this is what he planned all along, the bastard, when he started telling everybody how they could get rich with Cain. Save. None of these Puritans knows the first thing about working Africans. He sold them a powder keg with these Yoruba. He rose and started for the door leading into the front room of the tavern. And they're doing all they can to spark the few. What are you trying to say? She was watching him walk, something that still pleased her after all the years. But she kept on seeming to listen. When Hugh took something in his head, you'd best let him carry on about it for a time. They're out, and I've got a feeling they're not going to take this treatment. He turned back to look at her, finally reading her confusion. I've seen plenty of Yoruba over the years in Brazil, and I can tell you the papists have learned to handa. Well, them differently. They're fast and they're smart. Some of them even come off the boat already knowing Portuguese. I also found out that at least one of those writers sold to Briggs can speak it. Is that such a bad thing? It'd seem to me. What I'm saying is, now that they're here, They've got to be treated like men. You can't starve them and horsewhip them the way you can Irish indentures. I've got a strong feeling they'll not abide it for long." He moved restlessly into the front room, a wood-floored space of rickety pine tables and wobbly straight chairs, plopping down by the front doorway, his gaze fixed on the misty outline of the river bridge. "I went on out to Briggs' plantation last night, thinking to talk over a certain little matter, but instead I got treated to a show of how he plans to break in his slaves. The first thing he did was flog one of his new Yoruba when he balked at eating loblolly corn mush. That's going to make for big trouble, mark it." She studied him now and finally realized how worked up he was. Hugh usually noticed everything, yet he'd walked straight through the room without returning the groggy nods of his men, 2 French mates, and his quartermaster John mused the latter now gaming at 3-handed whist with Salt Beef Peg and Buttock de Clink Jenny, her 2 newest Irish girls. She knew for sure Peg had noticed him, and that little sixpenny tart bloody well knew better than to breathe a word in front of her mistress. Well, settle down a bit. She opened the cabinet and took out an onion flask of sack together with 2 tankards. "Tell me where you're thinking you'll be going next." She dropped into the chair opposite and began uncorking the bottle. "Or am I to expect you and the lads'll be staying a while in Barbados this time?" he laughed. "Well now, am I supposed to think it's me you're thinking about? Or is it you're just worried we might pout while one of the lads still has a shilling left somewhere or other?" She briefly considered hoisting the bottle she'd just fetched and cracking it over his skull. But instead, she shot him a frown and turned toward the bleary-eyed gathering at a whist table. "John, did you ever hear the likes of this one by my life? He'd have the lot of you drink and play for free." John Muse, a Bristol seaman who had joined Hugh years ago after jumping ship at Nevis Island, stared up groggily from his game, then glanced back at his shrinking pile of coins shrinking as salt beef pegs had grown. His weathered cheeks were lined from drink, and, as always, his ragged hair was matted against his scalp and the jerkin covering his wide belly was stained brown with spilled grog. Inexplicably, women doted on him in taverns the length of the Caribbean. "Aye, your ladyship, it may soon have to be. This baud of yours is near to tackin' my last shilling before. She's scarce troubled liftin' her skirts to earn it." He took another swallow of Kill Devil from his tankard, then looked imploringly toward Winston. "On my honor, Captain, by the look of it I'm apt to be poor as a country parson by noontide too. Morrow, but you're stayin' all this week with me, John." Peg was around the table and on his lap in an instant, her soft brown eyes aglow. "A promise to a lady always has to be kept, else you'll lose your luck. Then shall I be havey. Your full measure for the coin of love. It's near to all that's left, I'll take an oath on it. My purse is shriveled as the Pope's balls. For love," Peg rose. "And I suppose I'm to be livin' on this counterfeit you call love, whilst you're off ply your sweet talk to some stinkin' Dutch whore over on the wild coast. The damned Hollander wenches are all too sottish by half. They'd swill a man's grog faster'n he can call for it." He took another pull from his tankard and glanced admiringly at Peg's bulging, half-laced bodice. "But I say deal the cards, lady. Where there's life, there's hope, as I'm a Christian. And what was it you were saying, love?" Joan turned back to Winston and poured another splash into his tankard. "I think it was something to do with the new slaves. I said I don't like it, and I just might try doing something about it. I just hope there's no trouble here in the meantime." His voice slowly trailed off into the din of the rain. This other about the slaves was not a bit like him, Joan thought. Hugh'd never been out to right all the world's many ills. Besides, what did he expect? God's wounds, the planters were going to squeeze every shilling they could out of these new Africans. Everybody knew the Caribbees and all the Americas were beyond the line, outside the demarcation on some map somewhere that separated Europe from the New World. Out here the rules were different. Hugh had always understood that better than anybody. So why was he so out of sorts now that the planters had found a replacement for their lazy indentures? Heaven can tell. He had wrongs enough of his own to brood about if he wanted to trouble his mind over life's little misfortunes. What is it really that's occupying your mind so much this trip, love? It can't just be these new slaves. I know you too well for that. She studied him. Is't the sight bills? I've been thinking about an idea I've had for a long, long time. Seeing what's happened now on Barbados, it all fits together somehow. What are you talking about? I'm wondering if maybe it's not time I tried changing a few things. This was definitely a new Hugh. He never talked like that in the old days. Back then, all he ever troubled about was how he was going to manage making a living a problem he still hadn't worked out, if you want the honest truth. She looked at him now, suddenly so changed, and it collected the first time she ever saw him. It was a full 7 years past, just after she'd opened her tavern, and while he was still a seaman on the Zealander. That Dutch ship had arrived with clapboards and staves from Portsmouth, Rhode Island, needed on Barbados for houses and tobacco casks. While the Zealander was lading Barbados cotton for the mills in New England, he'd come in one night with the other members of the Dutch crew, and she'd introduced him to one of the girls. But later on, it was her he'd bought drinks for, not the plump Irish colleen he'd been with. And then came the questions. How'd she get on, he wanted to know, living by her wits out here in the New World? Where was the money she'd figured? Rightly, that Hugh was looking for something, maybe thinking to try and make his own way as she had. After a while, he'd finally ordered a tankard for the pouting girl, then disappeared. But there he was again the next evening and the one after. That too, each time he'd go off with one of the girls, then come back and talk with her. Finally, one night, he did something unheard of. He bought a full flask of Kill Devil and proposed they take a walk down to look at the ship. God's life. As though she hadn't seen enough worn-out Dutch frigates. Then she realized what was happening. This young English mate with a scar on his cheek desired her, was paying court to her. He even seemed to like her. Didn't he know she know? Longer entertained the trade herself. But Hugh was different. So, like a fool, she lost sight of her better judgment. Later that night, she showed him how a woman differed from a girl. And she still found occasion to remind him from time to time 7 years later. I want to show you how I came by the idea I've been working on. He abruptly rose and walked back to the bedroom. When he returned, he was carrying his 2 pistols, their long steel barrels damascened with old and the stocks fine walnut. He placed them carefully on the table, then dropped back into his chair and reached for his tankard. Take a look at those. God's blood. She glanced at the guns and gave a tiny snort. Every time you've got another pair. I like to keep up with the latest designs. So tell me what's latest about these. A lot of things. In the first place, the firing mechanism's a flintlock. So when you pull the trigger, the piece of flint in the hammer strikes against the steel wing on the cap of the powder pan, opening it and firing the powder in a single action. Also, the powder pan loads automatically when the barrel's primed. It's faster and better than a matchlock. That's lovely. But flintlocks have been around for some time, or hadn't you heard? She looked at the guns and took a sip of sack, amused by his endless fascination with pistols. He'd always been that way, but it was to a purpose. You'd be hard-pressed to find a marksman in the Caribbees better or faster than Hugh, a little talent left over from his time with the cow-killers on Tortuga, though for some reason he'd as soon not talk about those years. She glanced down again. Is it just my eyes, or do I see 2 barrels? Now I grant you this is the first time I've come across anything like that. Congratulations, that's what's new about this design. Watch. He lifted up a gun and carefully touched a second trigger. Smaller one in front of the first. The barrel assembly emitted a light click and revolved a half-turn, bringing up the second barrel, ready to fire. See, they're double-barreled. I hear it's called a turnover mechanism, since when you pull that secca trigger, a spring-loaded assembly turns over a new barrel, complete with a primed powder pan. He gripped the muzzle and revolved the barrels back to their initial position. This design's going to be the coming thing, mark it. He laid the pistol back onto the table. Oh, by the way, there's one other curiosity. Have a look there on the breech. Can you make out the name? She lifted one of the flintlocks and squinted in the half-light. Just in front of the ornate hammer, there was a name. Etched in gold, Don Francisco de Castilla. That's more'n likely the gunsmith who made them. On a fine pistol, you'll usually see the maker's name there. You ought to know that. She looked at him. I didn't suppose you made them yourself. Darlin', I've never seen that name before, but God knows there are lots of Spanish pistols around the Caribbean. Everybody claims they're the best. That's what I thought the name was too, at first. He lifted his tankard and examined the amb. Contents, tell me, how much do you know about Jamaica? What's that got to do with these pistols? One thing at a time. I asked you what you know about Jamaica. No more'n everybody else does. It's a big island somewhere to the west of here that the Spaniards hold. There's supposed to be a harbor and a fortress, and a little settlement they call Villa de la Viga, with maybe a couple of thousand planters. But that's about all, from what I hear, since the Spaniards have never found any gold or silver there. She studied him, puzzling. Why are you asking? I've been thinking. Maybe I'll go over and poke around a bit. He paused, then lowered his voice. Maybe see if I can take the fortress. Maybe take the fortress, you say? She exploded with laughter and reached for the sack. I reckon I'd best put away this flask, right now. You don't think I can do it? I hear the Spaniards have got heavy cannon in that fortress and a big militia. Eva. And some cavalry. No Englishman's going to take it. She looked at him. Not wishing to offend, love, but wouldn't you say that's just a trifle out of your depth? I appreciate your expression of confidence. He settled his tankard on the tay. Bull, then tell me something else. Do you remember Jackson? The famous Captain Jackson, you mean? Captain William Jackson. Sure, I recall that lying knave well enough. She snorted. Who could forget him? He was here for 2 months while you were out, and turned Barbados upside down, recruiting men to sail against the Spaniards' settlements on the Main, claiming he was financed by the Earl of Warwick. He sat drinking every night at this very table, then left me a stack of worthless sight drafts, saying he'd be back in no time to settle them in Spanish gold. She studied him for a moment. That was 4 years past. The best I know, he was never heard from since. For sure I never heard from him. Suddenly she leaned forward. Don't tell me you know where he might be. Not anymore. But I learned last year what happened back then. It turns out he got nothing on the Main. The Spaniards would empty any settlement Maracaibo, Cabello he tried to take. They just strip their houses and disappear into the jungle. So he went back empty-handed. Wrong. That's what he wanted everybody to think happened, especially the Earl of Warwick. He kept on going. Winston lowered his voice again, beyond reach of the men across the room. I wouldn't believe what he did next if I didn't have these pistols. He picked up one of the guns and yelled toward the whist table. John, Muse was on his feet. In an instant, wiping his hand across his mouth. Remember where I got these flintlocks? I seem to recall it was Virginia. Jamestown. He reached down and lifted his tankard for a sip. Then he wiped his mouth a second time. If you want my thinkin', they was sold to you by the scurviest lookin' horsin' that ever claimed he was English, that I'd not trust with tuppence. And that's the truth. Well, she leaned back in her chair. Along with the pistols, I also got part of the story of Jackson's expedition. It seems this man had been with them, claimed he was first mate on the flagship, but he'd finally jumped ship when Jackson tried to storm a fortress up on the coast of Spanish Florida, then made his way north to Virginia. He stole these pistols from Jackson's cabin the night he swam ashore. Then I've half a mind to confiscate them here and now as payment for my sight drafts. She inspected the guns. But I still don't follow. But that's got to do with Jamaica. He picked up one of the pistols again and traced his finger along the flintlock. The name, Don Francisco de Castilla. I kept thinking and thinking, and finally I remembered. That's not a pistol maker. It's the name of the Spanish governor of Villa de la Viga, Jamaica. But then how did Jackson get them? I never saw these pistols when he was here, and I'd have remembered them, you can be sure. She was staring skeptically at the guns. That's why. I began to wonder, so I tracked down the cellar and found out what really happened. He lowered his voice again. Jackson got them from de Castilla's personal strongbox, in the fortress. William Jackson took Jamaica. He got the idea the Spaniards never be expecting an attack that far from the main, and he was right. So after Maracaibo, he made way straight for Jamaica. He raised the bay at dawn, brought the fleet together, and put in for the harbor. The fortress, the town, all of it was his in a morning. But how could he hold the place? As soon as the Spaniards over on the main got word, they'd be sure to send aid. He didn't bother. He delivered the town back in return for provisions and a ransom of 20,000 pieces of 8, split the money with his men and swore them to secrecy. But he kept these pistols. Winston smiled. Except now they're mine. Hold a minute. I'm afraid I'm beginning to see what you're thinking. She leaned forward, alarm in her eyes. So let me tell you a few things about that little expedition of Jackson's. That fast-talking rogue put in here with 3 armed frigates. He raised over 500 men and God knows how many muskets. I saw them all off, holding my valuable sight drafts, the day he set sail out of Carlisle Bay. But what if I got more men? In God's name, who from? Who do you think? He ran his fingers through his hair and looked away. I've been thinking it over for months. Well, now I've made up my mind. What the hell are the Americas for? Slavery? He looked back. I'm going to take Jamaica and keep it. It'll be the one place in the New World where there'll be no indent. Chur's no slaves, just free men, the way it was on Tortuga. Christ on a cross, you've totally taken leave of sense. She looked at him dumbfounded. You'd best stop dreaming about Jamaica and put your deep mind to work on how. You're going to collect those sight bills from the council. You've got to make a living, love. The sight bills are part of my plan. As it happens, I expect to settle that very item next Friday night. Best of luck. She paused, then pushed. Act from the table. God's blood, were you invited? He looked up from his tankard. How do you know where I'm going? There's only one place it could be. The fancy ball Master Briggs is holding for the council, in his grand new estate house. It's the reason there's not a scrap of taffeta left in the whole of Bridgetown. I was trying to buy some all yesterday for the girls. I have to go. It's the perfect time to see them all together. And I suppose Miss Catherine Bedford'll be there. As well, her voice had acquired an unmistakable edge. In her official capacity as First Lady, oddly enough, I neglected to inquire on that point. Did you now? She sniffed. Her Highness'll be in attendance and probably wearin' half the taffeta I wanted to buy. Not that it'll be made up properly. She'll be there, the strumpet, on my honor. What if she is? It's no matter to me. He drank again. I just want my sight bills paid in coin as agreed, not in bales of their damned worthless tobacco. She seemed not to hear. When she's too busy ridden that mare of hers to so much as nod her bonnet to an honest woman who might have need to make a living. All right. He set down his tankard. I'll take you. Pardon? I said I'll take you. Now you've gone totally daft. She stared at him, secretly overjoyed he'd consider asking. Can you fancy the scene, me in amongst all those dowdy Puritan sluts, stuffing their fat face? Is whilst arguing over whether to starve their indentures completely to death. Not to mention there'd be general heart seizure in the ranks of the council, the half of which keep open accounts here on the sly. Only I'm lucky to get paid in usty tobacco, let alone the coin you re-dreaming of. She laughed. And I warrant you'll be paid with the same, love. That's assuming you're ever paid at all. As you will. He took a sip of sack. But since you're so worried about the women, don't. Forget who else'll probably be there. Who do you mean? Remember what the Portugals say? E a mulata que e mulher. It's the mulatto who's the real woman. She translated the famous Pernambuco expression, then frowned. Suppose you mean that Portuguese mulatto Master Briggs bought for himself when you took them all down to Brazil. The one named Serena. The very one. I caught a glimpse of her again last night. I know her, you rogue. Probably better. Then you do. Briggs is always sending her down here for bottles of Kill Devil, sayin' he doesn't trust his indentures to get them home. She's a fine-featured woman of the kind, if I say it myself. Finer than Briggs deserves. Did you know that amongst the council she's known as his pumpkin-colored whore? Those hypocritical Puritan whoremasters. I always ask her to stay a bit when she comes. I think she's probably lonely, poor creature. But I can tell you one thing for certain, she takes no great satisfaction in her new owner, or in Barbados either, come to that, after the fine plantation she lived on in Brazil. She laughed. Something not hard to understand. I'm always amazed to remember she's a slave, probably one of the very first on this island. She looked away reflectively. Though now she's got much company. Too much. You may be right for once. It's a new day on my faith, and I don't mind telling you it troubles me. There are apt to be thousands of these Africans here soon. There'll be nothing like it anywhere in the Americas. She sighed. But the council's all saying the slaves'll change everything, make them all rich. Her voice quickened as she turned back. You suppose it's true? Probably. That's why I plan to try and change a few things too. He looked out at the bay, where a line of brown pelicans glided single file across the tips of waves. The horizon beyond was lost in mist, my own way. Book 1, Barbados, Chapter 3. Catherine gazed past the pewter candlesticks and their flickering tapers, down the long cedar table of Briggs' dining hall, now piled high with stacks of greasy wooden plates spilling over with half-finished food. The room was wide and deep, with dark oak beams across the ceiling and fresh white plaster walls. Around the table were rows of grim men in black hats and plump Puritan women in tight bodices and starched collars. For all its surface festivity, there was something almost ominous about the evening. Change was in the air, and not change for the better. At the head of the table were the most prominent members of the council, the owners of Barbados' largest plantations. She knew the wealthiest ones personally. Edward Bays, his jowls protruding beneath his wisp of beard, owned the choicest coastal lands north around Speightstown. Thomas Lancaster, now red-cheeked and glassy-eyed from the liquor, had the largest plantation in the rolling plains of St. George's Parish, Mid-Island. Nicholas Whittington, dewlapped and portly, was master of a vast acreage in Christ's Church Parish on the southern coast. Anthony Walrond had not been invited, nor any other of the new royalist emigrants which she should have known was exactly what was going to happen before she went to all the bother of having a new dress and bodice made up. No, tonight the guests were the rich planters, the old settlers, who arrived on Barbados in the early years and claimed the best land. They were the ones that Dalby Bedford, now seated beside her, diplomatically sipping from his tankard, liked to call the plantocracy. They had gathered to celebrate the big innings of the sugar miracle and the new order. The room was alive with an air of expectancy, almost as palpable as the smoke that drifted in through the open kitchen door. Benjamin Briggs' banquet and ball, purportedly a celebration, was in truth something more like a declaration. The assembly, that elected body created by Dalby Bedford from among the small freeholders, would soon count for nothing in the face of the big planters' new wealth and power. Henceforth, this flagship, the Americas, would be controlled by the men who owned the most land and the most slaves. The worst part of all, she told herself, was that Briggs' celebration would probably last till dawn. Though the banquet was over now, the ball was about to commence. And after that, Briggs had dramatically announced there would be a special preview of his new sugar works, the first on the island. In hopes of reinforcing her spirits, she took another sip of Canary wine, then lifted her glass higher to study the room through its wavy refractions. Now, Briggs seemed a distorted, comical pygmy as he ordered the servants to pass more bottles of Kill Devil down the table, where the planters and their wives continued to slosh it in, to their pewter tankards of lemon punch. After tonight, she found herself thinking the whole history of the Americas might well have to be rewritten. Barbados would soon be England's richest colony, and unless the Assembly held firm, these few greedy Puritans would seize control. All thanks to sugar. Right there in the middle of it all was Hugh Winston, looking a little melancholy and pensive. He scarcely seemed to notice as several toasts to his health went round the table It's to the man who'd made sugar possible. He obviously didn't care a damn about sugar. He was too worried about getting his money, as well he should be. She smiled to herself. He'll never see it, not a farthing. Anybody could tell that Brig. And the council hadn't the slightest intention of settling his sight bills. He didn't impress them for a minute with those pretty Spanish pistols in his belt. They'd stood up to a lot better men than him. Besides, there probably weren't 2,000 pounds in silver on the whole island. Like all the American settlements, Barbados' economy existed on barter and paper. Everything was valued in weights of tobacco or cotton. Metal money was almost never seen. In fact, it was actually against the law to export coin from England to the Americas. The whole council together couldn't come up with that much silver. He could forget about settling his sight bills in specie. I tell you, this is the very thing every man here need if he's to sleep nights. Briggs' voice cut through her thoughts. He was at the head of the table, describing the security features of his new stone house. Mind you, it's not yet finished. He gestured toward the large square stair, leading up toward the unpainted upper floors. But it's already secure as the Tower of London. She remembered Briggs had laid the first stone of his grand new plantation house in the weeks after his return from Brazil, in anticipation of the fortune he expected to make from sugar, and he had immediately christened it Briggs Hall. The house and its surrounding stone wall were actually a small fortress. The dining room where they sat now was situated to one side of the wide entry foyer, across from the parlor and next to the smoky kitchen, a long stone room set off to the side. There were several small windows along the front and back of the house, but these could all be sealed tight with heavy shutters, as much for health as safety, since the planters believed the cool night breeze could induce dangerous chills and hot paroxysms. Maybe he thought he needed such a house. Maybe, she told herself, he did. He already had 20 indentures, and he'd just bought 30 Africans. The island now expected more slave cargoes almost weekly. As she listened, she found herself watching Hugh Winston, wondering what the council's favorite smuggler thought of it all. At the moment, he looked unhappy. He seemed to find Briggs' lecture on the new need for security either pathetic or amusing. His eyes were hard to make out, but she could tell from his glances round the table he found something ironic about the need for a stone fort in the middle of a Caribbean island. Briggs suddenly interrupted his monologue and turned to signal his servants to begin placing trenchers of clay pipes and Virginia tobacco down the table. A murmur of approval went up when the planters saw it was imported, not the musty weed raised on Barbados. The appearance of the tobacco signaled the official end of the food. As the gray-shirted servants began packing and firing the long-stemmed pipe, then kneeling to offer them to the tipsy planters, several of the more robust wives present rose with a grateful sigh. Holding their new gowns away from the anthropellant tar smeared along the legs of the table and chairs, they began retiring, one by one, to the changing room next to the kitchen, where Briggs' Irish maidservants could help loosen their tight bodices in preparation for the ball. Catherine watched the women file past, then cringed as she caught the first sound of tune. Fiddles from the large room opposite the entryway. What was the rest of the evening going to be like? Surely the banquet alone was enough to prove Briggs was now the most powerful man in Barbados, soon perhaps in all the Americas. He had truly outdone himself. Even the servants were saying it was the grandest night the island had ever seen, and predicting it was only the first of many to come. The indentures themselves had all dined earlier on their usual fare of lobla. Cornmeal mush, sweet potatoes, and hyacinth beans, though tonight they were each given a small allowance of pickled turtle in honor of the banquet. But for the council and their wives, Briggs had dressed an expensive imported beef as the centerpiece of the table. The rump had been boiled and the brisket, along with the cheeks, roasted. The tongue and tripe had been minced and baked into pies, seasoned with sweet herbs, spices, and currants. The beef had been followed by a dish of Scots, collops of pork, then a young kid goat dressed in its own blood and thyme, with a pudding in its belly, and next a sweet suckling pig in a sauce of brains, sage, and nutmeg mulled in claret wine. After that had come a shoulder of mutton and a side of goat, both covered with a rasher of bacon, then finally baked rabbit and a loin of veal. And as though that weren't enough to allow every planter there to gorge himself to insensibility, there were also deep bowls of potato pudding, and dishes of baked plantains, prickly pear, and custard apples. At the end came the traditional cold meats, beginning with roast duck well larded, then Spanish bacon, pickled oysters, and fish roe. With it all was the usual kill devil, as well as canary wine, sherry, and red sack from Madeira. When the grease-stained table had been cleared and the pipes lighted, Briggs announced the after-dinner cordial. A wide bowl of French brandy appeared before him, and into it the servants cracked a dozen large hen eggs. Then a generous measure of sugar was poured in, and the mixture vigorously stirred. Finally he called for a burning taper, took it himself, and touched the flame to the brandy. The fumes hovering over the dish billowed into a huge yellow blossom, and the table erupted with a cheer. After the flame had died away, the servants began ladling out the mixture and passing portions down the table. Catherine sipped the sweet, harsh liquid and watched as two of the planters sitting nearby, their clay pipes billowing, rose unsteadily and hoisted their cups for a toast. The pair smelled strongly of sweat and liquor. They weren't members of the council, but both would also be using the new sugar works for a percentage after Briggs had finished with his own cane, since their plantations were near Briggs and neither could afford the investment to build his own. One was Thomas Lockwood, a short, brooding Cornwall bachelor who now held 100 acres immediately north of Briggs Land, and the other was William Marlott, a thin, nervous Suffolk merchant who had repaired to Barbados with his consumptive wife 10 years before, and had managed to accumulate 80 acres upland, all now planned in cane. To the future of sugar on Barbados, Lockwood began, his voice slurred from the kill devil. Then Marlott joined in, and a fine fortune to every man at this table. A buzz of approval circled the room, and with a scrape of chairs, all the other men pulled themselves to their feet and raised their cups. Catherine was surprised to see Hugh Winston lean back in his chair, his own cup sitting untouched on the boards. He'd been drinking all evening, but now his eyes had a wired and absent gaze as he watched the hearty congratulations going around. After the planters had drunk, Briggs turned to him with a querulous expression. "Where's your thirst, Captain? Will you not drink to the beginnings of English prosperity? In the Caribbees, sure, it's been a long time coming. You'll be an even longer time paying the price." It was virtually the first time Winston had spoken all evening, and his voice was subdued. There was a pause, then he continued, his voice still quiet. "So far all sugars brought you is slavery, and prisons for homes, when it was freedom that Englishmen came to the Americas for. Or so I've heard claimed. Now, sir, every man's got a right to his own mind on a thing, I always say. But the Caribbees were settled for profit first and foremost. Let's not lose sight of that." Briggs smiled indulgently and settled his cup onto the table. "For that matter, what's all this freedom worth if you've not a farthing in your pocket? We've tried everything else, and it's got to be sugar. It's the real future of the Americas depend on it. Which means we've got to work a batch of Africans, plain as that, and pay mind they don't get out of and we've tried it long enough to know these white indentures can't, or won't, endure the labor to make sugar. Try finding me a white man who'll cut cane all day in the fields. That's why every spoon of that sweet powder an English gent a woman stirs into her china cup already comes from a black hand in chains. It's always been, it'll always be. For sure it'll be the Papist Spaniards and Portugals still holding the chains if not us." Winston, beginning to look a bit the worse for drink, seemed not to hear. "Which means you're both on the end of a chain one way or another." "Well, sir, that's as it may be." Briggs settled back into his chair. "But you've only to look at the matter to understand there's nothing to compare with sugar. Ask any Papist. Now I've heard said it was first discovered in Cathay, but we all know sugar's been the monopoly of the Spaniards and Portugals for centuries. Till now. Mind you, the men in this room are the Erst Englishmen who have ever learned even how to plant the cane not with seeds, but by burying sections of stalk. Catherine braced herself for what would come next. She had heard it all so many times before. She almost knew his text by heart. We all know that if the Dutchmen hadn't taken that piece of Brazil from the Portugals, sugar'd be the secret of the papists still. So this very night we're going to witness the beginning of a new history of the world. English sugar. Edward Bayes interrupted, pausing to wipe his beard against his sleeve. We've finally found something we can grow here in the Caribbees that'll have a market worldwide. Show me the fine lord who doesn't have his cook laid sugar in to every dish on his table, or the cobbler 1 foot in the almshouse who doesn't use all the sugar he can buy or steal. Bayes beamed, his red-tinged eyes aglow in the candlelight. And that's only today, sir. I tell you, only today. The market for sugar's just beginning. Not a doubt, Briggs continued. Consider the new fashion just starting up in London for drinking coffee and chocolate. There's a whole new market for sugar, since they'll not be drunk without it. He shoved aside his cup of punch and reached to pour a fresh splash of Kill Devil into his tankard. In faith, sugar's about to change forever the way Englishmen eat and drink and live. And I'll wager an acre of land here'll make. A pound of sugar for every pound of tobacco it'll grow. Lockwood rose again. When sugar'll bring who knows how many times the price, if we grow enough cane on Barbados, and buy ourselves enough of these Africans to bring it in, we'll be underselling the papists in 5 years' time, maybe less. Briggs seconded Lockwood, eyeing him as he drank. It was common knowledge that Briggs held 18-month sight drafts from the planter, coming due in a fortnight. Catherine looked at the two of them and wondered how long it would be before the better part of Lockwood's acres were incorporated into the domain of Briggs Hall. Well, I kept my end of our bargain, for better or worse. Winston's voice lifted, for the din of the table. Now it's time for yours. 2,000 pounds were what we agreed on in coin. Spanish pieces of 8, English sovereigns, there's little difference to me. It's come, Catherine thought, but he'll not raise a shilling, Briggs suddenly scrutinizing his tankard as an uneasy quiet settled around the table. It's a hard time for us all just now, sir. He looked up. 6 months more and we'll have sugar to sell to the Dutchmen, but as it is today, that's something you should have thought about when you signed those sight drafts. I'd be the first one to grant you that point, sir, the very first. Briggs' face had assumed an air of contrition, but what's done's done. He placed his rough hands flat down on the table, as though to symbolize they were empty. We've talked it over, and the best we can manage now's to roll them over, with interest, naturally. What would you say to 5%? That wasn't the understanding. Winston's voice was quiet, but his eyes narrowed. Well, sir, that's the terms we're prepared to offer. Briggs' tone hardened noticeably. In this world, it's the wise man who takes what he can get. The sight bills are for cash on demand. Winston's voice was still, scarcely above a whisper. Catherine listened in dismay, realizing she'd secretly been hoping he could stand up to the council, just to prove somebody could. And now, damn your sight bills, sir. We've made you our offer. Briggs exchanged glances with the other members of the council. In truth, it'd be in the interest of all of us here to just have them declared worthless paper. You can't rightfully do that. Winston drank again. They have full legal standing. We have courts. Here, sir, that could be made to take the longer view, to look to the interests of the island. There are still courts in England, if we have to take it that far. But you'll not be going back there, sir. We both know it'd take years. Briggs grinned. And I'll warrant you'd get more justice in England than you bargained for if you had the brass to try it. That remains to be seen. Winston appeared trying to keep his voice firm. But there'll be no need for that. I seem to recall. The terms give me recourse the right to foreclose, without notice. Foreclose? Briggs seemed unsure he had caught the word. Since you co-signed all the notes yourself, I won't have to bother with the rest of the council, Winston continued. I can just foreclose on you personally. Remember you pledged this plantation as collateral. That was a formality. And it was 2 years past. Briggs laughed. Before I built this house and the sugar works, at the time there was nothing on this pretty but a thatched roof bungalow. Formality or not, the drafts pledged these acres and what's on them. Well, damn you, sir. Briggs slammed down his tankard. You'll not get. Mind you, I don't have any use for the land, Winston interjected. So why don't we just make it the sugar works? That ought to about cover what's owed. He looked back. If I present the notes in Bridgetown tomorrow morning, we can probably just transfer ownership then and there. What do you say to that arrangement? You've carried this jest quite far enough, sir. Briggs' face had turned the color of the red prickly pear apples on the table. We all need that sugar works. You'll not be getting your hands on it. I presume I speak for all the council when I say we'll protect our interests. If you try for closing on that sugar works, I'll call you out. I've a mind to anyway, here and now, for your damned impudence. He abruptly pushed back from the table, his doublet falling open to reveal the handle of a pistol. Several council members shoved back also. All had flintlock pistols in their belts, the usual precaution in an island of unruly indentures. Winston appeared not to notice. I see no reason for anyone to get killed over a little business transaction. Briggs laughed again. No, sir. I suppose you'd rather just try intimidating us with threats of foreclosure. But by God, if you think you can just barge in here and fleece the Council of Barbados, you've miscalculated. It's time you learned a thing or two about this island, he continued, his voice rising. Just because you like to strut about with a pair of fancy flintlocks in your belt. Don't think we'll all heel to your bluff. He removed his dark hat and threw it on the table. It matched the black velvet of his doublet. You can take our offer, or you can get off my property, here and now. Catherine caught the determined looks in the faces of several members of the council as their hands dropped to their belts. She suddenly wondered if it had all been planned. Was this what they'd been waiting for? They must have known he'd not accept their offer and figured there was a cheaper to manage the whole business anyway. A standoff with pistols, Winston against them all. I still think it'd be better to settle this honorably. Winston looked down and his voice trailed off, but there was a quick flash of anger in his blood. Odd eyes. Slowly he picked up his tankard and drained it. As the room grew silent, he coughed at the harshness of the liquor, then began to toy with the lid, flipping the thumb mechanism attached to the hinged top and watching it flap open and shut. He heaved a sigh, then abruptly leaned back and lobbed it in the general direction of the staircase. As the tankard began its trajectory, he was on his feet, kicking away his chair. There was the sound of a pistol hammer being cocked and the hiss of a powder pan. Then the room flashed with an explosion from his left hand, where a pistol had appeared from out of his belt. At that moment, the lid of the tankard seemed to disconnect in midair, spinning sideways as it ricocheted off the post of carved mastic wood at the top of the stairs. The pistol clicked, rotating up the underbarrel, and the second muzzle spoke. This time the tankard emitted a sharp ring and tumbled end over end till it slammed against the railing. Finally, it bowed, as to rest against the cedar wainscot of the hallway, a small centered hole directly through the bottom. The shorn lid was still rolling plaintively along the last step of the stairs. The entire scene had taken scarcely more than a second. Catherine looked back to see him still standing. He had dropped the flintlock onto the table, both muzzles trailing wisps of gray smoke, while his right hand gripped the stock of the other pistol, still in his belt. You can deduct that from what's owed. His eyes went down the table. Briggs sat motionless in his chair staring at the tankard, while the other planters all watched him in expectant silence. Finally he picked up his hat and settled it back on his head without a word. Slowly. One by one, the other men closed their doublets over their pistols and nervously reached for their tankards. After a moment, Winston carefully reached for his chair and straightened it up. He did not sit. You'll be welcome to buy back the sugar works any time you like. Just collect the money and settle my sight bills. The room was still caught in silence till finally Briggs found his voice. But the coin's not to be had, sir. Try and be reasonable. I tell you we'd not find it on the whole of the island. Then maybe I'll just take something else. He reached out and seized the motley gray shirt of Timothy Farrell, now tiptoeing around the table carrying a fresh flask of Kill Devil to Briggs. The terrified Irishman dropped the bottle with a crash as Winston yanked him next to the table. Men and provisions. Briggs looked momentarily disoriented. I don't follow you, sir. What would you be doing with them? That's my affair. Just give me 200 indentures owned by the men on the council who signed the site drafts. He paused. That should cover about half the sum. I'll take the balance in provisions. Then you can all have your site bills to burn. Now Briggs was studying the tankard. In front of him, his eyes shining in the candlelight. 200 indentures, and you'd be willing to call it settled? To the penny. In the silence that followed, the rasp of a fiddle sounded through the doorway, followed by the shrill whine of a ricaw. Order. Briggs yelled for quiet, then turned back. There may be some merit in what you're proposing. He glanced up at Farrell, watching the indenture flee the room as Winston released his greasy shirt. Yes, sir, I'm thinking your proposal has a small measure of merit. I don't know about the other men here, but I can already name you a number of these layabouts I could spare. He turned to the planters next to him, and several nodded agreement. I'd have us talk more. On it. He pushed back his chair and rose unsteadily from the table. The other planters took this as a signal, and as one man they scraped back their chairs and began to nervously edge toward the women, now clustered under the arches leading into the dancing room. When the time's more suitable. Tomorrow, then. Give us till tomorrow night, sir, after we've had some time to parley. Briggs nodded, then turned and led the crowd toward the sound of the fiddles, relief in his eyes. Ethrin sat unmoving, dreading the prospect of having to dance with any of the drunken planters. She watched through the dim candlelight as Winston reached for an open flask of Kill Devil, took a triumphant swig, then slammed it down. She suddenly realized the table had been entirely vacated save for the two of them. The audacity. Of course it had all been a bluff. Anyone should have been able to tell. He just wanted the indentures all along. But why? I suppose congratulations. Or in order, Captain. Pardon? He looked up, not recognizing her through the smoke and flickering shadows. Forgive me, madam, I didn't catch what you said. Congratulations. That was a fine show you put on with your pistol. He seemed momentarily startled, but then he laughed at his own surprise and took another swig of Kill Devil. Thank you very much. He wiped his mouth, set down the bottle, and glanced back. Forgive me if I disturbed your evening. Where did you learn? And to shoot like that? I used to do a bit of hunting. Have you ever actually shot a man? Not that I choose to remember. I thought so. It really was a bluff. Her eyebrows lifted. So may I inquire what is it you propose doing? Now, with your 200 men and provisions? You're Miss Bedford, if I'm not mistaken. He rose, finally making her out. I don't seem to recall our being introduced. He bowed with a flourish. Hugh Winston, your most obedient servant. Then he reached for the flask of Kill Devil as he lowered back into his chair. I'd never presume to address a lady unless we're properly acquainted. She found the hint of sarcasm in his tone deliberately provoking. She watched as he took another drink directly from the bottle. I don't seem to recall ever seeing you speak with a lady, Captain. You've got a point. His eyes twinkled. Perhaps it's because there are so few out here in the Caribbees. Or could it be you're not aware of the difference? His insolent parody of politeness had goaded her into a tone not entirely to her own liking. So I've sometimes been told. Again, his voice betrayed his pleasure. But then I doubt there is much, really. He grinned. At least by the time they get around to educating me on that topic. As happened only rarely, she couldn't think of a sufficiently cutting riposte. She was still searching for one when he continued, all the while examining her in the same obvious way he'd done on the shore. Excuse me, but I believe you inquired about something. The men and provisions, I believe it was. The plain answer is I plan to take them and leave Barbados as soon as I can manage. And where is it you expect you'll be going? She found her footing again, and this time she planned to keep it. Let's say, on a little adventure, to see a new part of the world. He was staring at her through the candlelight. I've had about enough of this island of yours, Miss Bedford. As well as the new idea that slavery's going to make everybody rich. I'm afraid it's not my style. But I gather you're the man responsible for our noble new order here, Captain. He looked down at the flask, his smile vanishing. If that's true, I'm not especially proud of the fact. At last, she had him. All his arrogance had dissolved. Just like Jeremy, that time she asked him to tell her what exactly he'd done in the battle at Stanmore, yet for some reason she pulled back, still studying him. It's hard to understand you, Captain. You helped them steal sugarcane from the Portugals, then you decide you don't like it. At the time it was a job. Miss Bedford, let say I've changed my mind since then. Things didn't turn out exactly the way I'd figured they would. He took another drink, then set down the bottle and laughed. That always seems to be the way. What do you mean? It's something like the story of my life. His tone waxed slightly philosophical as he stared at the flickering candle. I always end up being kicked about by events, so now I've decided to try turning things around, do a little kicking of my own. That's a curious ambition. I suppose these indentures are going to help you do it. She was beginning to find him more interesting than she'd expected. You said just now you learned to shoot by hunting. I know a lot of men who hunt, I've never seen anything like what you did tonight. Where exactly did you learn that? He paused, wondering how much to say. The place, of course, was Tortuga, and these days that meant the cow-killers, men who terrified the settlers of the Caribbean. But this wasn't a woman he cared to frighten. He was beginning to like her brass, the way she met his eye. Maybe, he thought, he'd explain it all to her if he got a chance someday. But not tonight. The story was too long, too painful, and ended too badly. His memories of Tortuga went back to the sultry autumn of 1631. Just a year before, that little island had been taken over by a group of English planters, men and women who'd earlier tried growing tobacco up on St. Christopher, only to run afoul of its Carib Indians and their poisoned arrows. After looking around for another island, they decided on Tortuga, where nobody lived then except for a few hunters of wild cattle, the cow-killers. Since the hunters themselves spent a goodly bit of their time across the channel on the big Spanish island of Hispaniola, Tortuga was all but empty. But now these planters were living just off the northern coast of them. Ager Spanish domain, potentially much more dangerous than merely having a few Indians about. So they petitioned the newly formed Providence Company in London to swap a shipment of cannon for a tobacco contract. The company, recently set up by some Puritan would-be privateers, happily agreed. Enter Hugh Winston. He'd just been apprenticed for 3 months to the company by his royalist parents, intended as a temporary disciplining for some unpleasant reflection. He'd voiced on the character of King Charles that summer after coming home from his first term at Oxford. Lord Winston and his wife Lady Brett, knowing he despised the Puritans for their hypocrisy, assumed this would be the ideal means to instill some royalist sympathies. As it happened, 2 weeks later the Providence Company posted this unwelcome son of 2 prominent monarchists out to Tortuga on the frigate delivering their shipment of guns. No surprise, Governor Hilt. And of the island's Puritan settlement soon had little use for him either. After he turned out to show no more reverence for Puritans than for the monarchy, he was sent over to hunt on Hispaniola with the cow-killers. That's where he had to learn to shoot if he was to survive. As things turned out, being banished there probably saved his life, and the Spaniards got word of this new colony, with Englishmen pouring in from London and Bristol, the Audiencia of Santo Domingo. A large Spanish city on Hispaniola's southern side decided to make an example. So, in January of 1635, they put together an assault force of some 250 infantry, sailed into Tortuga's harbor, and staged a surprise attack. As they boasted afterward, they straightway put to the sword all those they first captured, then hanged any others who straggled in later. By the time they'd finished, they'd burned the settlement to the ground and killed over 600 men, women, and children. They also hanged a few of the cow-killers, a mistake that soon changed history. When Jacques le Basque, the bearded leader of Hispaniola's hunters, found out what had happened to his men, he vowed he was owing to bankrupt and destroy Spain's New World Empire in revenge. From what was heard these days, he seemed well on his way to succeeding. Hugh Winston had been there, a founding member of that band of men now known as the most vicious otters the world had ever seen. That was the piece of his life he'd never gotten around to telling anyone. I did some hunting when I was apprenticed to an English settlement here in the Caribbean, years ago. Well, I must say you shoot remarkably well for a tobacco planter captain. She knew he was avoiding her question. Why? I thought I just explained. I also hunted some in those days. He took another drink, then sought to shift the topic. Perhaps now I can be permitted to ask you a question, Miss Bedford. I'd be interested to know what you think of the turn things are taking here. That is, in your official capacity as First Lady of this grand settlement. What exactly do you mean? God damn his supersea. Leah's tone, the change is ahead. Here on Barbados, he waved his hand. Will everybody grow rich the way they're claiming? Some of the landowners are apt to make a great deal of money if sugar prices hold. Why, she wondered, did he? I want to know, was he planning to try and settle down or get into the slave trade himself? In truth, that seemed more in keeping with what he did for a living now. Some, and why only some? He examined her, puzzling. Every planter must already own a piece of this suddenly valuable land. The council members and the other big landowners are doubtless thinking to try and force out the smaller freeholders, who will not have a sugar works and therefore be at their mercy. She began, and to toy deliberately with her glass, uncomfortable at the prospect she was describing. It's really quite simple, Captain. I'm sure you can grasp the basic principles of commerce given your line of work. No little fortunes, just a few. Big ones? Oddly, he refused to be baited. You've got it precisely, but what does that matter to you? You don't seem to care all that much what happens to our small freeholders. If that's true, it's a sentiment I probably share with most of the people who were at this table tonight. He raised the empty flask of Kill Devil and studied it thoughtfully against the candle. So if Briggs and the rest are looking to try and take it all, then I'd say you're in for a spell of stormy weather here, Miss Bedford. Well, their plans are far from being realized, that I promise you. Our assembly will stand up to them all the way. Then I suppose I should wish you and your father and your assembly luck. You're going to need it. He flung the empty flask crashing into the fireplace, rose, and moved down the table. The light seemed to catch in his scar as he passed the candle. And now perhaps you'll favor me with the next dance. She looked up, startled, as he reached for her hand. Captain, I think you ought to know that I'm planning to be married. To one of these rich planters, I presume. To a gentleman, if you know what that is. And a man who would not take it kindly if he knew I was seen with you. Here tonight? Oh, yes, Anthony Walrond. Winston erupted with laughter. Well, good for him. He also has superb taste in flintlock muskets. Please tell him that when next you see him. You mean the ones you stole from his ship that went aground? I don't expect he would find that comment very amusing. Wouldn't he now? Winston's eyes flashed. Well, damned to him. And if you want to hear something even less amusing than that, ask him sometime to tell you why I took those muskets. He reached for her hand. At any rate, I'd like to dance with his lovely fiancée. I've already told you, but it's so seldom a man like me is privileged to meet a true lady. His smile suddenly turned gracious. As you were thoughtful enough to point out only a few moments ago, why not humor me? I don't suppose you're his property. You seem a trifle too independent for that. Anthony would doubtless be infuriated, but she found herself smiling back. Anyway, how would he ever find out? None of these Puritans even spoke to him. Besides, what else was there to do? Sit and stare at the greasy tankards on the table. But what exactly had Hugh Winston meant about Anthony's muskets? Very well, just one. I'm flattered. He was sweeping her through the archway into the next room. The fiddles were just starting a new tune, while the planters and their wives lined up facing each other, beginning the country. He danced flaunting too. As couples began to step forward one by one, then whirl down the room in turns to the music, Catherine found herself joining the end of the women's line. Moments later, Winston bowed to her, heels together, then her down the makeshift corridor between the lines. He turned her away from him, then back, elegantly, in perfect time with the fiddle bows. The dance seemed to go on forever, as bodies smelling of sweat and kill devil jostled together. In the confinement of the tiny room, yet it was invigorating, purging all her misgivings over the struggle that lay ahead. When she moved her body to her will like this, she felt in control of everything, as if she were riding the wind hop, or against her cheek. Then, as now, she could forget about Anthony, the council, about everything. Why couldn't all of life be managed the same way when the dance finally concluded? The fiddlers scarcely paused before striking up another. "Ust one more." He was bending over, saying something. "What?" She looked up at him, not hearing his words above the music and noise and bustle of the crowd. Whatever it was he'd said, it couldn't be all that important. She reached for his hand and guided him into the next dance. A loud clanging resounded through the room, causing the fiddles to abruptly halt and startling Catherine, who found herself alarmed less by the sound than by the deadening return of reality. She looked her out to see Benjamin Briggs standing in the center of the floor, slamming a large bell with a mallet. "Attention, gentlemen and ladies, if you please." He was shouting, even though the room had gone silent. "All's ready. The sugarworks startup is now." There was general applause around the room. He waited till it died away, then continued in a more moderate tone. "I presume the ladies will prefer to retire above stairs rather than chance the night air. There's feather beds and hammocks ready, and the servants'll bring the candles and chamber pots." Winston listened in mock attentiveness, then leaned over toward Catherine. "Then I must bid you farewell, Miss Bedford, and lose you to more worthy companions." She looked at him. Dumbly, her blood still pumping from the dance. The exhilaration and release were the very thing she'd been needing. "I have no intention of missing the grand start-up." She tried to catch her breath. "It's to be history in the making, don't you recall?" "That it truly will be," he shrugged. "But are you sure the sugarworks is any place for a woman?" "As much as a man." She glared back at him. "There's a woman there already, Captain, Briggs Mulatto. I heard him say she's in the boiling house. A night, showing one of the new Africans how to heat the sap. She supposedly ran one once in Brazil. Maybe she just told him that to avoid the dance." He turned and watched the planters begin filing out through the wide rear door. "Shall we join them then?" As they walked out into the courtyard, the cool night air felt delicious against her face and sweltering bodice. At the back of the compound, Briggs was opening a heavy wooden gate in the middle of the 10-foot-high stone wall. That circled his house. "These Africans'll make all the difference, on my faith. It's already plain as can be." He cast a withering glance at Catherine as she and Winston passed. Then he followed them through, ordering the servants to secure the 8. The planters were assembled in a huddle now, surrounded by several of Briggs' indentures holding candle lanterns. He took up his place at the front of the crowd and began leading them down the muddy road toward the torchlit sugarworks. Lying to the left of the plantation house, along the road were the thatched cabins of the indentured servants, and beyond these was a cluster of half-finished reed and clay huts, scarcely head-high, that the Africans had begun constructing for themselves. They're sound workers, for all their peculiar ways. Briggs paused and pointed to a large drum resting in front of one of the larger huts. It was shaped like an hourglass, and separate goatskins had been stretched over each mouth and lace. Together, end to end. What do you make of that contrivance? The first thing they did was start making this drum, and all this morning, before sunup, they were pounding on it. Damnedest racket this side of hell. "Aye, mine did the very aim," Lancaster volunteered. "I heard them drumming all over the island." Briggs walked on. They gathered round that Yoruba called a tiba, who's shaking some little seashells on a tray and chanting some of their gabble. After a time, he'd say something to one of them, and then there'd be more drumming. He shook his head in amazement. "Idolatry worsen the papists." "I've a mind to put a stop to it," Whittington interjected. "The indentures are already complaining. It's a bother, I grant you, but I see no harm in their customs, long as they put in a day's work. The place I drew the line was when they started trying to bathe in my pond every night, when any Christian knows baths are a threat to health. But for it. One of them will cut more cane than 3 Irishmen. He cast a contemptuous glance backward at Timothy Farrell, who was following at a distance, holding several bottles of Kill Devil. From sunup to sundown, good workers to the man. Oh, if they choose to beat on drums, I say let them. It's nothing from my pocket. Catherine watched Winston shake his head in dismay as he paused to pick up the drum, turning it in his hands. You seem troubled about their drumming, Captain. I's that? He looked up at her, almost as though he hadn't heard. You've never been to Brazil, have you, Miss Bedford? I have not. Then you probably wouldn't believe me, even if I told you. He looked back at the huts and seemed to be talking to himself. God damn these Englishmen, they're fools. It's surely some kind of their African music, obviously. His voice had a sarcastic cut, which she didn't particularly like, but before she could reply to him in kind, he had set down the drum and moved on, seeming to have forgotten all about whatever it was that had so distressed him the moment before. Then he turned back to her. May I inquire if you yourself play an instrument, Miss Bedford? I once played the spinet. She reached down and picked up a small land crab wandering across their path. She examined it, then flung it aside, its claws flailing. But I don't bother anymore. He watched the crab bemusedly, then turned back. Then you do know something about music. We're not without some rudiments of education here on Barbados, Captain. And languages. Have you ever listened to these Yoruba talk? Theirs is a language of tones, you know. Same as their drums. Some of these new Africans have a curious-sounding speech, I grant you. He stared at her a moment, as though preoccupied. God help us all. He might have said more, but then he glanced after the crowd, now moving down the road. Ahead of them, a gang of blacks could be seen through the torchlight, carrying bundles of cane in from the field and stacking them in piles near the new mill, situated atop a slight rise. A group of white indentured workers was also moving. Cane toward the mill from somewhere beyond the range of the torchlight, whipping forward a team of oxen pulling a large 2-wheeled cart stacked with bundles. She noticed Winston seemed in no great hurry, and instead appeared to be listening. Absently to the planters. Would you believe this is the very same cane we brought from Brazil? Briggs was pointing toward a half-cut field adjacent to the road. I planted October a year ago, just before the autumn rains. It's been 16 months almost to the day, just like the Dutchman said. He turned back to the crowd of planters. The indentures weeded and dunged it, but I figured the Africans would be best for cutting it, and I was right. Born field workers. It'll be a godsend if they can be trained to run the sugar works. He lowered his voice. This is the last we'll need of these idling white indentures. They were now approaching the mill, which was situated inside a new thatched-roof building. Ended for crushing the cane and extracting the juice. It would be powered by 2 large white oxen shipped down specially from Rhode Island. The mill was a mechanism of 3 vertical brass rollers, each approximately a foot in diameter, that are cogged together with teeth around their top and bottom. A large round beam was secured through the middle of the central roller and attached to 2 long sweeps that extended outward to a circular pathway intended for the draft animals. When the sweeps were moved, the beam would rotate and with it the rollers. We just finished installing the rollers tonight. There was no chance to test it, but I explained the operation to the indentures. We'll see if they can remember. An ox had been harnessed to each of the 2 sweeps. As Briggs approached, he signaled the servants to whip them forward. The men nodded and lashed out at the animals, who snorted, tossed their heads, then began to trudge in a circular path around the mill. Immediately, the central roller began to turn, rotating the outer rollers against it by way of its cogs. As the rollers groaned into movement, several of the indentures backed away and studied them nervously. Well, what are you waiting for, Briggs? Yelled at the 2 men standing nearest the mill, holding the first bundles of cane. Go ahead and try feeding it through. One of the men moved gingerly toward the grinding rollers and reached out, at arm's length, to feed a small bundle, consisting of a half-dozen stalks of cane into the side rotating away from him. There was a loud crackle as the bundle began to gradually disappear between the rollers. As the crushed cane stalks emerged on the rear side of the mill, a second indenture seized the flattened bundle and fed it back through the pair of rollers turning in the opposite direction. In moments, a trickle of pale sap began sliding down the sides of the rollers and dripping into a narrow trough that led through the wall. And down the incline toward the boiling house, Briggs walked over to the trough and examined the running sap in silence. Then he dipped in a finger and took it to his lips. He savored it for a moment, looked up, triumph in his eyes and motion. The other men forward. Have a taste. It's the sweetest nectar there could ever be. As the planters gathered around the trough, sampling the first cane juice, indentures continued feeding a steady progression of cane bundles between the rollers. While the planters stood watching, the trough began to flow. It works, by Christ. Marlott emitted a whoop and dipped in for a second taste. The first English sugar mill in all the world. We've just witnessed that grand historic moment, Miss B. Edford. Winston turned back to her, his voice sardonic. In a little more time, these wonderful sugar mills will probably cover Barbados, together with the slaves needed to cut the cane for them. I'd wager that in a few years' time there'll be more Africans here than English. What we've just witnessed is not the beginning of the great English Caribbees, but the first step toward what'll one day be the great African Caribbees. I suggest we take time to savor it well. His voice was drowned in the cheer rising up from the cluster of planters around Briggs. They had moved on down the incline now, and were standing next to the boiling house, watching as the sap began to collect in a tank. Briggs scrutinized the tank. A moment longer, then turned to the group. This is where the sap's tempered with wet ashes just before it's boiled. That's how the Portugals do it. From here it runs through that trough. He indicated a second flow, now starting directly in, to the first kettle in the boiling house. He paused and gestured Farrell to bring the flasks forward. I propose we take time to fortify ourselves against the heat before going in. Shall we proceed? Winston was pointing down the hill. Then he laughed. Or would you like some liquor first? Please. She pushed past him and headed down the incline. They reached the door of the boiling house well before the planters, who were lingering at the tank, passing the flask. Winston ducked his head at the doorway, and they passed through a wide archway and into a thatched roof enclosure containing a long, waist-high furnace of Dutch brick. In the back, visible only from the light of the open furnace door, were two figures. Briggs, New York. Uba slave Atiba and his Portuguese mistress, Serena. Catherine, who had almost forgotten how beautiful the mulatto was, found herself slightly relieved that Serena was dressed in perfect modesty. She wore a full-length white shift, against which her flawless olive skin fairly glowed in the torchlight. As they entered, she was speaking animatedly with Atiba while bending over to demonstrate how to feed dry cane tops into the small openings along the side of the ferny. When she spotted them, however, she pulled suddenly erect and fell silent, halting in mid-sentence. The heat in the room momentarily took away Catherine's breath, causing her to stand in startled disorientation. It was only then that she realized Hugh Winston was pulling at her sleeve. Something in the scene apparently had taken him completely by surprise. Then she realized what it was. Serena had been speaking to the tall, loincloth-clad Yoruba in an alien language that sounded almost like a blend of musical tones and stops. Now the planters began barging through the opening, congratulating Briggs as they clustered around the string of copper cauldrons cemented into the top of the long furnace. Then, as the crowd watched expectantly, a trickle of cane sap flowed down from the holding tank and spattered into the first red-hot cauldron. The men erupted with a cheer and whipped their hats into the air. Again, the brown flask of Kill Devil was passed appreciatively. After taking a long swallow, Briggs turned to Serena, gesturing toward Atiba as he addressed her in pidgin Portuguese, intended to add an international flavor to the evening. "Ale comprindo? Sim, comprindo." She nodded, reached for a ladle, and began to skim the first gathering of froth off the top of the boiling liquid. Then she dumped the foam into a clay pot beside the furnace. She's supposed to know how fast to feed the furnaces to keep a temperature right, and when to ladle the liquor into the next cauldron down the row. He stepped back from the furnace, fanning himself with his hat, and turned to the men. According to the way the Portugals do it in Brazil, the clarified, ichor from the last cauldron in the line here is moved to a cistern to cool for a time. Then it's filled into wooden pots and moved to the curing house. Is that ready too? A husky voice came from somewhere in the crowd. Aye, and I've already had enough pots made to get started. We let the molasses drain out and the sugar cure for 3 or 4 months. Then we move the pots to the knocking house, where we turn them over and tap out a block of sugar. The top and bottom are brown sugar, what the Portugals call muscovado, and the center is pure white. He reached again for the bottle and took a deep swallow. 20 pence a pound in London when our tobacco used to clear 3 farthings. To be sure, the mill and the boiling house are the key. We'll have to start building these all over the island. Thomas Lancaster removed his black hat to wipe his brow, then pulled it firmly back on his head, and start training the Africans in their operation. No white man could stand this heat. She should have this one trained in a day or so. Briggs thumbed toward Atiba, now standing opposite the door examining the planters. Then we can have him train more. I'll venture you do well to watch that one particularly close. Edward Bayes lowered his voice, speaking into his beard. There's a look about him. Aye, he's cantankerous, I'll grant you, but he's quick. He just needs to be tamed. I've already had to flog him once, Tenla. Ashes the first night here when he balked at eating loblolly mush. 10, you say? Dalby Bedford did not bother to disguise the astonishment in his voice. Would you not have done better to start with 5? Are you lecturing me now on half? Oh, to best break in my Africans, Briggs glared. I paid for them, sir. They're my property to manage as I best see fit. Nicholas Whittington murmured his assent, and others concurred. As you say, gentlemen, but you've got 3 more Dutch. Slavers due within a fortnight. I understand they're supposed to be shipping Barbados a full 3,000 this year alone. Bedford looked about the room with a concerned expression. That'll be just a start if sugar production expands the way it seems it will. It might be well if we had the Assembly pass acts for ordering and governing these slaves. Damn your Assembly. We already have laws for property on Barbados. Again, the other planters voiced their agreement. Bedford stood listening, then lifted his hand for quiet. Catherine found herself wishing he would be as blunt with them as Winston had been. Sometimes the governor's good manners got in the way, something that hardly seemed to trouble Hugh Winston. I tell you, this is no light matter. No man in this room knows how to manage all these Africans. What Englishman has ever been responsible for 20, 30, nay perhaps even 100 slaves? They've to be clothed in some manner, fed, cared for. Spring, and religion. Sir, some of the Quakers we've let settle in Bridgetown are already starting to say your blacks should be baptized and taught Christianity. You can't be suggesting it. If we let them be made Christians, where would it end? Briggs examined him in disbelief. You'd have laws, sir, acts of your assembly. Well, there's the place to start. I hold the first law should be to fine and set in the stocks any of these so-called Quakers caught trying to teach our blood. Ex-Christianity will not stand for it. Catherine saw Serena's features tense and her eyes harden, but she said nothing, merely continued to skim the foam from the boiling surface of the cauldron. The Spaniards and Portugals teach the cat. Lick faith to their Negroes, Bedford continued evenly. And there you have the difference. They're not English, they're Papists. Briggs paused as he studied the flow of cane sap entering the cauldron from the holding tank, still dripping slowly from the lead spout. By the looks of it, could be flowing faster. He studied it a moment longer, then turned toward the door. The mill, maybe that's the answer. What if we doubled the size of the cane bundles? Catherine watched the planters trail aft. To Briggs, out the doorway and into the night, still passing the flask of Kill Devil. What do you think, Captain? Should an African be made a Christian? Theology's not my specialty, Miss Bedford. He walked past her. Tell me first if you... I think a Puritan's one. He was moving toward Serena, who stood silently skimming the top of the first cauldron, now a vigorous boil. She glanced up once and examined him, then returned her eyes to the froth. Catherine just managed to catch a few words as he began speaking to her quietly in fluent Portuguese, as though to guard against any of the planters accidentally overhearing. "Senhora, how is it you know the language of the Africans?" She looked up for a moment. Without speaking, her eyes disdainful. "I'm a slave too, as you well know, Senhor." Then she turned and continued with the ladle. "But you're a Portugal. And never forget that. I am not one of these Preto." She spat out the Portuguese word for Negro. Atiba continued methodically shoving cane tops into the roaring mouth of the furnace. "But you were speaking to him just now in his own language. I recognized it. He asked a question, and I answered him. That's all." "Then you do know his language. How?" "I know many things." She fixed his eyes, continuing in Portuguese. "Perhaps it surprises you Inglés that a mulata can speak at all. I also know how to read, something half the Branco Rubby, who were in this room tonight probably cannot do." Catherine knew only a smattering of Portuguese, but she caught the part about some of the Branco, the whites, not being able to read. She smiled to think there was probably much Ruth in that. Certainly almost none of the white indentures could. Further, she suspected that many of the planters had never bothered to learn either. "I know you were educated in Brazil." Winston was pressing Serena relentlessly. "I was trying to ask you how you know the language of this African." She paused, her face a blend of haughtiness and regret. She started to speak, then stopped herself. "Won't you tell me?" She turned back, as though speaking to the cauldron. "My mother was Yoruba. Is that how you learned?" His voice was skeptical. "I was taught also by a Babalawo, a Yoruba priest in Brazil." "What's she saying?" Catherine moved next to him, shielding her eyes from the heat. "Disculpe, Senhora." "Excuse me." Winston quickly moved forward, continuing in Portuguese as he motioned toward Catherine. "This is... I know perfectly well who Miss Bedford is." Serena interrupted him, still in Portuguese. Catherine stared at her, catching the foreign words. "Is she talking about me?" She said her mother was a Yoruba. Winston moved between them, and she said something about a priest. "Is she some sort of priest? Is that what she said?" "No." Serena's English answer was quick and curt. Then she said something else to Winston in Portuguese. She said she was not, though the women of her mother's family have practiced divination for many generations. "Divination?" Catherine studied him, puzzled. Then she earned back to Serena. "What do you mean by that?" Serena was looking at her now for the first time. "Divination is the way the Yoruba people ask their gods to tell the future." "How exactly do they go about doing such a thing?" "Ni ways." She turned back to the cauldron. Winston stood in the silence for a moment, then turned to Catherine. "I think one of the ways is with shells. In Brazil, I once saw a Yoruba diviner shaking a tray with small seashells in it." Serena glanced back, now speaking English. "I see you are an Inglés who bothers to try and understand other peoples. One of the few I've ever met. Felicitacao, send her my compliments. Yes, that is one of the ways and the most sacred to a Yoruba. It's called the divination of the 16 cowrie shells. A Yoruba diviner foretells the will of the gods from how the shells lie in a tray after it has been shaken by how many lie with the slotted side up. It's the way the gods talk. To him, who are these gods they speak to? Catherine found herself challenged by the mulatto's haughtiness. Serena continued to stir the cauldron. You'd not know them, Senhora, but I would be pleased to hear of them. Catherine's voice was sharp, but then she caught herself and softened it. Are they something like the Christian God? Serena paused, examining Catherine for a moment, and then her eyes assumed a distant expression. I do not know much about them. I know there is ungod like the Christian God. He is the high God who never shows his powers on earth, but there are many other gods who do. The one the Yoruba call on most is Shango, the god of thunder and lightning and of fire. His symbol is the double-headed axe. There also is Agun, who is the god of iron. She hesitated. And the god of war. Catherine studied her. Do you believe in all these African deities yourself? Who can say what's really true, Senhora? Her smoo. The skin glistened from the heat. She brushed the hair from her eyes in a graceful motion, as though she were in a drawing room, while her voice retreated again into formality. The Yoruba even believe that many different things can be true something no European can ever understand. There's something you may not understand, Senhora, Winston interjected, speaking now in English. And I think you well should. The Yoruba in this room also knows the language of the port. Shaguls, take care what you say. It's not possible. She glanced at Atiba contemptuously, continuing loudly in Portuguese. He's a saltwater Preto. Before Winston could respond, there was an eruption of shouts and curses from the deer. Action of the mill. They all turned to watch as Benjamin Briggs shoved through the doorway, pointing at Atiba. Get that one out here. I warrant he can make them understand. The sweltering room seemed frozen in time, except for Briggs now. Motioning at Serena. Tell him to come out here. He revolved to Winston. I've a mind to flog all of them. What's wrong? The damned mill. I doubled the size of the bundles, the very thing I should have done in the first place, but now the ox. Sin can't turn it properly. I want to try hooking both oxen to one of the sweeps and a pair of Africans on the other. I've harnessed them up, but I can't get them to move. He motioned again for Atiba to accompany him. This one's got more wit than all the rest together. Maybe I can show him what I want. Serena gestured toward Atiba, who followed Briggs out the door, into the fresh night air. Catherine stared after him for a moment, then turned back. Winston was speaking to Serena again in Portuguese, but too rapidly to follow. Will you tell me one thing more? As you wish, Senhor. She did not look up from the cauldron. What was going on last night? With the drums, she hesitated slightly. I don't know what you mean. Winston was towering over her now. I think you know very well what I mean, Senhora. Now tell me, damn it. What were they saying? She seemed not to hear him. Through the silence that filled the room, there suddenly came a burst of shouts from the direction of the mill. Catherine felt fear sweep over her, and she found herself seizing Winston's arm, pulling him toward the doorway. Outside, the planters were milling about in confusion, vague shadows against the orchlight. Then she realized Atiba was trying to wrench off the harness from the necks of the two blacks tied to the sweeps of the mill, while yelling at Briggs in his African language. She gripped Winston's arm tighter as she watched William Marr, Lot brandishing a heavy-bladed cane machete, move on Atiba. Then several other planters leapt out of the shadows, grabbed his powerful shoulders, and wrestled him to the ground. You'd best flog him here and now. Marlot looked up, sweat running down his face. It'll be a proper lesson to all the rest. Briggs nodded toward several of the white indentures, and in moments a rope was lashed to Atiba's wrists. Then he was yanked against the mill, his face between the wet rollers. One of the indentures brought forward a braided leather horsewhip. Catherine turned her face away, back toward the boiling house, not wanting to see. Serena was standing in the doorway now, staring out blankly, a shimmering moistness in her eyes. Book 1, Barbados, Chapter 4. For almost a month now, any night he could manage, Atiba had slipped unseen from the compound and explored the southern coast of the island, the shore and the upland hills. Now he was sure they could survive. After the island became theirs. The Branco, the white English, were savages who destroyed all they touched, but there were still traces of what once had been. Between the fields of sterile cane, he had found and tasted the fruits of the sacred earth. There were groves of wild figs, their dark fruit luscious and astringent, and plump coconuts, their tender core as rich as any in Yorubaland. Along the shore were stands of sea grape trees, with a sweet purple fruit biting to the tongue. He had also found palm-like trees clustered with the tender papaya, and farther inland there were groves of banana and plantain. He had discovered other trees with large oranges, plump with yellow nectar, as well as pomegranates and tamarind just like those he had known in Ife, his home city. The soil itself gave forth moist melons, wild cucumbers, and the red apples of the prickly cactus. There also were calabash, the hard, round gourds the Inglés had learned could be hollowed out for cups and basins. The only thing wanting was that staple of the Yoruba people, the yam, but they would not have to survive from the soil alone. In the thickets, he had heard the grunts and squeals of the wild hogs, fatsos foraging nuts leading their litters. Along the shore, he had seen flocks of feeding egrets in the dawn light, ready to be snared and roasted, and at his feet there had been hundreds of land crabs, night prowlers as big as 2 hands, ripe for boiling as they scurried back to their sand burrows along the shore. He could not understand why the Branco slaves who worked alongside the Yoruba allowed themselves to be fed on boiled corn mush. A natural bounty lay within arm's reach. The Orisa, those forces in nature that work closest with man, were still present on the island. He could sense them, waiting in the wood of the trees. This ravished place had once been a great forest, like the one north of Ife, and it could be again. If the hand of the Inglés was taken from it, and the spirit of the Orisa, its rightful protectors, freed once more. The first cooing of the wood dove sounded through the thatched hut, above the chorus of whistling frogs from the pond, signaling the approach of day. Atiba sat motionless in the graying light, cross-legged, at the edge of the mud seat nearest the door, and studied the 16 cowrie shells as they spun across the reed tray that lay before him. As he watched, 8 of the small ovals came to rest mouth up, in a wide crescent, the remainder facing down. The tiny room was crowded with the men of the Yoruba, their cotton loincloths already drenched with sweat from the early heat. Now, all eyes narrowed in apprehension, waiting for this Babalawo, the priest of the Yoruba, to speak and interpret the verses that revealed the message in the cowries. By a ko-gia tayo kun agban if we do not bear suffering that will fill a basket. A kola. Jortakun in yuaha we will not receive kindness that will fill a cup. He paused and signaled the tall, bearded drummer waiting by the door. The man's name was Obwol, and he had once been, many reigns ago, the strongest drummer in the entire city of Ife. He nodded and shifted the large drum the Yoruba Ia Ilu that hung at his waist, suspended from a wide shoulder strap. Abruptly, the small wooden mallet he held began to dance across the taut goatskin. The versi Atiba had just spoken were repeated exactly, the drum's tone changing in pitch and timbre, as Obwol squeezed the cords down its hourglass waist between his arm and his side. Moments later, there came the sound of more drums, along the length of the southern coast, transmitting his verses inland. In less than a minute, all the Yoruba on Barbados had heard their Babalawo's exact words. Then he said something more and shook the tray again. This time 5 cowries lay in, set as a star. Again he spoke, his eyes far away. Asegi oko mawi oko the tree that swims like a canoe, a esagata jerry Aaron the sword that will cut iron. Once more the drum sent the words over the morning quiet the island. Atiba waited a few moments longer, then slowly looked up and surveyed the expectant faces around him. The shells had spoken, true enough, but the message of the gods was perplexing. Seemingly, Shango had counseled endurance, while Agun foretold war. He alone was priest, and he alone could interpret this contradictory reading. He knew in his heart what the gods wanted, what they surely must want. Still, the realization brought painful memories. He knew well what war would mean. He had seen it many times, the flash of mirrored steel in the sunlight, the blood of other men on your hands, the deaths of wise fathers and strong sons. The worst had been when he and his warriors had stood shoulder to shoulder, defending the ancient royal compound at Ife with their lives. When the Fulani from the north had breached the high walls of the city and approached the very entrance of the ruling Oba's palace, those huge sculptured doors guarded by the 2 acrid bronze leopards. That day he and his men had lost more strong warriors than there were women to mourn them. But by nightfall, they had driven out the worshippers of other gods who would take their lands, pillage their compounds, carry away. their seed yams and their youngest wives. He also knew there could be betrayal. He had seen it during the last season of rains, when the drums had brought news of strangers in the southeastern quarter of the world that was Yorubaland. He and his men had left their compounds and marched all day through the rain. That night among the trees, they had been fallen upon by Benin slavers, men of black skin who served the branco, as a woman serves the payer of her bride price. But the men of the Yoruba would never be made to serve. Their gods were too powerful, their ancestors too proud. The Yoruba were destined to rule, just as they had governed Yorubaland for 1,000 years. Theirs was an ancient and noble people, nothing like the half-civilized Ingles on this island. In the great metropolis of Ife, surrounded by miles of massive concentric walls, the Yoruba had lived for generations in wide family compounds built of white clay, their courtyards. Open to light and air, walking streets paved with brick and stone, wearing embroidered robes woven of finest cotton, sculpting lost wax bronzes whose artistry no Ingles could even imagine. They did not swelter in patched-together law. Huts like the Ingles planters here, or in thatched hovels like the Ingles planters' servants, and they paid reverence to gods whose power was far greater than any branco had ever seen. The sky has no shadow. It reaches out in all. Erections to the edge of the world. In it are the sun, the moon, all that is. He paused, waiting for the drums, then continued. I have gone out into the dark, the void that is night, and I have returned unharmed. I say the Orisa are here, strong. We must make war on the branco to free them once more. He paused again. No man's day of death can be postponed. It is already known to all the gods. There is nothing we need fear. After the drums had sent his words across the island, the hut fell quiet. Then there came a voice from a small, wizened man sitting on Atiba's left, a Yoruba older than the rest, with sweat pouring down the wrinkles of his long, dark face. You are of royal blood, Atiba. Your father, Lagun was one of the 16 royal Babalawo of the Oba of Ife, one of the great Owoni. It was he who taught you his skills. He cleared his throat, signifying his importance. Yet I say you now speak as one who has drunk 2 men. Horns of palm wine. We are only men. Agun will not come forth to carry our shields. Old Tahajo, you who are the oldest and wisest here tonight, you know full well I am but a man. Atiba paused to demonstrate deference. He was chagrined that this elder who now honored his hut had to sit directly on the mud seat, that there was no buffalo skin to take down off the wall for him as there would have been in a compound at Ife, though the gods allow me to read there. Words in the cowries, I still eat the food a woman cooks. I know you are a man, son of Balagun, and the finest ever sired in Ife. I knew you even before you grew of age, before you were old enough to tie a cloth between your leg. I was there the day your clan marks were cut in your cheek, those 3 proud lines that mark you the son of your father. Be his son now, but speak to us today as a man, not as Babalawo. Let us hear your own voice. Atiba nodded, and set aside the tray. Then he turned back to the drummer and reached for his gleaming machete. Since Tahajo wishes it, we will wait for another time to consult more with Agun and Shango. Now I will hold a sword and speak simply. As a man, Obwol nodded and picked up the mallet. This island was once ruled by the Orisa of the forest, but now there's only cane. Its sweetness is bitter in the mouths of the gods, for it has stolen their home. I say we must destroy it. To do this, we will call down the fire of lightning that Shango guards in the sky. How can we call down Shango's fire? The old man spoke again. None of the others in the cramped hut dared question Atiba so boldly. No man he is consecrated to Shango. We are all warriors, men of Aga. His power is only over the earth, not the skies. I believe there is one on this island whose lineage is Shango. A woman. Perhaps she no longer even knows it. But through her we will reach him. He turned and signaled Obwol to ready the drum. Now I will speak. Hear me. Shango's spirit is here on this island. He will help us take away the strength of the Ingles. He paused for the drums, then continued. Ood, I learned on the ship that before the next new moon there will be many more of us here. The other warriors who were betrayed by the Benin traders will be with us again. Then we will take out the fire of Shango that the Ingles hold prison, or in the boiling house, and release it in the night. among the fields of cane. We will burn the compounds of the Ingles and take their muskets. Then we will free the white slaves. They are too craven to free themselves, but they will not stand with. They're Branco masters. He turned again to Obwol and nodded. Send the words. Winston shifted uneasily in his sleep, then bolted upright, rubbing the slight ache of his scar as he became aware of the distant spatter of drums. They were spoke. Radic, but intense. Patterns were being repeated again and again all down the coast. He slipped from the bed and moved quietly to the slatted window to listen more closely. But now the drums had fallen silent. The only sounds left in a sweltering pre-dawn air were the cooing of wood doves and the harsh quark of egrets down by the bridge, accompanied by Joan's easy snores. He looked back and studied her face again, realizing that time was beginning to take its toll. He also knew he didn't care, though he figured she did mightily. She'd never concede he could take Jamaica. Maybe she was right, but odds be damned. It was time to make a stand. Jamaica. He thought about it again, his excitement swelling. Enough cannon and the Spaniards could never retake it, never even get a warship into the harbor. It was perfect. A place of freedom that would strike a blow against forced labor throughout the New World. Not a minute too soon either. The future was clear as day. The English settlers in the Caribbees were about to install what had to be the most absolute system of human slavery ever seen. Admittedly, finding sufficient men and women to work the fields had always been the biggest impediment to developing the virgin lands of the Americas, especially for settlements that wanted to grow money crops for export. But now Barbados had discovered Africans. What next, if slavery proved it could work for sugar? In the Caribbees, then it probably would also be instituted for cotton and tobacco in Virginia. Agricultural slavery had started here, but soon it would doubtless be introduced wholesale into North America. Christians perpetrating the most unspeakable crime against humanity possible. Who knew what it would someday lead to? He no longer asked himself why he detested slavery so much, but there was a reason if he'd wanted to think about it. A man was a man. Seeing Briggs horsewhip his Yoruba was too similar to watching riders flog his seamen. He had tasted the cat-o'-nine-tails himself more than once. In fact, whipping the Yoruba was almost worse, since a seaman could always ump ship at the next port. But a slave, especially on a small island like Barbados, had nowhere to go, no escape, not yet. But come the day Jamaica was his. Are you all right, love? Joan had awakened and was watching him. I was listening to the drums and thinking. He did not turn. Those damned drums. Every morning. Why don't the planters put a halt to it? She raised up and swabbed her face with the rough cotton sheet. God curse this heat. I'm tired of all. Love it, particularly slavery. I fancy these Africans are not your worry. You'd best be rethinking this daft scheme of yours with the indentures. That's on schedule. The council agreed to the terms, drew up a list of men, and I picked the uns I wanted. What are you thinking to do about ordnance? Skepticism permeated her groggy voice. I've got a batch of new flintlocks on the Defiance, generously supplied to me by Anthony Walron's trading company. He laughed. In grateful appreciation for helping out that frigate of theirs that went aground up by Nevis Island. I heard about that. I also hear he'd like those muskets back. He can see me in hell about that. He was strolling back toward the bed, nude in the early light. She admired the hard ripple of his chest, the long, muscular legs. Also, I've got the boys at work making some half-pikes. We've set up a forge down by the bay. And what, pray, are you expectin' to you? It's for pike staffs. We're having to cut palm stalks. He caught her look. I know, but what can I do? There's no cured wood to be had on this short a notice. Lo, what an army you'll have, she laughed wryly. Do you really think all those indentures will fight? For their freedom, yes. He settled onto the bed. That's what I'm counting on. Well, you're counting wrong, love. Most of them don't care a damn for anything except maybe drinkin' in the shade. Believe me, I know them. I'll give them something to fight for. It won't be like here, where they're worked to death. then turned out to starve. I could tell you a few stories about human nature that might serve to enlighten you. She stretched back and pulled up her che. If to rub a mosquito bite on her thigh. If it was me, I'd be trying to get hold of some of these Africans. From the scars I've seen on a few of them, I'd say they've done their share of fighting. On my faith, they scare the wits half out of me. They make me uneasy too. How do you mean, darlin'? All these drums we've been hearing. I found out in Brazil, the Yoruba there can talk somehow with a special kind of drum they've got, one that looks like a big hourglass. I figure those here can do it too, only nobody realizes it. Let me tell you, Joan, there was plenty of Yoruba talk this morning. So far, the Africans here are considerably outnumbered, but if they start a revolt, the indentures might decide to rise up too. Then, some indentures here tried a little uprising once, a couple of years back, and about a dozen got hanged for their pains. I don't fancy they'll try it again soon. Don't be so sure. Remember how the Irish indentures went over to the Spaniards that time they attacked the English settlement up on Nevis Island. They swam out to the Spaniards' frigates, hailed them as fellow papists, and then told them exactly where all the fortifications were. But how many of these Africans are there here now? Probably not all that many. Maybe not yet. With the Dutch slavers that have come so far, I'd guess there are no more than a couple of thousand or so. But there are more slave ships every week. Who knows what'll happen when there are 3,000 or 4,000 or more? It'll not happen soon. How can it? She slipped her arms around his neck and drew him down next to her. Let's talk about something else. Tell me how you plan to take Jamaica. God's life, I still don't know why you'd want to try doing it at all. You're just afraid I can't do it. He turned and kissed her, then pulled down the top of her shift and nipped at one of her exposed breasts. Tell me the truth. Maybe I will someday if you get back alive. She took his face in her hands and lifted it away. By the by, I hear you had a fine time at the ball, dancin' with that jade. Who? You know who you? Or master, the high and mighty Miss Bedford. I'd had a bit to drink. I don't precisely recall what all happened. Don't you now? Well, some of the council recall that evening well enough, you can be sure. You weren't too drunk to scare the were. It's out of them with those Spanish pistols. It's the talk of the island. She watched as he returned his mouth to her breast and began to tease the nipple with his tongue. Now listen to me. That little virgin's no good for you. For one thing, Ere she's supposed to be marrying our leading royalist, Sir Anthony, though I swear I don't know what he sees in her. She's probably happier ridden her horse than being with a man. I warrant she'd probably as soon be a man herself. I don't want to hear any more about Miss Bedford. He slipped an arm beneath her and drew her up next to him. I've got something else in mind. She trailed her hand down his chest to his groin, then she smiled. My, but that's promise. There's always apt to be room for improvement, if you set your mind to it. God knows I've spoiled you. She leaned over and kissed his thigh, then began to tease him with her tongue. Without a word, he shifted around and brushed the stubble of his cheeks against her loins. She was already moist from sweat and desire. God, that's why I always let you come back. She moved against him with a tiny shudder. When by rights I should know better. Sometimes I think I taught you to. Oh well, what pleases me. I know something else you like even better. He seized a plump down pillow and stationed it in the middle of the bed, then started to reach for her. She was assessing her handiwork admiringly. He was ready the way she wanted him, could be. She drew herself above him. But you can't always be having everything your own way. You've got me feeling too randy this morning, so now I'm going to show you why you're frustrated virgin, Miss Bedford Fa. And she's ridden that horse of hers so much. Serena was already awake before the drums started. Listening intently to catch the soft cadence of the verses, she repeated them silently, knowing they meant the cowrie shells had been cast. It was Madna. Benjamin Briggs sometimes called her to his room in the mornings, but she knew there would be no call today. He had ordered her from his bed just after midnight, drunk and cursing about a delay at the sugar mill, who had cast the cowries. Was it the tall, strong one named Atiba? Could it be he was also a Yoruba Babalawo? She had heard the verses for the cowries once before, years ago in Brazil. There were thousands, which her mother had recited for her all in one week. The entire canon. Even now she still remembered some of them, just a few. Her mother had never admitted to anybody else she knew the verses, since women weren't supposed to cast the cowries. The men of the Yoruba always claimed them. Hours of the cowries were too great for any save a true babalawo, and no woman would ever be permitted to be that. Women were only allowed to consult the gods by casting the 4 quarters of the kola nut, which only foretold daily matters. Important affairs of state were reserved for the cowries and for men. But her mother had secretly learned the verses. She'd never said how. She'd even promised to explain them one day, but that day never came. When she was sure the had finished, she rose slowly from the sweltering pallet that served as her bed and searched the floor in the half-dark till she felt the smooth cotton of her shift. She slipped it on, then began brushing her long, gleaming hair, proud even now that it had always been straight, like a Portuguese donna's. She slept alone in a small room next to the second-floor landing of the back stairway, the one by the kitchen that was used by servants. When she had finished with her hair and earled it into a high bun, Portuguese style, she slowly pushed open the slatted jalousies to study the clutter of the compound. As always, she found herself comparing this haphazard English house to the mansion she had known in Brazil, on the large plantation outside Pernambuco. Now it seemed a memory from another world, the dazzling white room she had shared with her mother in the servants' compound. The day the Senhor do Engenho, the master of the plantation, announced that she would go to the black-robed Jesuit school instead of being put to work in the fields like most of the other slave children. Her mother had begun to cry. For years, she had thought they were tears of joy. Then, the next day, her mother had did work on their room. She had whitewashed the walls, smeared a fresh layer of hard clay on the floor, and planted a small frangipani tree by the window. During the night, its tiny red blossoms would flood their room with a sweet, almost cloying fragrance, so they woke every morning to a day bathed in perfume. Years later, her mother had confessed the beautiful room, and the perfume of the tree were intended to always make her want to return there from the foul rooms of the Ranco and their priests. She remembered those early years best. Her mother would rise before dawn, then wake the old, gnarled Ashanti slave who was the cook for the household, ordering the breakfast the Senhor had specified the night before. Then she would walk quietly down to the slave quarters to waken the gang driver, who would rouse the rest of the plantation with his bell. Next, she would return to their room and brush her beautiful mulatta daughter's hair, to keep it always straight and shining. In preparation for the trip to the mission school the priests had built 2 miles down the road. Serena still recalled the barefoot walk down that long, tree-lined roadway, and her mother's command, repeated every morning, to never let the sun touch her light skin. Later she would wander slowly back through the searing midday heat, puzzling over the new language called Spanish she was learning, and the strange teachings of the Christians. The priests had taught her to read from the Catechism, and to write out the stories they told of the Catholic saints' stories. Her mother demanded she repeat to her each night. She would then declare them lies, and threaten her with a dose of the purgative physic nut to expel their poisons. Her mother would sometimes stroke her soft skin and explain that the Christian's false god must have been copied from Olaran, the Yoruba high god and deity of the cosmos. It was well known he was the universal spirit who had created the world, the only god who had never lived on earth. Perhaps the Christians had somehow heard of him and hoped to steal him for their own. He was so powerful that the other gods were all his children Shango, Agun, all the Yoruba deities of the earth and rivers and sky. The Yoruba priests had never been known to mention a white god called Jesu, but she had learned many things from Jesu's priests. The most important was that she was a slave, owned by the Senhor do Engen. She was his property as much as his oxen and his fields of cane. That was the true lesson of the priests, a lesson she had never forgotten. These new saltwater Yoruba were fools. Their life and soul belonged to the Branco now, and only the Branco could give it back. You could never take it back yourself. There was nothing you could do to make your life your own again. she recalled a proverb of the Ashanti people. A slave does not choose his master. A slave chose nothing, she found. Herself thinking again of her mother. She was called Dara, the Yoruba name meaning beautiful. And she was beautiful, beyond words, with soft eyes and delicate skin and high cheekbones. Her mother Dara had told her how she had been, akin to the bed of her Portuguese owner after only a week in Brazil. He was the Senhor do Engenho, who had sired mulata bastards from the curing house to the kitchen. They were all still slaves, but her mother had thought her child would be different. She thought the light-skinned girl she bore the branco would be made free, and she had chosen a Yoruba name for her. The Senhor do Engenho had decided to name her Serena one night while drunk. A slave chose nothing. Ara's mulata daughter also was not given her freedom. Instead, that daughter was taken into the master's house, taught to play the lute and dance the galliards of João de Sousa Carvalho when she was 10, given an orange petticoat and a blue silk mantle when she was 12, and taken to his bed the day she was 14. Her own father. He had used her as his property for 8 years, then sold her to a stinking Englishman. She later learned it was for the princely sum of £100. A slave chose nothing. Still, something in the defiance of Atiba stirred her. He was bold and handsome, even though a Prito. She had watched his strong body with growing desire those 2 days they were together in the boiling house. She had begun to find herself wanting to touch him, to tame his wildness inside her. For a moment he had made her regret she had vowed long ago never to give herself to a Prito. She was half white, and if ever she had a that child would be whiter still. To be white was to be powerful and free. She also would make certain her child was Christian. The Christian God was probably false, but in this world the Christians held everything. They owned the Yoruba. The Yoruba gods of her mother counted for nothing. Not here, not in the New World. She smiled resignedly and thought once more of Atiba. He would have to learn that too, for all his strength and his pride, just as she had. He could call on Agun to tell him the future, but that god would be somewhere out of hearing if he tried to war against the Branco. She had seen it all before in Brazil. There was no escape. A slave chose nothing. Could he be made to understand that? Or would that powerful body one day be hanged and quartered for leading a rebellion that could only fail? Unsure why she should bother, yet unable to stop herself, she turned from the window and quietly headed down the creaking makeshift ear stair. Then she slipped past the kitchen door and onto the stone steps leading out into the back of the compound. It was still quiet, with only the occasional cackle of Irish laughter from the kitchen, whose chimney now threaded a line of wood. Smoke into the morning air. The gate opened silently, and easily the indenture left to guard it was snoring, still clasping an empty flask, and she was out onto the pathway leading down the hill to the new thatched huts of the slaves. The path was quiet and gray-dark. Green lizards scurried through the grass around her and frogs whistled among the palms, but there was no sign the indentures were awake yet. In the distance, she could hear the low voice of Atiba, lecturing courage to his brave Yoruba warriors, the Prito fools. She knew a woman would not be welcome, would be thought to defile their solemn council of war. Let them have their superstitions. This was the new world. Africa was finished for them. They weren't Yoruba warriors now. Here they were just more Prito slaves, for all their posturing. Once more she was glad she had been raised a Portuguese, not a Yoruba woman bound to honor and revere whatever vain man she had been given to as As she neared the first hut, she stopped to look and shake her head sadly. What would the slaves in Brazil think of these thatched hovels, she knew. They would laugh and ridicule the backwardness of these saltwater Prito, who knew nothing of European ways. Then she noticed a new drum, a small one only just finished, that had been left out for the sun to dry. She had heard once what these special drums were for. They were used in ceremonies when the men and women danced and somehow were entered and possessed by the gods. But there were no Yoruba women on Briggs' plantation. He had not bothered to buy any yet, since men could cut cane faster. She wanted to smile when she realized the Yoruba men here had to cook their own food, a humiliation probably even greater than slavery. But the smile died on her lips when she realized the drum was just a sad relic of a people torn apart. She examined the drum, recalling the ones she had seen in Brazil. Its wood was reddish and the skins were tied taut with new white cords. She smoothed her hand against her shift, then picked it up and nestled it under her arm, feeling the coolness of the wood. She remembered the goat's skin could be tuned by squeezing the cords along the side. Carefully, she picked up the curved wooden mallet used to play it and, gripping the drum tightly against her body, tapped it once, twice, to test the fluctuation in pitch as she pressed the cords. The sharp, almost human sound brought another rush of memories of Brazil. Nights when she had slipped away to the slave quarters and sat at the feet of a powerful old Babalawo, an ancient Yoruba priest who had come to be scorned by most of the newly baptized slaves. She was too young then to know that a mulata did not associate with black Preto, that a mulata occupied a class apart. And above, she had listened breathlessly night after starry night as he spun out ancient Yoruba legends of the goddess Ashan, who he said was the favorite wife of Shango. Then he would show her how to repeat the story back to him using just the talking drum. She looked toward the gathering in the far hut, thinking again of the verses of the cowries. Holding the drum tightly, she began to play the curved stick across the skin. The words came easily. A C were low, and KO, you are learning to be a fool. Okoko Ogbin, you do not learn wisdom, she laughed to herself as she watched the startled faces of the Yoruba men emerging from the thatched hut. After a moment, she saw Etiba move out onto the pathway to stare in her direction. She set the drum onto the grass and stared back. He was approaching now, and the grace of his powerful stride again stirred something, a desire she had first felt those nights in the boiling house. What would it be like, she wondered again, to receive a part of his power for her own? His face declared his outrage. She met his gaze with defiance. A mulata need never be intimidated by a Preto. She continued to watch calmly as he moved directly up the path to where she stood. Without a word, he seized the drum, held it skyward for a moment, then dashed it against a tree stump. Several of the partly healed lash marks on his back opened from the violence of the swing. He watched in satisfaction as the wood shattered, leaving a clutter of splinters, cords, and skin. Then he revolved toward her. A Branco woman does not touch a Yoruba drum. Branco, she had never heard herself referred to before as white, but she had always wanted to. Always. Yet now he spat it out, almost as though it meant unclean. A Branco woman may do as she pleases. She glared back at him. That's one of the first things you will have to learn on this island. I have nothing to learn from you. Soon, perhaps, you may learn from me. You've only begun to learn. She felt herself turning on him bitterly. She could teach him more than he ever dreamed. But why? You'll soon find out that you're a Preto. Perhaps you still don't know what that means. The Branco rule this island. They always will, and they own you. You truly are a Branco. You may speak our tongue, but there is nothing left of your Yoruba blood. It has long since drained away, as yours will soon, to water the cane on this island if you try to rise up it. Hence the Branco. I can refuse to submit. The hardness in his eyes aroused her. Was it desperation or pride? And you'll die for it. Then I will die. If the Branco kills me today, he cannot kill me again tomorrow, and I will die. I free. He fixed her with his dark gaze, and the 3 Yoruba clan marks on his cheek seemed etched in ebony. Then he turned back toward the hut and the waiting men. Someday soon, perhaps I will show you what freedom means. Book 1, Barbados, Chapter 5. Catherine held on to the mizzenmast shrouds, shielding her eyes against the glitter of sun on the bay, and looked at Hugh Winston. He was wearing the identical shabby leather jerkin and canvas breeches she-rim, embered from that first morning, along with the same pair of pistols shoved into his belt. He certainly made no effort to present a dignified appearance. Also, the afternoon light made you notice even more the odd scar across one cheek. What would he be like as a lover? Probably nothing so genteel as Anthony Walrond. Good God, she thought, what would Anthony and poor Jeremy say if they learned I came down here to the Defiance, actually sought out this man? I hate so much. They'd probably threaten to break off marriage negotiations out of spite. But if something's not done, she told herself, none of that's going to matter anyway. If the rumor from London is true, then Barbados is going to be turned upside down. Hugh Winston can help us, no matter what you choose to think of him. She reflected on Winston's insulting manner and puzzled why she had actually half looked forward to seeing him again. He certainly had none of Anthony's breeding, yet there was something magnetic about a man so rough and careless. Still, God knows, finding him a little more interesting than most of the dreary planters on this island scarcely meant much. Was he, she found herself wondering, at all attracted to her? Possibly. If he thought on it at all, he'd see their common ground. She finally realized he despised the Puritans and their slaves as much as she did. And like her, he was alone. It was a bond between them, whether he knew it now or not. Then all at once she felt the fear again, that tightness under her bodice she had pushed away no more than half an hour past, when her mare had reached the rim of the hill, the last curve of the rutted dirt road, leading down to the bay. She'd reined in Coral, still not sure she had the courage to go and see Winston. While her mare pawed and tugged at the traces, she took a deep breath and watched as a gust of wind sent the blood-red blossoms from a grove of cordia trees fleeing across the road. Then she'd noticed the rush of scented air off the sea, the wide vista of Carlisle Bay spreading out below, the sky full of tiny colored birds flitting through the azure afternoon. Yes, she'd told herself it's worth fighting for, worth jeopardizing everything for, even worth going begging to Hugh Winston for. It's my home. Do you ever miss England, living out here in the Caribbees? She tried to hold her voice nonchalant, with a lilt intended to suggest that none of his answers mattered all that much. Though the afternoon heat was sweltering, she had deliberately put on her most feminine riding dress, a billowing skirt tucked up the side to reveal a ruffle of petticoat and a bodice with sleeves slashed to display the silk smock beneath. She'd even had the servants iron it specially. Anthony always noticed it, and Winston had too, though he was trying to pretend otherwise. I remember England less and less. He sipped from his tankard. He had ordered a flask of sack brought up from the great cabin just after she came aboard, and seemed to be studying the sun's reflection in its amber contents. The Americas are my home now, for better or worse. England doesn't really exist for me anymore. She looked at him and decided Jeremy had been right. The truth was he'd probably be hanged if he returned. He paused a moment, then continued, "And you, Miss Bedford, have you been back? Not since we left when I was 10. We went first to Bermuda, where Father served for 2 years as governor and chief officer for the Somers Island Company. Then we came down here. I don't really even think of England much anymore. I feel I'm a part of the Americas now, too." She shaded her face against the sun with one hand and noticed a bead of sweat trickling down her back, along the laces of her bodice. "In truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I'll ever see England again. I'd just as soon never see it again." He rose and strolled across the deck, toward the steering house. Then he settled his tankard on the binnacle and began to loosen the line securing the whipstaff, a long lever used for controlling the rudder. "Do you really want to stay aboard while I take her out? You've done it every day this week, just around sunset. I've watched you from the hill and wondered why." She casually adjusted her bodice to better emphasize the plump fullness of her breasts, then suddenly felt a surge of dismay with herself that she would consider resorting to tawdry female tricks. But desperate times brought out desperate measures. "Besides, you've got the only frigate in the bay. Now that's not Dutch, and I thought I'd like to see the island from offshore. I sometimes forget how beautiful it is." "Then you'd best take a good long look, Miss Bedford," he replied matter-of-factly. "It's never going to be the same again. Not after sugar takes over. Catherine, you can call me Catherine." She tried to mask the tenseness, no, the humiliation in her voice. I'm sufficiently compromised just being down here. There's scarcely any point in ceremony. Then, Catherine it is, Miss Bedford. Again, scarcely a glimmer of notice as he busied himself coiling the line. But she saw John Muse raise his heavy eyebrows as he mounted the quarterdeck companionway, his wide belly rolling with each labored step. Winston seemed to ignore the quartermaster as he continued. Since you've been watching, then I suppose you know what to expect. We're going to tack her out of the harbor, over to the edge of those reefs just off Lookout Point. Then we come about and take her up the west side of the island, north all the way up to Speightstown. It's apt to be at least an hour. Don't say you weren't warned. Perfect, she thought, just the time I'll need. You seem to know these waters well. It was rhetorical, just to keep him talking. Hugh Winston had sailed up the coast every evening for a week, regardless of the wind or state of the sea. He obviously understood the shoreline of Barbados better than anyone on the island. That was one of the reasons she was here. You sail out every day. Part of my final preparations, Miss Bedford Catherine. He turned to the quartermaster. John? Muse had been loitering by the steering house, trying to stay in the shade as he eyed the opened flask of sack. Winston had not offered him a tankard. Weigh anchor. I want to close-haul that new main course one more time, then try a starboard tack. As you will. He strode gruffly to the quarterdeck railing and bellowed orders forward to the bow. The quiet was broken by a slow rattle as several shirtless seamen began to haul in the cable with the winch. They chattered in a medley of languages: French, Portuguese, English, Dutch. She watched at. The anchor broke through the waves and was hoisted onto the deck. Next, Muse yelled orders aloft. Moments later, the mainsail dropped and began to blossom in the breeze. The Defiance heeled slowly into the wind, then began to edge past the line of Dutch merchantmen anchored along the near shoreline. Winston studied the sail for a few moments. What do you think, John? She looks to be holding her luff well enough. I never liked it, Captain. I've made that plain from the first, so I'm thinking the same as always. You've taken a fore and aft rigged brigantine, one of the handiest under Christian sail, and turned her into a square-rigger. We'll not have the handling we've got with the running rigging. Muse spat toward the railing and shoved past Catherine, still astonished that Winston had allowed her to come aboard, governor's daughter or no. It's ill luck, he told himself. A fair looker, that I'll grant you. But if it's doxies we'd be taking aboard now, I can think. Lenty, who'd be fitter company. He glanced at the white mare tethered by the shore, wishing she were back astride it and gone. Half the time you see her, the wench is riding like a man, not side-saddle like a woman was meant to. If we're going to make Jamaica Harbor without raising the Spaniards' militia, we'll have to keep short sail. Winston calmly dismissed his objections. That means standing rigging only, no topsails or royals. And she'll handle like a gaff-sailed lug. Just for the approach, while we land the men, we'll keep her rigged like always for the voyage over. He maneuvered the whipstaff to start bringing the stern about, sending a groan through the hull. She seems to work well enough so far. We need to know exactly how many points off the wind we can take her. I'd guess about 5, maybe 6, but we've got to find out now. He turned back to Catherine and caught her eyes. They held something, what was it? Almost an invitation. But that's not why she's here, he told himself. This woman's got a purpose in mind, all right. Except it's not you. Whatever it is, though, the looks of her'd almost make you wonder if she's quite so set on marrying some stiff Roya. List as she thinks she is, don't be a fool. The last thing you need to be thinking about now is a woman. Given the news, there's apt to be big trouble ahead here and soon. You've got to be gone. So perhaps you'd care to tell me Catherine to what I owe the pleasure of this afternoon's visit. I'd venture you've probably seen the western coast of this island a few hundred times before, entirely without my aid. I was wondering if you'd heard what's happened in London. She held on to the shrouds, the spider web of ropes that secured the mast, and braced herself against the roll of the ship as the Defiance eased broadside to the sun. Along the curving shoreline, a string of Dutch merchantmen were riding at anchor, all three-masted. Flights, their fore and main masts steeped far apart to allow room for a capacious hatch. In the 5 weeks that had passed since the Zealander put in with the first cargo of Africans, 4 more slavers had arrived. They were anchored across the Bay now, their round sterns glistening against the water as the afternoon light caught the gilding on their high, narrow afterstructure. Riding in the midst of them was the Rotterdam, just put in from London, the site of that small Dutch merchant. Jackman had brought back her fear. It also renewed her resolve. You mean about King Charles? I heard, probably before you did. He was watching her tanned face and secretly admiring her courage. She seemed to be taking the situation calmly. I was working down here yesterday when the Rotterdam put in. Then I'd like your version. What exactly did you hear? Probably what everybody else heard. They brought word England's new rump parliament, that mob of bloodthirsty Puritans installed by Cromwell's army, has locked King Charles in the Tower, with full intentions to chop off his head. They also delivered the story that Parliament has declared Barbados a nest of rebels, since your assembly has never recognized the Commonwealth. Virginia and Bermuda also made that select list of outcasts. He glanced toward the bow, then tested the steering lever. So, Miss Catherine Bedford, I'd say the Americas are about to see those stormy times we talked about once, only it's a gale out of England, not here. He turned and yelled forward. John, reef the foresail as we double the point, then prepare to take her hard about to starboard. She watched as he shoved the steering lever to port, flipping the rudder to maneuver around the reefs at the edge of the bay, then reached for his pewter tankard, its sides dark with grease. And she tried to stifle her renewed disgust with him, his obvious unconcern as she watched him drink. Maybe it really was all a game to him. Maybe nothing could make him care a damn after all. In the silence that followed, the creaks of the weathered planking along the deck grew louder, more plaintive. Given some of that, maybe. True, Captain, what do you think will happen now? Just call me Hugh. I presume I can enjoy my fair share of Barbados democracy, while it lasts, he shrugged. Since you asked, I'll tell you, I think it means the end of everything. We know about the Americas. Breathe the air of independence while you still can. Maybe you didn't hear the other story going around the harbor here. The Dutchmen are claiming that after Parliament gets around to beheading the king, it plans to take over all the patents granted by the Crown. It's supposedly considering a new law called a Navigation Act, which is going to decree that only English bottoms can trade with the American settlements. No Hollanders. That means the and of free trade. There's even talk in London that a fleet of warships may head this way to enforce it. I've heard that too. It sounds like nothing more than a Thames rumor. Did you know that right now all the Dutchmen here are lading as fast as they can, hoping they can put to sea before they are blockaded or sunk by a score of armed English men of war? Nobody in the Assembly thinks Cromwell would go that far. Well, the Dutchmen do. Whatever else you might say, aha. Elinder's about the last man I'd call a fool. I can tell you Carlisle Bay is a convocation of nervous Netherlanders right now. He squinted against the sun. And I'll pass along something else, Catherine. They're not the only ones. I'd just as soon be at sea myself with my men. She examined him, her eyes ironic. So I take it while you're not afraid to stand up to the council, men with pistols practically at your head, you're still worried about some navy halfway around? The world. The difference is that the council owed me money. He smiled wanly. With England, it's more like the other way around. That's not the real reason, is it? All right, how's this? For all we know, their navy may not be halfway round the world anymore. He glanced at the sun, then checked the sail again. It's no state secret I'm not Mother England's favorite son. The less I see of the English navy, the happier I'll be. What'll you do if a fleet arrives, while you're still here? I'll worry about it then. He turned back. A better question might be, what does Barbados plan to do if a fleet arrives to blockade you and force you into line? His voice grew sober. I'd say this island faces a difficult choice. If Parliament goes ahead and does away with the king, the way some of its hotheads reportedly want to, then there'll no longer be any legal protection for you at all. Word of this new sugar project has already gotten act to London, you can be sure. I'd suspect the Puritans who have taken over Parliament want the American colonies because they'd like a piece of Barbados' sudden new fortune for themselves. New taxes for commons and new trade for. We're English shippers. Now that you're about to be rich here, your years of being ignored are over. He lifted the tankard and took another drink of sack. So what are you going to do? Submit, or declare war on Parliament and fight the English? Avie, if everybody here pulls together, we can resist them. With what? He turned and pointed toward the small stone fortress atop Lookout Point. The hill stood rocky and remote above the blue Caribbean. Not with that breastwork, you won't. I doubt a single gun up there's ever been set and fired. What's more, I'd be surprised if there are more than a dozen trained gunners on the whole of the island, since the royalist refugees here were mostly officers back home. The Waith. Stand now, you don't have a chance. Then we'll have to learn to fight, won't we? She tried to catch his eye. I suppose you know something about gunnery. Gunners are most effective when they've got some ordnance to use. He glanced back. N thumbed toward the point. What's in place up there? I think there are about a dozen cannon, and there are maybe that many more at the Jamestown breastwork. So the leeward coast is protected. There's also a breastwork at Oyston's Bay, on the sea. Alf. She paused, studying his profile against the sun. An image rose up unbidden of him commanding a battery of guns, her at his side. It was preposterous yet exhilarating. Those are the places an invasion would come, aren't they? They're the only sections of shoreline where the surf's light enough for a troop ship to put in. Then we've got a line of defense. Don't you think it's enough? No, he spoke quietly. You don't have the heavy ordnance to stop a landing. All you can haul up to do without more guns is just try and slow it down a bit. But assuming that's true, where would we get more cannon? Especially now? This was the moment she'd been dreading. Of course their ordnance was inadequate. She already knew every thing he'd been saying. There was only one place to get more guns. They both realized where. Well, you've got a problem, Catherine. He smiled lightly, just to let her know he was on to her scheme, then looked away toward the shoreline. On there right now the island was a mantle of deep, seemingly eternal green reaching down almost to the water's edge. And beyond that, up the rise of the first hill, were dull-colored scatterings of plantation houses. The Defiance was making way. Smoothly now northward, holding just a few hundred yards off the white, sandy shore. You know, I'm always struck by what a puny little place Barbados is. He pointed toward a small cluster of clapboard houses half hidden among the palms along the shore. If you put to sea like we are now, you can practically see the whole island, north to south. She glanced at the palm-lined coast, then back. What are you trying to say? That gathering of shacks we're passing them. For there is the grand city of Jamestown. He seemed to ignore the question as he thumbed to starboard. Which I seem to recall is the location of that famous tree everybody here likes to brag about so much. Jamestown was where stood a massive oak into whose bark had been carved the inscription, James, King of E, and the date 1625. That was the year an English captain named John Powell accidentally put in at an empty, forested Caribbean island, and decided to claim it for his king. That tree proclaims this island belongs to the King of England. Well, no more. The king's finished, so tell me, who does it belong to now? I'll tell you who it doesn't belong to. Cromwell and the English. Parliament. She watched the passing shoreline and tried to imagine what it would be like if her dream came true. If Barbados could make the stand that would change the Americas permanently. When she'd awakened this morning, birds singing and the island sun streaming through the jalousies, she'd suddenly been struck with a grand thought, a revolutionary idea. She had ignored the servant's pleas that she wait for breakfast and ordered Coral saddled immediately. Then she'd headed inland, through the moss-floored forests whose towering ironwood and oak trees still defied the settlers' axes. Amidst the vines and orchids, she'd convinced herself the idea was right. What if all the English in the New World united, declared their independence? During her lifetime, there had been a vast migration to the Americas, 2 out of every 100 in England. She had never seen the settlement in New England, the one at Plymouth on the Massachusetts Bay, but she knew it was an outpost of Puritans who claimed the Anglican Church smacked too much of popery. The New Englanders had always hated King Charles for his supposed Catholic sympathies, so there was no chance they'd do anything except applaud the fanatics in England who had toppled the monarchy, but the settlements around the Chesapeake were different. Virginia was founded because of profit, not prayer books. Its planters had formed their own assembly in 1621, the first in the America, and they were a spirited breed who would not give in easily to domination by England's new dictatorship. There was also a settlement on Bermuda, several thousand planters who had their own assembly too, and word had just come they had voted to banish all Puritans from the island in retaliation against Cromwell. Hugh Winston, who thought he knew everything, didn't know that Bermuda had already sent a secret envoy to Dalby Bedford proposing Barbados join with them and form an alliance with Virginia and the other islands of the Caribbee to resist the English Parliament. Bermuda wanted the American colonies to stand firm for the restoration of the monarchy. Barbados Assembly appeared to be leaning in that direction too, though they still hoped they could somehow avoid a confrontation. But that was wrong, Shed realized this morning. So very wrong. Don't they see what we really should do? This is our chance. We should simply declare the It's just settlements in the Americas, Virginia, Barbados, and Christopher Nevis, Bermuda independent of England. A new nation. It was an idea she'd not yet dared suggest to Dalby Bedford, who would likely consider it close to sedition. And she certainly couldn't tell a royalist like Anthony. He'd only fight for the monarchy. But why, she asked herself, do we need some faraway king here in the Americas? We should be our own masters. First, however, we've got to show Cromwell and his illegal parliament they can't intimidate the American settlements. If Barbados can stand up to them, then maybe the idea of independence will have a chance. I came today to ask if you'd help us stand and fight if we have to. She listened to her own voice and knew it was strong and firm. He stood silent for a moment, staring at her. Then he spoke, almost a whisper above the wind. Who exactly is it wants me to help fight England? The assembly. No, I do. That's what I thought. He shook his head in disbelief, or was it dismay, and turned to check the whipstaff. When he glanced back, his eyes were skeptical. I'll wager nobody knows you came down here, am I correct? I didn't exactly make an announcement about it. And that low-cut bodice and pretty smile, is that just part of your negotiations? I thought it mightn't hurt. She looked him squarely in the eye. God Almighty. What you do for? This place? I pity Cromwell and his Roundheads. He sobered. I don't mind telling you I'm glad at least one person here realizes this island can't defend itself as things stand now. You damned sure better start trying to do some thing. He examined her, puzzled. But why come to me? She knew the answer. Hugh Winston was the only person she knew who hated England enough to declare independence. He already had. You seem to know a lot about guns and gunnery. She moved closer and noticed absently that he smelled strongly of seawater, leather, and sweat. Did I hear you say you had an idea where we could get more cannon to help strengthen our breastworks? So we're back to business. I might have expected. He rubbed petulantly at his scar. No, I didn't say, though we both know where you might, from those Dutchmen in the harbor. Every merchantman in Carlisle Bay has guns. You could offer to buy them, or just take them. But whatever. You do, don't dally too long. One sighting of English sail and they'll put to sea like those flying fish around the island. How about the cannon on the Defiance? How many do you have? I have a few, he laughed, then reflected with pride. It on his first-class gun deck. 22 demi-culverin, 9-pounders, and all brass so they wouldn't overheat. He'd trained his gunners personally, every man, and he'd shot his way out of more than one harbor over the past 5 years. His ordnance could be run out in a matter of minutes, primed and ready. Naturally, you're welcome to them. All you'll have to do is kill me first. I hope it doesn't come to that. So do I. He studied the position of the waning sun for a moment, then yelled forward for the men to hoist the staysail. Next he gestured toward Muse. John, take the whipstaff a while and tell me what you think of the feel of her. I'd guess the best we can do is 6 points off the wind. The way I said. Muse hadn't understood what all the talk had been about. but he hoped the captain was getting the best of the doxy. "I can tell you right now, this new rigging of yours makes a handy little frigate work like a damned 500-ton galleon. Just try taking her about." He glanced at the shoreline. They were coming in sight of Speightstown, the settlement at the north tip of the island. "Let's see if we can tack around back south and make it into the bay." "But would you at least help us if we were blockaded?" She realized she was praying he would say yes. "Catherine, what's this island ever done for me? Besides, right now I've got all I can manage just trying to get the hell out of here. I can't afford to get caught up in your little quarrel with the Commonwealth." He looked at her. "Every time I've done an errand for Barbados, it's always come back to plague me. So you don't care what happens here." She felt her dissap. Ointment surge. It had all been for nothing, and damned to him. "I suppose I had a somewhat higher opinion of you, Captain Winston. I see I was wrong. I've got my own plan for the Caribbean, and that means a lot more to me than Hoover. Barbados and its slaves. Then I'm sorry I bothered asking at all. I've got a suggestion for you, though." Winston's voice suddenly flooded with anger. "Why don't you ask your gentleman fiancé, Anthony Walron, to help? From what I hear, he was the royalist hero of the Civil War. He doesn't have a gun deck full of cannon." She wanted to spit in Winston's smug face. "But he's got you, Catherine, doesn't he?" He felt an unwanted pang at the realization. He was beginning to like this woman more than he wanted to. She had brass. "Though as long as you're here anyway, why don't we at least toast the sunset and the free Americas that are about to vanish into history?" He abruptly kissed Heron the chin. Eek watched as she flushed in anger, then turned and yelled to a seaman just entering the companionway aft, "Fetch up another flask of sack." Benjamin Briggs stood in the open doorway of the curing house, listening to the sweet call of the longt. Ailed flycatchers as they flitted through the groves of macaw palms. The long silence of dusk was settling over the sugar works as the indentures and the slaves trudged wearily toward their thatched huts for the evening dish of loblolly mush. Down the toward the shore, vagrant bats had begun to dart through the shadows. In the west, the setting sun had become a fiery disk at the edge of the sea's far horizon. He watched with interest as a single sail cut across the sun's lower rim. It was Hugh Winston's Defiance, rigged in a curious new mode. He studied it a moment, puzzling, then turned back to examine the darkening interior of the curing house. Long racks holding wooden cones of curing sugar extended the length of one wall. He thought about the cones for a time, watching the slow drip of molasses into the tray beneath, and wondering if it mightn't pay to start making them from clay, which would be cheaper and easier to shape. Though the Africans seemed to understand working clay, they'd been using it for their huts. He knew that only whites could be allowed to make the cones. The skilled trades on Barbados must always be forbidden to blacks, whose tasks had to be forever kept repetitive. Mind-numbing. The Africans could never be allowed to perfect a craft. It could well lead to economic leverage and, potentially, resistance to slavery and the end of cheap labor. He glanced back toward the darkening horizon, but now Winston's frigate had passed from view behind the trees. Winston was no better than a thieving rogue, bred for gallows bait, but you had to admire him a trifle nonetheless. He was one of the few men around who truly understood the need for risk here in the Americas. The man who never chanced what he had gained in order to realize more would never prosper. In the Americas, a natural aristocracy was rising up, one not of birth, but of boldness. Boldness would be called for but he was ready. He had done what had to be done all his life. The first time was when he was 31, a tobacco importer in Bristol with an auburn-haired wife named Mary and 2 blue-eyed daughters, a man pleased with himself and with life. Then one chance-filled afternoon he had discovered, in a quick succession of surprise and confession, that Mary had a lover. The matter of another man would not have vexed him unduly, but the fact that her gallant was his own business pa. Nor did. The next day he sold his share of the firm, settled with his creditors, and hired a coach for London. He had never seen Bristol again. or Mary and his daughters in London, there was talk that a syndicate of investors led by Sir Illiam Curtin was recruiting a band of pioneers to try and establish a new settlement on an empty island in the Caribbees, for which they had just received a proprietary patent from the king. Though Benjamin Briggs had never heard of Barbados, he joined the expedition. He had no family connections, no position, and only a few £100, but he had the boldness to go where no Englishman had ever ventured. 80 of them arrived in the spring of 1620. E7 on the William and John, with scarcely any tools, only to discover that the entire island was a rainforest, thick and overgrown. Nor had anyone expected the harsh sunshine day in and day out. They all would have starved for me. In experience, had not the Dutch helped them procure a band of Arawak Indians from Suriname, who brought along seeds to grow plantains and corn, and cassava root for bread. The Indians also taught the cultivation of cotton and tobacco, cash crops. Perhaps just as importantly, they showed the new adventurers from London how to make a suspended bed they called a hammock, in order to sleep up above the island's biting ants, and how to use smoky fires to dry off the swarms of mosquitoes that appeared each night. Yet, help notwithstanding, many of those first English settlers died from exposure and disease by the end of the year. Benjamin Briggs was one of the survivors. Later, he had vowed never forget those years, and never to taste defeat. The sun was almost gone now, throwing its last, long shadows through the open thatchwork of the curing house walls, laying a pattern against the hard earthen floor. He looked down at his calloused hand, the speckle of light and shade against the weathered skin, and thought of all the labors he had set them to. The first 3 years those hands had wielded an axe clearing land, and then they had shaped themselves to the handle of a hoe as he and his 5 new indentures set about planting indigo. And those hands had stayed penniless when his indigo crops were washed away 2 years running by the autumn storms the Caribbee Indians called hurricane. Next, he had set them to cotton. In 5 years he had recouped the losses from the indigo and acquired more land, but he was still at the edge of starvation, in a cabin of split logs almost a decade after coming out to the Caribbees. He looked again at his hands, inking how they had borrowed heavily from lenders in London, the money just enough to finance a switch from cotton to tobacco. It fared a trifle better, but still scarcely recovered its costs, though he had managed to accumulate more and more acres of island land over the years from neighbors less prudent. He now had only a moderate fortune to show for all his labor. He'd actually considered giving up on the Americas and returning to London to resume the import trade. But always he remembered his vow, so instead he borrowed again, this time from the Dutchman, and risked it all one last time. On sugar. He scraped a layer from the top of one of the molds and rubbed the tan granules between his fingers, telling himself that now at last his hands had something to show for the 2 long decades of calluses, blisters, emptiness. He tasted the rich sweetness on a horned thumb, and its savor was that of the Americas, the new world where every man stopped. Urted as an equal, now a new spirit had swept England. The king was dethroned, the hereditary House of Lords abolished. The people had risen up, and though you'd never have expected it, new risk had risen up with them. The American settlement were suddenly flooded with the men England had repudiated. Banished aristocrats like the Walrons, who'd bought their way into Barbados, who would doubtless like nothing better than to reforge the chains of class privilege in the new world. Most ironic of all, these men had at their disposal the new democratic institutions of the Americas. They would clamor in the Assembly of Barbados for the island to reject the governance of the English Parliament, hoping thereby to hasten its downfall and lead to the restoration of the monarchy. Worse, the Assembly that read in the winds of rhetoric would doubtless acquiesce, regardless of what you thought of Cromwell. To resist Parliament now would be to swim against the tide, and to invite war. The needful business of consolidating the small tracts on Barbados and setting the island wholesale to sugar would be disrupted and forestalled, perhaps forever. Why had it come down to this, he asked himself again. Now, of all times, when the fruits of long labor seemed almost in hand, When you could finally taste the comforts of life, a proper house, rich food, a woman to ease the nights, he had never considered taking another wife. Once had been enough. But he had always arranged to have a comely Irish girl about the house, to save the trouble and expense of visiting Bridgetown for an evening. A prudent man bought an indentured wench with the same careful eye head acquire a breeding mare. A usty-looking one might cost a few shillings more, but it was money well invested, your one compensation for all the misery. The first was years ago, when he bought a red-headed one straight off a ship from London, not guessing till he got her home that he'd been swindled. She had a sure case of the pox, the French disease. Her previous career, it then came out, included Bridewell Prison and the taverns of Turnbull Street. He sent her straight to the fields and 3 months. Later carefully bought another, this one Irish and 17. She had served out her time 5 years, and then gone to work at a tavern in Bridgetown. He had never seen her since, and didn't care to, but after that, he always kept one out, sending her on to the fields and buying a replacement when he wearied of her. That was before the voyage down to Pernambuco. Brazil had been an education, in more ways than one. You had to grant the papists knew a thing or so out the good life. They had bred up a sensuous Latin creation, the mulatta. He tried one at a tavern and immediately decided the time had come to acquire the best. He had worked hard, he told himself. He had earned it. There was no such thing as a mulatta indenture in Pernambuco, so he'd paid the extra cost for a slave. And he was still cursing himself for his poor judgment. Haughtiness in a servant was nothing new. In the past, he'd learned you could easily thrash it out of them, even the Irish ones. This mulatta, though, somehow had the idea she was gifted by God to a special station, complete with high-born Latin airs. The plan to be finally rid of her was already in motion. She had come from Pernambuco with the first cane, and she would be sold in Bridgetown with the first sugar. He already had a prospective buyer, with an opening offer of £80. He'd even hinted to Hugh Winston that she could be taken as part payment for the sight drafts, but Winston had refused the bait. It was men and provisions, he insisted, nothing else. Winston. May God damn his eyes. Footsteps sounded along the gravel pathway, and he turned to examine the line of planters approaching through the dusk, all wearing dark hats and colorless doublets. As he watched them puffing up the rise of the hill, he found himself calculating how much of the arable land on the island was now controlled by himself, and these 11 other members of the council. Tom Lancaster owned 1,200 acres of the rolling acres in St. George's Parish. Nicholas Whittington had over 1,000 of the best land in Christ's Church Parish. Edward Bays, who had ridden down from his a plantation house on the northern tip of the island, owned over 900 acres. John Lynes had amassed 1/3 of the arable coastal land on the eastern, windward side of the island. The holdings of the others were smaller, but together they easy. Lee owned the major share of the good cane land on Barbados. What they needed now was the rest. Your servant, sir. The planters nodded in chorus as they filed into the darkened curing house. Every man had ridden alone, and Briggs had ordered his own servants to keep clear of the curing house for the evening. God in heaven, this much already. Bays emitted a low whistle and rubbed his jowls as he surveyed the long rows of sugar molds. You've got a fortune in this very room. Sir, if this all turns out to be sugar and not just pots of molasses like before, it'll be white sugar or I'll answer for it, and it'll be fine as any Portugal could make. Briggs walked to the corner of the room, returning with 2 flasks of Kill Devil and a tray of tankards. The question now, gentlemen, is whether we'll ever see it sold. I don't follow you, sir. Whittington reached for a brown flask and began pouring himself a tankard. As soon as we've all got a batch cured, we'll market it to the Dutchmen, or we'll ship it to London ourselves. I suppose you've heard the rumor working now amongst the Dutchmen that there might be an embargo. Aye, but it's no more than a rumor. There'll be no embargo. I promise you, it'd be too costly. It's not just a rumor. There was a letter from my London broker in the mail packet that came yesterday on the Rotterdam. He saw fit to include this. Briggs produced a thin roll of paper. It's a copy he had made of the act prepared in the Council of State, ready to be sent straight to Commons for a vote. He passed the paper to Whittington, who unscrolled it and squinted through the half-light. Briggs paused a moment, then continued. The act would embargo all shipping into and out of Barbados till our Assembly has moved to recognize the Commonwealth. Cromwell was so sure it'd be passed, he was already pulling together a fleet of warships to send out and enforce it. The fleet will be headed by the Rainbow, which was the King's flagship before Cromwell took it. 50 guns. A disbelieving silence enveloped the darkened room. And you say this act was set to pass in Parliament? Whittington looked up and recovered his voice. It had already been reported from the Council of State, and the letter was 4 weeks old. More'n likely it's already law. The Rainbow could well be sailing at the head of a fleet right now as we talk. If Cromwell us that, we're as good as on our knees. Tynes rubbed his neck and took a sip from his tankard. What do you propose we can do? As I see it, there are but 2 choices. Briggs motioned for the men to sit on a row of empty kegs he had provided. The first is to lie back and do nothing, in which case the Royalists will probably see to it that the Assembly here votes to defy Commons and declare for Charles Roman II, which means we'll be at war with England, God help us. Lancaster removed his hat to wipe his dusty brow. Aye. A war, incidentally, which would force Cromwell to send the army to subdue the island if he hasn't already. He'd probably post troops to try and invade us, like some people are saying, which means the Assembly would doubtless call up every able-bodied man on the island to fight, all the militia and the indentures, letting the cane rot in the fields if it's not burned to cinders by then. Good Jesus. Whittington's face seemed increasingly haggard in the waning light. That could well set us back years. Aye, and who knows what would happen with the indentures and the slaves? Who'll be able to watch over them if we have to put the island on a wall? Or footing, it could endanger the lives of every free man here. God knows we're outnumbered by all the Irish papists and the Africans. Aye, the more indentures and slaves you've got, the more precarious your situation. Lancaster's glazed at. His pass down the row of sugar molds as he thought about the feeble security of his own clapboard house. He also remembered ruefully that he owned only 3 usable muskets. Well, gentlemen, our other choice is to face up to the situation and come to terms with Parliament. It's a bitter draft, I'll grant you, but it'll save us from anarchy and maybe an uprising. The Assembly'll never declare for the Commonwealth. The Royalist sympathizers hold a majority. Whittington's face darkened, which means there's nothing to be done save ready for war. There's still a hope. We can do something about the Assembly. Briggs turned to Tynes, a small, tanned planter with hard eyes. How many men do you have in your regiment? There are 30 officers and maybe 200 men. How long to raise them? Raise them, sir. He looked at Briggs, uncomprehending. To what purpose? Their militia to defend us against attack by the Spaniards. It's not the Spaniards we've to worry about now. I think we can agree there's a clear and present danger nearer to hand. Briggs looked around him. I say the standing Assembly of Barbados no longer represents the best interests of this island. For a number of reasons. Is there a limit on their term? Lancaster looked at him questioningly. I don't remember the law. We're not adjudicating law now, gentlemen. We're discussing the future of the island. We're facing war, but beyond. It's time we talked about running Barbados the way it should be, along economic principles. There'll be prosperity, you can count on it, but only if we've got a free hand to make some changes. He took a drink, then set down. His tankard? Do you mean? Lancaster looked at him. Well, sir, the main problem now is that we've got an Assembly here that's sympathetic to the small freeholders. Not surprisingly, since thanks to Dalby Bedford, every man here with fat. If acres can vote, our good governor saw to that when he drew up the voting parishes. 5 acres. They're not the kind who should be in charge of governing this settlement now. I know it, and so does every man in this room. All the same, they were elected. That was before sugar. Think about it. These small freeholders on the assembly don't understand this island wasn't settled just so we'd have a batch of 5-acre gardens. God's blood. I cleared 1,000 acres myself. I figured that someday I'd know why I was doing it. Well, now I do. What are you driving at? Bays squinted past the rows of sugar cones. Well, examine the situation. This island could be the finest sugar plantation in the world. The Dutchmen already claim it's better than Brazil, but the land here's got to be assembled and put to efficient use. If we can consolidate the holdings of these small freeholders, we can make this island the richest spot on Earth. The assembly. He doesn't understand that. They'd go to war rather than try and make some prosperity here. What are you proposing we do about it? Lancaster interjected warily. What if we took action in the interests of the island? Briggs lowered his voice. We can't let the assembly vote against the Commonwealth and call down the Navy on our heads. They've got to be stopped. But how do we manage it? Tyne's voice was uneasy. We take preventive action. He looked around the room. Gentlemen, I say it'd be to the benefit of all the free Englishmen on Barbados if we took the governor under our protection for the time being, which would serve to close down the assembly while we try and talk sense with Parliament. We'd be taking the law into our own hands. Tynes shifted uncomfortably. It's a question of whose law you mean. According to the thinking of the English Parliament, this assembly has no legal standing anyway, since they've yet to recognize the rule of commons. We'd just be implementing what's already been decided. I grant you this island would be wise not to antagonize Cromwell and Parliament just now. Whittington searched the faces around him. And if the assembly and take a prudent course then. What we're talking about here amounts to overturning the sitting governor and closing down the assembly. Lancaster's voice came through the gloom. We've not the actual authority, even if Parliament has. We've got something more, sir. Briggs met his troubled gaze. An obligation to protect the future of the island. What we need now, he told himself, is responsible leadership. If the council can deliver up the island, the quid pro quo from Cromwell will have to be acting authority to govern Barbados. Parliament has no brief for the assembly here, which fits nicely with the need to be done with it anyway. The irony of it. Only if Barbados surrenders do we have a chance to realize some prosperity. If we stand and fight, we're sure to lose eventually, and then none of us will have any say in what comes after. And in the long run, it'll be best for every man here, rich and poor. When there's wealth as there's sure. If we can start evicting these freeholders and convert the island over to efficient sugar plantations, everybody benefits. The wealth will trickle down, like the molasses out of these sugar cones, even to the undeserving. It's the way things have to be in the Americas if we're ever to make a go of it, but one step at a time. First, we square the matter of Bedford and the assembly. But have we got the men? Lancaster settled his tankard on a keg and looked up hesitantly. With the Malay. Should we already have under our command? I'd say we've got sympathetic officers, since they're all men with sizable sugar acreage. On the other hand, it'd probably not be wise to try calling up any of the small freeholders and freemen. So to get the numbers we'll be wanting, I'd say we'll just have to use our indentures as the need arises. You've named a difficulty there. Whittington took a deep breath. Remember, the transfer over to Winston takes place day after tomorrow. That's going to leave every man here short. After that, I'll have no more than half a dozen Christians on my plantation. All the rest are Africans. He'll have the pick of my indentures as well, Lancaster added, his voice troubled. He'll just have to wait. Briggs emptied his tankard and reached for the flask. We'll postpone the transfer till this thing's settled, and let Winston try to do about it what he will. Book 1, Barbados, Chapter 6. A light breeze stirred the bedroom's jalousie shutters, sending strands of the midnight moon dancing across the curves of her naked, almond skin. As always when she slept, she was back in Pernambuco, in the whitewashed room of long ago, perfumed with frangipani, with moonlight and soft shadows that pirouetted against the clay walls. Slowly, silently, The moon at the window darkens, as a shadow blossoms through the airless space, and in her dream, the form becomes the ancient Babalawo of Pernambuco, hovering above her. Then something passes across her face, a reverent caress, and there is softness and scent in its touch, like a linen kerchief that hints of wild berries. The taste of its honeyed sweetness enters the dream, and she finds herself drifting deeper into sleep as his arms encircle her, drawing her up against him with soft Yoruba words. Her body seems to float, the dream deepening, its world of light and shadow absorbing her, beckoning, the softness of the bed gliding away. Now she feels the touch of her soft cotton shift against her breasts and senses the hands that lower it about her. Soon she is buoyed upward, toward the waiting moon. Past the jalousies at the window, noiselessly across the rooftop. She awoke as the man carrying her in his arms dropped abruptly to the yard of the compound. She looked to see the face, and for an instant she thought it truly was the old priest. In Brazil, the same 3 clan marks, the same burning eyes. Then she realized the face was younger, that of another man, one she knew from more recent dreams. She struggled to escape, but the drugged cloth came again, its pungent, cloying sweetness sending her thoughts drifting back toward the void of the dream. Now the wall of the compound floats past, vaulted by the figure who holds her draped in his arms. His Yoruba words are telling her she has the beauty of Ashan, beloved wife of Shango, that tonight they will live among the Orisa, the powerful gods that dwell in the forest and the sky. For a moment, the cool night air purges away the sweetness of the drug, the potion this Babalawo had used to numb her senses, and she is aware of the hard flex of his muscle against her body. Without thinking, she clings to him, her fear and confusion mingled with the ancient comfort of his warmth, till her mind merges once more with the dark. Atiba pointed down toward the wide sea that lay before them, a sparkling expanse spreading out from the shoreline at the bottom of the hill, faintly tinged with moonlight. I brought you here tonight to make you understand something. In Ife, we say, a darkness of night is deeper than the shadow of the forest. You understand the chains on your heart can be stronger than the chains on your body? He turned back to look at Serena, his gaze lingering over the sparkling highlights the moon, now sprinkled in her hair. He found himself suddenly remembering a Yoruba woman he had loved once, not one of his wives, but a tall woman who served the royal compound at Ife. He had met with her secretly after his wives were killed in the wars, and he still thought of her often. Something in the elegant face of this mulata brought back those memories even more strongly. She too had been strong-willed, like this one. Was this woman also sacred to Shango, as that one had been? You only become a slave when you give up your people. His voice grew gentle, almost a whisper. What is your Yoruba name? I'm not Yoruba. She spoke quickly and curtly, forcing the words past her anger as she huddled. For warmth, legs drawn up, arms encircling her knees. Then she reached to pull her shift tighter about her and tried to clear her thoughts. The path on which Head carried her through forests and fields was a blurred memory. Only slowly had. She realized they were on a hillside now, overlooking the sea. He was beside her, wearing only a blue shirt and loincloth, his profile outlined in the moonlight. Don't say that. The first thing you must know is who you are, unless you understand that, you will always be a slave. I know who I am. I'm mulata. Portuguese, I'm not African. She glanced down at the grass beside her bare feet and suddenly wished her skin were whiter. I'm the color of dead leaves, she thought imfully of the barren earth. Then she gripped the hem of her shift and summoned back her pride. I'm not a Preto. Why would I have an African name? She felt her anger rising up once more, purging her feelings of helplessness, to be stolen from. Her bed by this ignorant Preto, brought to some desolate spot with nothing but the distant sound of the sea. That he would dare to steal her away, a high-born mulata. She did not consort with blacks. She was almost white. The wind lay suddenly through her hair, splaying it across her cheeks, and she realized the night air was perfumed now. almost as the cloth had been, a wild fragrance that seemed to dispel a portion of her anger, her humiliation. For a moment she found herself thinking of the forbidden things possible in the night, those hidden hours when the rules of day can be sacrificed to need. And she became aware of the warmth of his body next to hers as he crouched, waiting, motionless as the trees. At the bottom of the hill, if she were his captive, then nothing he did to her would be of her own willing. How could she prevent him? Yet he made no move to take her. Why was he waiting? But to have a Yoruba name means to possess something the Branco can never own. He caressed her again with his glance. Even though she was pale, he had wanted her from the first moment he saw her. And he had recognized the same want in her eyes, only held in check by her pride. Why was she so proud, he wondered? If anything, she should feel shame that her skin was so wan and pale. In Ife, the women in the compounds would laugh at her, saying the moons would come and go and she would only wet her feet barren. No man would. Take some frail albino to share his mat. Even more for all her fine Ingles clothes and her soft bed, she was 10 times more slave than he would ever be. How to make her understand that? You only become a slave when you give up. The ways of your people. Even if your father was a Branco, you were born of a Yoruba woman, you still can be Yoruba, and then you will be something, have something. The powerful hands that had carried her to this remote hilltop were now toying idly with the grass. You are not the property of a Branco unless you consent to be. To be a slave you must first submit, give him your spirit. If you refuse, if you remember your own people, he can never truly enslave you. He will have only your body, the work of your hands. The day you understand that you are human again. You are wrong, she straightened. Here in the Americas you are whatever the Branco says. You will never be a man unless he says you are, she noticed. A tiny race in her heartbeat and told herself again she did not want to feel desire for this Prito now or ever. Do you want to know why? Because your skin is black, and to the Ingles black is the color of evil. They have books of learning that say the Christian God made Africans black because they are born of evil. They are less than human. They say your blackness outside comes from your darkness within. She looked away, shamed once more by the shade of her own skin, and her unmistakable kinship with this Prito next to her. Then she continued, bitterly repeating the things she'd heard that the Puritan divines were now saying in the island's parish churches. The Ingles claim Africans are not men but salve. Iges, something between man and beast. And because of that, their priests declare it is the will of their God that you be slaves. She had intended to goad him more, to pour out the abusive scorn she had so often endured herself. But the softness of the Yoruba words against her tongue sounded more musical than she had wanted. He was quietly smiling as she continued. And now, I order you to take me back before Master Briggs discovers I'm gone. The sun is many hours away, so for a while yet you won't have to see how black I am. He laughed, and a pale glimmer of moonlight played across the 3 clan marks on his cheek. I thought you had more understanding than is expected of a woman. Perhaps I was wrong. We say the thread follows the needle. It does not make its own way. For you, the Portugues, and now this Branco Briggs have been the needle, you merely the thread. He grasped her shoulder and pulled her around. Why do you let some Branco tell you who you are? I say they are the savages. They are not my color. They are sickly pale. They don't worship my gods. They pray to some cruel god who has no power over the earth. Their language is ugly and harsh. Mine is melodic, rich with verses and ancient wisdom. He smiled again at the irony of it. But tonight you have told me something very important about the mind of these Ingles. You have explained why they want so much to make me submit. If they think we are evil, then they must also think us powerful. Suddenly he leaped to his feet and joyously whirled in a circle, intoning a deep, eerie chant toward the stars. It was like a song of triumph. She sat watching till he finished, then listened to the medley of frightened night birds from the dark down the hill. How could this Prito understand so well her own secret shame, see so clearly the lies she told herself in order to live? Abruptly he reached down and then slipped his hands under her arms, lifting her up to him. The first thing I want to do tonight is give you back a Yoruba name, a name that has meaning. He paused. What was your mother called? Her name was Dara, our word. Or beautiful. He studied her angular face gravely. "It would suit you as well, for truly you are beautiful too. If you took that name, it would always remind you that your mother was a woman of our people." She found herself wishing she had the strength to push his warm body away, to shout out to him one final time that he was a Preto, that his father was a Preto and her own a Branco, that she had no desire to so much as touch him. But suddenly she was aimed to say the word white, and that shame brought a wave of anger. At him, at herself. All her life she had been proud to be mulatta. What right did this illiterate Preto have to make her feel ashamed now? "And what are you? You are a Edo slave, who brings me to a hilltop in the dark of night and brags about freedom. Tomorrow you will be a slave again, just like yesterday. What am I?" Angrily he gripped her arms and pulled her face next to his. The fierceness of his eyes again recalled the old Babalawo in Brazil. He had had the same pride in himself, his people. "I am more than the Ingles here are. Ask of them, and you will discover half once were criminals or men with no lands of their own. No lineage. In my veins there is royal blood, a line hundreds of generations old. My own father was nearest the throne of the ruling Oba in Ife. He was a Babalawo, as I am, but he was also a warrior, before he was betrayed. In battle, he was the second most powerful man in Ife. That's who I am, my father's son. What happened? Was he killed?" Impulsively she took his hand and was surprised by its warmth. "He disappeared one day. Many markets later I learn. He was betrayed by some of our own people, because he was too powerful in Ife. He was captured and taken down to the sea, sold to the Portuguese. I was young then. I had only known 12 rainy seasons, but I was not too young to hunt down the traitors who made him slave. They all died by my sword." He clenched his fist, then slowly it relaxed. "But enough. Tonight I want just one thing, to teach you that you still can be free, that you can be Yoruba." "Again, why do you want so much to change me?" "Because, Dara," his eyes were locked on hers, "I would have you be my wife. Here, I will not buy you with a bride price. Instead, I will kill the man who owns you." She felt a surge of confusion, entwined with want. But again, her disdain of everything Preto caught in her breast. Why, she wondered, was she even bothering to listen? "After you make me Yoruba, I will still be a slave to the Ingles. Only for a few more A's." His face hardened, a tenseness that spread upward through his high cheeks and into his eyes. "Wait another moon, and you will see my warriors seize this island away from them. I'll not be one of your Yoruba wives." She drew back and clasped her arms close to her breasts, listening to the night, alive now with the sounds of whistling frogs and crickets. "Rather than be wife to a Yoruba, you would be whore to an Ingles." He spat out the words. "Which means to be nothing. But if you take this island, you can have as many wives as you like, just as you surely have now in Ife." She drew away, still not trusting the pounding in her chest. "What does one more mean to you? Both my wives in Ife are dead." His hand reached and stroked her hair. "They were killed by the Fulani years ago. I never chose more, though many families offered me their young women. Now you want war again, and death. Here, I raised my sword against my enemies in Yora. Ubaland, I will fight against them here. No Yoruba will ever bow to others, black or white." He gently touched her cheek and smoothed her pale skin with his warm fingers. "You can stand with us when we rise up against the Ingles." His touch tingled unexpectedly, like a bridge to some faraway time she dreamed about and still belonged to. For an instant, she almost gave in to the impulse to circle her arms around him, pull him next to her. He stroked her cheek again lovingly, before continuing. "Perhaps if I kill all the Ingles chiefs, then you will believe you are free, that your name is Dara, and not what some Portuguese once decided to call you." He looked at her again, and his eyes had soft. "For now, will you help me?" She watched as the moonlight glistened against the ebony of his skin. This Preto slave was opening his life to her, something no other man had ever done. The Branco despised his blackness even more than they did. Hers, but he bore their contempt with pride, with strength, more strength than she had ever before sensed in a man. And he needed her. Someone finally needed her. She saw it in his eyes, a need he was still too proud to fully admit, a hung. Or for her to be with him, to share the days ahead when... Yes, when she would stand with him to destroy the Branco. Together. Softly she reached up and circled her arms around his broad neck. Suddenly his blackness was exquisite and beautiful. Tonight I will be wife to you. Will you hold me now? The wind whipped her long black hair across his shoulder, and before she could think, she found herself raising her lips to his. He tasted of the forest, of a lost world across this. She had never known. His scent was sharp and male. She felt his thumb brush across her cheek and sensed the wetness of her own tears. What had brought this strange welling to her eyes here on this desolate hillside? Was it part of love? Was that what she felt now, this equal giving and accepting of each other? She shoved back his open shirt to pass her hands across the hard muscles of his chest. Scars were there, deep, the signs of the warrior he once had been. Then she slipped the rough cotton over his back, feeling the open cuts of the lashes, the marks of the slave he was now. Suddenly she realized he wore them as proudly as sword cuts from battle. They were the emblem of his manhood, his defiance of the Englishman, just as his cheek marks were the insignia of his clan. They were proof to all that his spirit still lived. She felt his hands touch her shift, and she reached gently to stop him. Over the years in Brazil, so many men had used her. She had been given to any white visitor at the plantation who wanted her. First it was Portuguese traders, ship captains, even priests. Then conquering Hollanders, officers of the Dutch forces who had taken Brazil. 100 men, all born. In Europe, all unbathed and rank, all white. She had sensed their Branco contempt for her with anger and shame. To this black Yoruba, this strong, proud man of Africa, she would give herself freely and with love. She met his gaze, then in a single motion pulled the shift over her head and tossed it away, shaking out the dark hair that fell across her shoulders. As she stood naked before him in the moonlight, the wind against her body seemed like a foretaste of the freedom, the love he had promised. He studied her for a moment, the shadows of her firm breasts casting dark ellipses downward across her body. She was Dara. Slowly he grasped her waist and lifted her next to him. As she entwined her legs about his waist, he buried his face against her, and together they laughed for joy. Later she recalled the touch of his body, the soft grass, the sounds of the night in her ears as she cried out in completeness. The first she had ever known, and at last a perfect quiet had seemed to enfold them as she held him in her arms, his strength tame as a child's. In the mists of dawn he brought her back, through the forest, serenaded by its invisible choir of egrets and whistling frogs. He carried her home across the rooftop to her bed, to a world no longer real. Damn me, sir, I suppose you've heard the talk. I'll tell you I fear for the worst. Johann Reiters wiped his mouth with a calloused hand and shoved his tankard across the table, motioning for a refill. The great cabin of the Defiance was a mosaic of flickering shadows, lighted only by the swaying candle lantern over the large oak table. It could well be the end of Dutch trade in all the English settlements from here to Virginia. I suppose there's a chance. Who can say? Winston reached for the flask of sack and passed it over. He was exhausted, but his mind was taut with anticipation. Almost ready, he told himself, you'll be on before the island explodes. There's only one last thing you need, a seasoned pilot for Jamaica Bay. One of the stories I hear is that if Barbados doesn't swear allegiance to Parliament, there may be a blockade. Aye, but that can last long. And frankly speaking, it matters little to me who governs this damned island, Parliament, or its own assembly. He waved his hand, then his look darkened. No, it's this word about some kind of navigation act that troubles me. You mean the story that Parliament's thinking of passing an act restricting trade in all the American settlements to English bottoms? Aye, and let's all pray it's not true. But we hear the damned London merchants are pushing for it. We've sowed, and now they'd be the ones to reap. What do you think you'll do? Do, sir. I'd say there's little we can do. The Low Countries don't want war with England. Though that's what it all may lead to if London tries stopping free aid. He glanced around the timbered cabin. There was a stern chaser cannon lashed to blocks just inside the large windows aft, and a locked rack of muskets and pistols secured forward. Why had Winston invited him aboard tonight? They had despised each other from the first. The better part of our trade in the New World now's with Virginia and Bermuda, along with Barbados and St. Christopher down here in the Caribbee. It'll ruin every captain I know if we're barred from ports in the English settlements. Well, the way things look now, you'd probably be wise just to weigh anchor and make for open sea before there's any trouble here, assuming your site drafts are all in order. Aye, they're signed. But now, I'm wondering if I'll ever see them settled. He leaned back in his chair and ran his fingers through his thinning gray hair. I finished scrubbing down the Zealander and started lading in some cotton. This was going to be my best run yet, God. Damn Cromwell and his army. As long as the Civil War was going on, nobody in London took much notice of the Americas. True enough. You Hollanders got rich, since there was scarcely any English shipping. But in a way, it'll be your own. Old if Barbados has to knuckle under now to England and English merchants. I don't follow you, sir. Riders regarded him questioningly. It'd be a lot easier for them to stand and fight if they didn't have these new slaves you sold. Them? That's a most peculiar idea, sir. He frowned. How do you see that? Winston rose and strolled aft to the stern windows, studying the leaded glass for a moment before unlatching one frame and swinging it out. A gust of cool air washed across his face. You Hollanders have sold them several thousand Africans who'd probably just as soon see the island turned back to a forest. So they'll be facing the English Navy offshore with a bunch of African warriors. Their backs, I don't see how they can man both fronts. That's a curious bit of speculation, sir, which I'm not sure I'd be ready to grant you, but it scarcely matters now. Riders stared down at the table. So what do you think? Likely to happen. My guess is the Assembly will not surrender the island to Cromwell without a fight. There's too much royalist sentiment there. He looked back at Riders. If there's a blockade or if Cromwell tries to land English forces, I'd wager they'll call up the militia and shoot back. But they've nothing to fight with, scarcely any ordnance worth the name. That's what I'm counting on. Winston's eyes sobered. What do you mean, sir? It's the poor man that remembers best who what? Let's lend him a shilling. I figure that anybody who helps them now will be remembered here in the days to come, regardless of how this turns out. Why in the name of hell would you bother helping them? No man with his wits about him wants to get caught in this, not if he's looking to his own interests. I'll look to my interests as I see fit. Winston glanced back. And you can do the same? Aye, to be sure, I intend to. But what would you be doing getting mixed up in this Bull, there'll be powder and shot spent before it's over, sir, or I'm not a Christian. I figure there's today. And then there's tomorrow, when this island's going to be a sugar factory. And they'll need shippers. They won't forget who stood by them. If I pitch in a bit now, maybe help them fortify the point. For instance, I'll have first call. I'm thinking of buying another bottom, just for sugar. He looked at Riders and laughed. Why should all the new sugar profits go to you damned? Butterboxes? Well, sir, you're not under my command anymore. I can't stop you from trying. The Dutchman cleared his throat noisily. But they'd not forget so soon who stood by them through all the years. Ask any planter here and he'll tell you we've kept this island and all the rest of the English settlements from starving for the last 20 years. He took a swallow from his tankard, then settled it down thoughtfully. Though, mind you, we needed them too. England had the people to settle the Americas, which the Low Countries never had, but we've had the bottoms to ship them what they need. It's been a perfect partnership. He looked back at Winston. What exactly do you think you can do, I mean this business? About fortifying the point? Just a little arrangement I'm making with some members of the Assembly. I'm asking you as one gentleman to another, sir, plain as that. Winston paused a few moments, then walked back from the window. The lantern light played across his lined face. As a gentleman, then, between us I'm thinking I'll offload some of the ordnance on the Defiance and move it up to the point. I've got twice the cannon on board that they've got in place there. I figure I might also spare them a few budge barrels of powder and some round shot if they need it. I suppose I see your thinking. Writers frowned and drank again. But it's a fool's errand for all that. Even if they could manage to put up a fight, how long can they last? They are isolated. Who can say? But I hear there's talk in the assembly about trying to form an alliance of all the American settlements. They figure Virginia and Bermuda might join with them. Everybody would, except maybe the Puritans up in New England, who doubtless can be counted on to side with the hotheads in Parliament. And I say the devil take those New Englanders. They've started shipping produce in their own bottoms, shutting us out. I've seen their flags carrying lumber to the Canaries and Madeira. They're even sending fish to Portugal and Spain now. When a few years passed, we were all but keeping them alive. 10 years ago, they even made Dutch coin legal tend. Or in Massachusetts, since we handled the better part of their trade. But now I say the hell with them. His face turned hopeful. But if there was an alliance of the other English settlements, I'll wager there'd be a chance they might manage to stand up to Cromwell for a while, or at least hold out for terms, like you say. They need our shipping as much as we need them. I've heard talk Bermuda may be in favor of it. Nobody knows about Virginia. Winston drank from his tankard. But for now, the need's right here. At least that's what I'm counting on. If I can help them hold out, they'll remember who stood by them. Anyway, I've got nothing to lose except maybe a few culverin. Writers eyed him in silence for a moment. The rhythmic creaking of the boards sounded through the smoky gloom of the cabin. Finally, he spoke. Let's be plain. What are they paying you? I told you. Winston reached for the flask. I've spoken to Bedford, and I'm planning a deal for sugar contracts. I'll take it out in trade later. Writers slammed down his own tankard. God's wounds, they could just as well have talked to some of us. I'll warrant the Dutch bottoms here have got enough ordnance to fort it. Both of the breastworks along the west coast. He looked up. There are a good dozen merchantmen anchored in the bay right now, and we've all got some ordnance. I've even got a fine set of brass 9-pounders they could borrow. I'd as soon keep this an English matter for now. There's no need for you Dutchmen to get involved. Winston emptied the flask into his tankard. The way I see it, I can fortify the breastwork up on the point with what I've got on board. It'll help hold off Cromwell's fleet for a while, maybe soften the terms. He turned and tossed the bottle out the open stern window, which is just enough to get me signatures on some contracts. Then I take back the guns and Cromwell can have the place. What the pox, it's a free trade matter, sir. We've all got a stake in it. Writers looked darkened. He thought of the profits he had enjoyed over the years trading with the English settlements. He'd sold household wares, cloth, and liquor to colonists in Virginia and the Caribbees, and he'd shipped back to Europe with furs and tobacco from North America, cotton and dye woods from the Caribbean. Like all Dutch flights, his ship was specially built to be lightly manned, enabling him to consistently undercut English shippers. Then, too, he and the other Dutch traders made a science of stowage and took better care of their cargoes. They could always sell cheaper, give longer credits, and offer lower freight rates than any English trader could. But now that they had slaves to swap for sugar, there would finally be some real profits. I can't speak for the other men here, but it'd be no trouble for me to lend them a few guns too. And I'd be more and willing to take payment in sugar contracts. Maybe you could mention it privately to Bedford. It'd have to be unofficial if they're going to be using Dutch guns against the English Navy. I'm not sure why I'd want to do that. As a gentleman, sir, we both have a stake in keeping free trade. Maybe you could just drop a word to Bedford and ask him to bring it up with the Assembly. Tell him we might mislay a few culverin if he could arrange to have some contracts on up. What's in it for me? We'll strike an arrangement, sir. Word of honor. Writers look brightened. To be settled later when I can return the favor. Maybe you can do something for me now if I agree. You can name it, sir. I've been thinking I could use a good bosun's mate. How about letting me have that crippled Spaniard on the Zealander if you've still got him? What's his name, the one who had a limp after that fall from the yardarm when we were tacking into Nevis? You don't mean Vargas? Armando Vargas, that's the one. Writers squinted through the dim light. He's one of the handiest lads aloft I've got, bad leg or no, a first-rate yardman. Well, I think I'd like to take him on. I did. Didn't know you were short-handed, sir. That's my bargain. Winston walked back to the window. Let me have him, and I'll see what I can do about talking to Bedford. I suppose you remember he used to be a navigator of sorts for the Spaniard. For that matter, I'll wager he knows as much as any man you're likely to come across about their shipping in the Windward Passage and their fortifications over there on the Main. Ryder's eyes narrowed. Damn my soul, what the devil are you planning? I can always use a good man, he laughed. Those are my terms. You're a lying rogue, I'll stake my life. He shoved back his chair. But I still like the bargain for it all. You've got a man. Have Bedford raise our matter with the Assembly. I'll see what I can do, only it's just between us for now till we see how many guns they need. It goes without saying. Ryder rose and extended his hand. So we'll shake on it, a bargain sealed, he bowed, your servant. Sir, Winston pushed open the cabin door and followed him down the companionway to the waist of the ship. Ryder's shallop was moored alongside, its lantern casting a shimmering light across the waves. The oarsmen bustled to station when they saw him. Immerse. He bowed again, then swung heavily down the rope ladder. Winston stood pensively by the railing, inhaling the moist evening air and watching as the shallop's lantern slowly faded into the midnight. Finally, he turned and strolled up the companionway to the quarterdeck. Miss Catherine Bedford should be pleased, he told himself. In any case, better they borrow Dutch guns than mine. Not that the extra ordnance will make much difference if Cromwell posts a fleet of warships with trained gunners. With these planters manning their cannon, the fleet will make short work of the island. He started back for the cabin, and paused to watch the moonlight breaking over the crests and listen to the rhythmic pound of light surf along the ship. Or, he looked back at the island and asked himself if Catherine's was a cause worth helping. Not if the Americas end up the province of a few rich slaveholders, which on Barbados has got to be sure as the sunrise. So just hold your own. Course, and let this island get whatever it deserves. He glanced over the ship and reflected again on his preparations for the 100th time. It wouldn't be easy, but the plan was coming together. The sight drafts were still safely locked away. In the great cabin, ready for delivery day after tomorrow, when the transfer of the indentures became official, and the work of outfitting the ship for transport of men was all but finished. The gun deck had been cleared, with the spare barrel of powder and the auxiliary round shot moved to the hold, permitting sleeping hammocks to be lashed up for the new men. Stores of salt fish, cheese, and biscuit had been assembled in a warehouse facing Carlisle Bay, and 200 half-pipes had been forged, fitted with staffs, and secured in the forecastle, together with all of Anthony Walron's new flintlock muskets. Everything was ready, and now he finally had a pilot. Armando Vargas had made Jamaica Harbor a dozen times. It was back when he sailed with the Spaniards. He always liked to brag about it. Once he'd even described in detail the lookout post on a hilltop somewhere west of Jamaica Bay. If they could slip some men past those sentries on the hill, the fortress and town would fall before the Spaniards' militia even suspected they were around. Then maybe he would take out time to answer the letter that had just come from England. He turned and nodded to several of the men as he moved slowly back, down the companionway and into the comforting quiet of the cabin. He'd go up to Joan's Tavern after a while, share a last tankard, listen to that laugh of hers as he spun out the story of Ryder's and the guns. But now he wanted solitude. He'd always believed he thought best, worked best, alone. He closed the large oak door of the great cabin, then walked to the windows aft and studied the wide sea. The Caribbean was home now, the only home left, if there was any. Question of that before, there wasn't any more, not after the letter. He stood a moment longer, then felt for the small key he always kept in his left breeches pocket. Beneath a board at the side of the cabin was a movable panel, and behind it a heavy door, double secured. The key slipped easily into the metal locks, and he listened for the two soft clicks. Inside were the sight bills, just visible in the flickering light of the lantern, and next to them was a stack of shipping invoices. Finally, there was the letter, its outside smeared with grease, and the red wax of its seal cracked and half missing. He slipped it out and unfolded it along the creases, feeling his anger well up as he settled to read it one more time. Sir, I shall never again have the pleasure to address you as my obedient son. After many years of my thinking you perished, there has late come word you are abroad in the Caribbees, a matter long known to certain others, but until this day shielded from me, for reasons I now fully comprehend. The reputation I find you have acquired brings me no little pain, being that, so I am now advised, of a smuggler and brigand. He paused to glance out the stern window once again, remembering how the letter had arrived in the mail packet just delivered by the Rotterdam. It was dated 2 months past, and it had been deposited at Jones's Tavern along with several others intended for seamen known to make port in Barbados. Though I had these many long years thought you dead by the hands of the Spaniard, yet I prayed unceasing to God it should not be so. Now, upon hearing news of what you have become, I am constrained to question God's will. In that you have brought ignominy to my name, and to the name of those other 2 sons of mine, both dutiful. I can find no room for solace, nor can they. He found his mind going back to memories of William and James, both older. He'd never cared much for either of them, and they'd returned his sentiment in full measure. William was the first heavy-set and slow of wit, with a noticeable weakness for sherry. Since the eldest son inherited everything, he had by now doubtless taken charge of the 2,000 acres that was Winston Manor, becoming a country squire who lived off rents from his tenants. And what of James, that nervous image of Lord Harold Winston, and no less ambitious and unyielding? Probably by now he was a rich barrister, the profession he'd announced for himself sometime about age 10. Or maybe he'd stood for Parliament, there to uphold the now-ended cause of King Charles. That a son of mine should become celebrated in the Americas for his contempt of law brings me distress beyond the telling of it. Though I reared you with utmost care and patience, I oft had cause to ponder if you should ever come to any good end, being always of dissolute and unruly inclination. Now, I find your profession has been to defraud the English crown, to which you should be on your knees in reverence, and to injure the cause of honest merchants, who are the lifeblood of this Christian nation. I am told your name has even reached the ears of His Majesty, causing him no small dismay, and adding to his distresses at a time when the very throne of England is in peril from those who would, as you, set personal gain above loyalty and obedience. He stopped, not wanting to read more, and crumpled the letter. That was the end of England. Why would he want to go back? Ever. If there'd once been a possibility, now it was gone. The time had come to plant roots in the New World. So what better place than Jamaica? And, damned to England. He turned again to the stern windows, feeling the end of all the unease that had come and gone over the years. This was it. But after Jamaica, what? He was all alone. A white cloud floated past the moon with a shape like the beakhead of a ship. For a moment it was a gargoyle, and then it was the head of a white horse. He had turned back, still holding the paper, when he noticed the sound of distant pops, fragile explosions, from the direction of the point. He walked, puzzling, back to the safe and was closing the door, the key already in the lock, when he suddenly stopped. The assembly room was somewhere near Lookout Point, just across the bay. It was too much of a coincidence. With a silent curse he reached in and felt until his hand closed around the leather packet of sight bills, the ones he would exchange for the indentures. Under them were the other papers he would need, and he took those too. Then he quickly locked the cabinet and rose to make his way out to the companionway. As he passed the table, he reached for his pistols, checking the prime and shoving them into his belt as he moved out into the evening air. He moved aft to the quarter gallery railing to listen again. Now, there could be no mistaking. Up the hill behind Lookout Point, there were flashes of light in the dark. Musket fire. What do you suppose it could be, Captain? John Mews appeared at the head of the companionway. Just pray it's not what I think it is, or we may need some powder and shot ourselves. He glanced back toward the hill. Sound general muster, every man on deck. Aye. Muse turned and headed for the quarterdeck. Even as the bell was still sounding, seamen began to appear through the open hatch, some half-dressed and groggy. Others were mumbling that their dice game had been interrupted. Winston met them on the main deck, and slowly they formed a ragged column facing him. Now there was more gunfire from the He. Unmistakable. I'm going to issue muskets. He walked along the line, checking each seaman personally. Every other man seemed to be tipsy. To every man here that's sober. We're going ashore and you'll be under my command. Beggin' your par. Din, Cap'n, what's all that commotion up there apt to be? A grizzled seaman peered toward the sounds as he finished securing the string supporting his breeches. It might just be the inauguration of a new civil war, Hawkins. Winston's. Ois sounded down the deck. So look lively, we collect on our sight bills. Tonight... Book 1, Barbados, Chapter 7. The jagged peninsula known as Lookout Point projected off the southwestern tip of Barbados, separating the windy Atlantic on the south from the calm of the leeward coast on the west. At its farthest tip, situated on a stone cliff that rose some 100 feet above the entrance to Carlisle Bay, were the breastwork and gun emplacements. Intended for harbor defense only, its few projecting cannon all pointed out toward the channel. Leading into the bay, past the line of coral reefs that sheltered the harbor on its southern side. From the deck of the Defiance, at anchor near the river mouth and across the bay from the peninsula, the gunfire seemed to be coming from the direction of the new assembly room, a thatched-roof stone building up the hill beyond the breastwork. Constructed under the authority of Governor Dalby Bedford, it housed the General Assembly of Barbados, which consisted of 2 representatives elected for each of the 11 parishes on the island. All free men in possession of 5 acres or more could vote, ballots being cast at the parish churches, while Winston unlocked the gun racks in the forecastle and began issuing the muskets and the band. Oliers of powder and shot, John Muse ordered the 2 longboats lashed amidships readied and launched. The seamen lined up single file at the doorway of the forecastle to receive their muskets, then swung down the rope ladders and into the boats. Winston took his place in one and gave command of the other to John Muse. As the men strained against the oars and headed across the bay, he studied the row of cannon projecting out over the moonlit sea from the top of the breastwork. They've ever been used, he thought wryly, except maybe for ceremonial salutes. That's what they call harbor defenses. It's a mercy of God the island's so far windward from the main that the Spaniards have never troubled to burn the place out. He sat on the prow of the longboat, collecting his thoughts while he tasted the air and the scent of the sea. The white caps of the bay slipped past in the moonlight as they steered to leeward of the line of Dutch merchantmen anchored near the shore. He then noticed a bob of lanterns on the southeast horizon and realized it was an arriving merchantman with a heading that would bring it directly into the harbor. He watched the lights a while, marveling at the Dutch trading zeal that would cause a captain to steer past the reefs into the harbor in the hours after midnight. He congratulated himself he'd long ago given up trying to compete head-on with the Hollanders. They practically owned the English settlements in the Americas. Scarce wonder Cromwell's first order of business was to be rid of them. The sound of the tide lapping against the beach as the 2 longboats neared the shore beneath the breastwork brought his attention back. When they scraped into the shallows, he dropped off the prow and waded through the knee-high surf that chased up the sand in wave after wave. Ahead the beach glistened white, till it gave way to the rocks at the base of the point. John Muse puffed along close at his heels, and after him came the first mate, Dick Hawkins, unshaven but alert, musket at the ready. Close behind strode tall Edwin Spune, master's mate, a musket in each hand, followed by the rest. In all, some 20 of Winston's men had crossed the bay with him. He ordered the long boats beached, then called the men together and motioned for quiet. Are all muskets primed? Aye. Spur stepped forward, holding his 2 muskets up as though for inspection. "And every man's got an extra bandolier of powder and shot. We're Eddie for whatever the horsens try." He glanced up the rise, puzzled, still not understanding why the captain had assembled them. But Hugh Winston liked having his orders obeyed. "Good." Winston walked down the line. "Spread out along the shore and wait. I'm going up to see what the shooting's about. Just stand ready till you hear from me. But if you see me fire a pistol shot, you be up that hill like Jack be nimble. Is that clear? You mean us against all that blee?" "Din lot up there." John Mews squinted toward the dark rise. "There's apt to be half their militia up there, Captain, from the sound of it." "Did I hear you question an order, John? You know ship's rules. They go for officers, too." He turned to the other men. "Should we call a vote right here? God's life." Mews pushed forward, remembering Winston's formula for discipline on the Defiance. He didn't even own a cat o' nine tails, the lash used by most ship captains for punishment. He never touched an offender. He always just put trial and punishment to a show of hands by the men whose favorite entertainment was keel-hauling any seaman who disobeyed captain's orders, lashing a line to his waist and ducking him under the hull till he was half drowned. I wasn't doing no questioning, not for a minute. I must have just been mumbling in my sleep. "Then try and stay awake. I'm going up there now, alone, but if I need you, you'd better be there, John, with the men. That's an order." "Aye." Mews performed what passed for a salute, then cocked his musket with a flourish. Winston loosened the pistols in his belt, checked the packet containing the sight bills and the other papers he had brought. It then headed directly up the rise. The approach to Lookout Point was deserted, but up the hill, behind a new stack of logs, he could see the shadowy outline of a crowd. The barricade, no more than 50 yards from the assembly room, was in the final stages of construction, as men with torches dragged logs forward. Others, militia officers, were stationed behind the logs with muskets, and were returning pistol fire from the half-open doorway of the assembly room. Above the din, he could hear the occasional shouts of Benjamin Briggs, who appeared to be in charge. Together with him were the members of the council and officers from their regiments. The command of the militia was restricted to major landholders. A field officer had to own at least 100 acres, a captain 50, a lieutenant 25, and even an ensign had to have 15. On the barricade were straw-hatted indentures belonging to members of the council, armed only with pikes since the planters didn't trust them with muskets. Winston recognized among them many whom he had agreed to take. The firing was sputtering to a lull as he approached. Then Briggs spotted him and yelled out, "You'd best be gone, sir, before someone in the assembly room gets a mind to put a round of pistol shot in your breeches. I'm not part of your little war." "That you're decidedly not, sir, so we'll not be requiring your services here tonight." "What's the difficulty?" Winston was still walking directly toward them. "It's a matter of the safety of Barbados. I've said it doesn't concern you. Those indentures concern me. I don't want them shot. Tell that to the assembly, sir. We came here tonight offering to take Dad. It'll be Bedford under our care, peacefully, to protect him from elements on the island who are set to disown Parliament. But some of the hotheads in there mistook our peaceful purpose and opened fire on us. Maybe they think they can protect ye better than you can." Another round of fire sounded from the doorway of the assembly room and thudded into the log barricade. When 2 of the planters cursed and fired back, the door was abruptly slammed shut. "It's the assembly that's usurped rightful rule here, sir, as tonight should amply show, when they no longer represent the true interests of Barbados." Briggs glared at him. "We're restoring proper authority to this island, long overdue. You and the council can restore whatever you like. I'm just here to take care of my indentures before you manage to have some of them killed. They're not yours yet, sir. The situation's changed. We're not letting them go whilst the island's unsettled. The only unsettling thing I see here are all those muskets." He reached into the pocket of his jerkin and lifted out the leather packet containing the sight drafts. "So we're going to make that transfer right now. Well, I'm damned if you'll have a single man. This is not the time agreed. Briggs looked around at the other members of the council. Behind them, the crowd of indentures had stopped work to listen. The site bills are payable on demand. We've settled the terms, and I'm officially calling them in. Winston passed over the packet. You've got plenty of witnesses. Here are the site bills. As of now, the indentures are mine. He pulled a sheaf of papers from the other pocket of his jerkin. You're welcome to look over the drafts while I start check. Off the men. Briggs seized the leather packet and flung it to the ground. Then he lifted his musket. These indentures are still under our authority until we say no man's going to take them, not even. A series of musket shots erupted from the window of the assembly room, causing Briggs and the other planters to duck down behind the log barricade. Winston remained standing as he called out the first name on the sheet, Timothy Farrell. The red-faced Irishman climbed around Briggs and moved forward, his face puzzled. He remained behind the pile of logs as he hunkered down, still holding his half-pipe. That's my name, your worship, but Master Briggs. Farrell, here's the indenture contract we drew up for your transfer. Winston held out the first paper from the sheaf. I've marked it paid and had it stamped. Come and get it and you're free to go. What's this, your worship? He gingerly reached up for the paper and stared at it in the torchlight. Uncomprehending. I heard you was like to be buying out my contract. By my reckoning, there's 2 more years left on it. I did just buy it. It's there in your hand. You're a free man. Farrell sat staring at the paper, examining the stamp. Wax seal and attempting to decipher the writing. A sudden silence enveloped the crowd, punctuated by another round of musket fire from the assembly room. After it died away, Winston continued, Now, Farrell, if you'd care to be part of a expedition of mine that'll be leaving Barbados in a few days' time. That's your privilege. Starting tonight, your pay'll be 5 shillings a week. Begging your worship's pardon, I reckon I'm not understanding what you've said. You've bought this contract, and you've already marked it paid with those site bills. He pointed to the packet on the ground beside Briggs. Farrell glanced at the leather bundle skeptically. Then he looked back at Winston. And now you're saying I'm free? It's stamped on that contract. Have somebody read it if you care to. I can serve your worship for wage if I like. His voice began to rise. 5 shillings a week for now. Maybe more later if you. Holy Mother Mary and all the saints. I'm free. He crumpled the paper into his pocket, then leaped up as he flung his straw hat into the air. Free? I ne'er thought I'd stay breathin' long enough to hear the word. He glanced quickly at the assembly room, then dismissed the day. Injure as he began to dance beside the logs. At the dirty end o' Dirty Lane lived a dirty cobbler, Dick McLean. That man still belongs to me. Briggs half-cocked his musket as he rose. Farrell whirled and brandished his half-pack. Ick at the planter. You can fry in hell, you pox-rotted bastard. I've lived on your corn, mush, and water for 3 years, till I'm scarce able to stand. And sweated sunup to sundown in your blazin' fields, hoeing your damned tobacco. And now, your God-cursed cane, with not a farthing o' me own to show for it, or a change o' breeches. But his worship says he's paid me out, and his paper says I'm free. That means free as you are, by God. I'll be putting this pike in your belly, by God, I will, or any man here who says another word against his worship. I'll serve him as long as I'm standin', or pray God to strike me dead. He gave another whoop. Good Jesus, who's got a thirst, I'm free. Jim Carroll. Winston's voice continued mechanically, sounding above the din that swept through the indentures. Present and most humbly at your worship's service. A second man elbowed his way forward through the cluster of Briggs' indentures, shoving several others out of his path. Here's your contract, Carroll. It's been stamped paid and you're free to go, or you can serve under me if you choose. You've heard the terms. I'd serve you for a halfpenny a year, your worship. He seized the paper and gave Gaelic cheer, a tear lining down one cheek. I've naught to show for 4 years in the fields, but aches and an empty belly. I'll die right here under your command before I'd serve another minute under that horsin'. God damn you, Winston. Iggs full-cocked his musket with an ominous click. If you think I'll... Carroll whirled and thrust his pike into Briggs' face. It's free I am, by God. And it's me you'll be killin' before you harm a hair o' his worship, if I don't gut you fur. Ist? Briggs backed away from the pike, still clutching his musket. The other members of the council had formed a circle and cocked their guns. "You don't own these damned indentures yet," Nicholas Whittington shouted. "We've not agreed to a transfer." "Al, you've got your sight drafts. Those were the terms. If you want these men to stay, tell it to them." He checked the sheaf of papers and yelled out the next name, Tom Darcy. As a haggard man in a shabby straw hat pushed forward, Winston turned back to the huddle that was the council. "You're welcome to offer them a wage and see if they'd want to stay on. Since their contracts are all stamped paid, I don't have any say in it anymore." "Well, I have a say in it, sir." Whittington lifted his musket. "I plan to have an end to this knavery right now, before it gets out of hand. One more word from you, and it'll be your—" Winston looked up and yelled to the crowd of indentures. "I gather you've heard who's on the list. If those men'll come up, you can have your papers. Your contracts are paid, and you're free to go. Any man who chooses to serve under me can join me here now." Whittington was knocked sprawling by the surge of the crowd, as straw hats were flung into the air. A milling mob of indentures waving half-pikes pressed forward. Papers from the sheaf in Winston's hand were passed eagerly through the ranks. The council and the officers of their militia had drawn together for protection, still grasping their muskets. In the confusion, no one noticed the shaft of light from the doorway of the assembly room that cut across the open space, separating it from the barricade. One by one, the members of the assembly gingerly emerged to watch. Leading was Anthony Walrond, wearing a brocade doublet and holding a long flintlock pistol, puzzlement in his face. Briggs finally saw them and whirled to cover the assemblymen with his musket. "We say deliver up Bedford, or there'll be hell to pay." I swear it." "Put down that musket, you whoreson." Farrell gave a yell and threw himself across the barrel of the gun, seizing the muzzle and shoving it into the dirt. There was a loud report as it discharged, exploding at the breech and spewing burning powder into the night. Christ almighty. Walrond moved out into the night, and several men from the assembly trailed after him, dressed in plain doublets and carrying pistols. "What the devil's this about?" "Nothing that concerns you." Winston dropped a hand to one of the guns in his belt. "I'd advise you all to go back inside till I'm finished. We were just concluding a meeting of the assembly, sir." Walrond examined Winston icily, then glanced toward the men of the council. "When these rogues tried to commandeer the room, claiming they'd come to seize the governor to protect him, I take it you're part of this conspiracy. I'm here to protect my interests, which gives me as much right as you have to be. I don't recall that you're elected to this body." "I'm here tonight in an advisory capacity, Captain, not that it's any of your concern." Walrond glanced back at the others, all warily holding pistols. "To offer my views regarding this situation in England." As he spoke, Dalby Bedford emerged from the crowd. Walking behind him was Catherine. Winston turned to watch, thinking she was even more beautiful than he had realized before. Her face was radiant, self-assured. As she moved through the dim torchlight in a glistening skirt and full sleeves, she smiled and pushed toward him. "Captain Winston, are you to be thanked for all this confusion?" "Only a part of it, Miss Bedford. I merely stopped by to inquire about my indentures, since I got the idea some of your assemblymen were shooting at them." Anthony Walrond stared at Catherine. "May I take it you know this man? It does you no credit, madam, I warrant you." Then he turned and moved down the path, directly toward Briggs and the members of the council. "And I can tell all of you this night is far from finished. There'll be an accounting here, sirs, you may depend on it. Laws have been violated. You, sir, should know that best. Of all." Briggs stepped forward and dropped his hand to the pistol still in his belt. "Since you and this pack of royalist agitators that calls itself an assembly would unlawfully steer this island to ruin, the Council of Barbados hold that this body deserves to be dissolved forthwith, and new elections held, to represent the interests of the island against those who'd lead us into a fool's war with the Commonwealth of England. You, sir, speak now in the very same voice as the rebels there." I presume you'd have this island bow to the criminals in Parliament who are now threatening to behead our lawful king. Gentlemen, please. Dalby Bedford moved between them and raised his hand. I won't stand for this rang. Illing, we all have to try to settle our differences like Englishmen. I, for one, would have no objection to inviting the council to sit with us in the assembly, have a joint session, and try to reason out what's the wisest course now. I see no reason this body need share a table with a crowd of rebels who will not bend a knee to the rightful sovereign of England. Walrond turned back to the members of the assembly. I say you should this very night draw up a loyalty oath. For Barbados, any man who refuses to swear fealty to His Majesty should be deported back to England to join the traitors who would unlawfully destroy the monarchy. No, Catherine abruptly pushed in front of him. This island stay. It neutral all through the Civil War. We never took a part either for king or parliament. Why should we take sides now with the war over and finished? Walrond looked down at her, startled. Because the time has come to stand and be cat. Unted Catherine, why do you suppose? The rebels may have seized England for now, but that's no reason we in the Americas have to turn our back on the king. But there's another choice. She drew a deep breath. Winston saw determination in her eyes as she turned to face the men of the assembly. Think about it. We never belonged to England, we belonged to the crown. But the monarchy's been abolished and the king's patents invalidated. I say we should join with the other English settlements and declare the Americas a new nation. Barbados should lead the way and declare our own independence. That's the damnedest idea I've ever heard. Briggs moved forward, shaking away the indentures who still crowded around him menace. Ingley, if we did that, there'd be war for sure. We've got to stay English, or Cromwell'll send the army to burn us out. He turned to Walrond. Rebel or no, Cromwell represents the might of England. We'd be fools to try to stand. And against him, either for king or for some fool dream of independence. He looked back at Catherine. Where'd you get such an idea, girl? It'd be the end of our hopes for prosperity if we tried going to war with England. There'd be a room to negotiate. You, sir, have no say in this. You're apt to be on trial for treason before the week's out. Walrond waved his pistol at Briggs, then turned back to Catherine. What are you talking about? England is beholden to her king, madam, much the way, I might remind you, a wife is to her husband. Or don't you yet understand that? It's our place to revere and serve the monarchy. As far as I'm concerned, the king's only a man, and so's a husband, sir. A wife takes an oath in marriage, madam, to obey her husband. You'd best remember that. He turned and motioned the members of the assembly to gather around him as he stepped over to a large log and mounted it. On the subject of obedience. I say again, an oath of loyalty to His Majesty King Charles should be voted in the Barbados Assembly this very morning. We need to know where this island stands. He stared back at Dalby Bedford, much as a husband would do well to know what he can expect when he takes a wife. You've got no authority to call a vote by the Assembly, Briggs sputtered. You're not elected to it. He looked at Walrond, then at Bedford. This, by God, was the very thing we came here to head off. You, sir, have no authority to interfere in the lawful processes of this body. Walrond turned back to the assembly members, now huddled in conference. Winston looked at Catherine and found himself admiring her idealism and her brass, openly defying the man she was supposed to marry. She wanted independence for the Americas, he now realized, while all Anthony Walrond wanted was to turn Barbados into a government in exile for the king, maybe to someday. He restore his fortune in England. She was an independent woman herself, too, make no mistaking. Sir Anthony Walrond was going to have himself a handful in the future, with the Commonwealth and with her. Come to think of it, though, independence wasn't all that bad an idea. Why the hell not? Damn to England. I think there have been enough high-handed attempts to take over this island for one night. He moved to confront Walrond. You have your brass captain to even show your face here. He inspected Winston with his good eye. When you pillaged a ship of mine off Nevis Island, broadcloth and muskets, no more than 2 years past. Now that you've brought it up, what I did was save the lives of some 50 men, who were about to drown for want of a seaworthy longboat. Since you saved so much money on equipage, I figured you could afford to compensate me for my pains. It was theft, sir, by any law. then the law be hanged. Hardly a surprising sentiment coming from you. Walrond shifted his pistol toward Winston's direction. You should be on Tortuga with the other rogues of your own stripe, rather than here on Barbados amongst honest men. Your profession, Captain, has trained you best for the end of a rope. What's yours trained you for? He stood unmoving. Get yourself elected to the assembly, then make your speeches. I'm tired of hearing about your king. In truth, I never had a very high opinion of her. In myself. Back off, sir, I warn you now. Walrond pointed his long pistol. You're speaking your impertinences to an officer of the king's army. I've dealt with a few thieves and smugglers in years past, and I just may decide to mete out some more long-overdue justice here and now. Dalby Bedford cleared his throat and stepped between them. Gentlemen, I think there's been more heat here tonight than need be all around. It could be well if we cooled off a day or so. I trust the Assembly would second my motion for adjournment of this session, till we've had time to reflect on what's the best course for us. This is scarcely a light matter. We could be heading into war with England, a prospect that does not certain of us from acting on principle, sir. Walrond's voice welled up again. I demand this assembly take a vote right now on. You'll vote on nothing, by God, Briggs yelled, then drew his own pistol. Suddenly, a fistfight erupted between two members of the assembly, one for and the other opposing the monarchy. Then others joined in. In the excitement, several pistols were discharged in the fray. Good God, Winston thought, Barbados' famous assembly has been reduced to thee. He noticed absently that the first gray coloring of dawn was already beginning to appear in the east. It had been a long night. What'll happen when day finally comes and news of all this reaches the rest of the island? Where will it end? Belay. Cool down your ordnance? Above the shouts and bedlam, a voice sounded from the direction of the shore. Winston turned to see the light of a swinging sea lantern approaching up the rise. He recognized the ragged outline of Johann Reiters, ill in the clothes he had worn earlier that night, puffing up the hill. Reiters topped the rise and surveyed the confusion. His presence seemed to immediately dampen the melee, as several assemblymen paused in embarrassment to stare. The Dutchman walked directly up to Dalby Bedford and tipped his wide-brimmed hat. Your servant, sir. Then he gazed around. Your most obedient servant, gentlemen, one and all. He nodded to the crowd before turning back to address Bedford. Though it's never been my practice to intrude in your solemn English convocations, I thought it would be well for you to hear what I just learned. He drew a deep breath and settled his lantern onto the grass. The Kostverloren, bound from Amsterdam, has just dropped anchor in the bay, and Captain Liebergen called us all together in a rare sweat. He says when dark caught him last evening he was no more than 3 leagues ahead of an English fleet. Great God help us, Walrond sucked in his breath. Aye, that was my thinking as well. Reiters glanced back. If I had to guess, I'd say your English Parliament sent the Navy, gentlemen, so we may all have to be giving God a hand if we're not to have the harbor taken by day. Elite, for once a rumor's proved all too true. God's life, how many were sailing? Bedford whirled to squint toward the dim horizon. His maintopman thinks he may have counted some 15 sail. Half of them looked to be merchantmen. But the rest were clearly men of war, maybe 30 guns apiece. We're all readying to weigh anchor and hoist sail at first light, but it's apt to be too late now. I'd say with the guns they've got, and the canvas, they'll have the harbor in a bada. By daybreak. I don't believe you. Walrond gazed skeptically toward the east. As you will, sir, Reiters smiled. But if you'd be pleased to send a man up to the top of the hill, right over there, I'd wager he just might be Abe. To spy their topsails for himself. Winston felt the life suddenly flow out of him. It was the end of his plans. With the harbor blockaded, he'd never be able to sail with the indentures. He might never sail at all. God almighty, you'd won't have to send anybody. Bedford was pointing toward the horizon. Don't you see it? Just beneath the gray cloud bank was an unmistakable string of flickering pinpoints, mast lights. The crowd gathered to stare in dismay. Finally, Ford's voice came, hard and determined. We've got to meet them. The question is, what are their damned intentions? Ryder picked up his lantern and extinguished it. By my thinking, the first thing you'd best do is man those guns down there on the Poi. And then make your inquiries. You can't let them into the bay. We've got shipping there, sir, and a fortune in cargo. There'll be hell to pay, I promise you, if I lose so much as a florin in goods. Bedford gazed down the hill to the gun emplacements at the ocean cliff. Aye, but we don't yet know why the fleet's come. We've only had rumors. At least one of those rumors was based on fact, sir. Briggs had moved beside them. I have it on authority from I broker in London, that an act was reported from the Council of State 4 weeks past to embargo our shipping till the Assembly votes recognition of the Commonwealth. He even sent me a copy. And this fleet was already being pulled. Together at the time, I don't know how many men o' war they've sent, but I heard the flagship was to be the Rainbow, 50 guns. He looked back at the Assembly. And the surest way to put an end to our prosperity now would be to resist. He was rudely shouted down by several assemblymen, royalists cursing the Commonwealth. The air came alive with calls for defiance. Well, we're going to find out what they're about before we do anything, one way or the other. Bedford looked around him. We've got guns down there in the breastwork. I'd say we can at least keep them out of the bay for now. Not without gunners, you won't. Ryder's voice was somber. Who have you got here? Show me a man who's ever handled a in stock, and I'll give you leave to hang me. And I'll not be lending you my lads, though I'd dearly love to. It'd be a clear act of war. Winston was staring down at the shore toward his own waiting seamen, if the English Navy entered. Arlisle Bay, the first vessel they'd confiscate, would be the Defiance. God help me. He paused a moment longer, then walked to the edge of the hill and drew a pistol. The shot echoed through the morning silence. The report brought a chorus of yells from the shore. Suddenly a band of seamen were charging up the hill, muskets at the ready, led by John Muse. Winston waited till they topped the rise, then he gestured them forward. All gunnery mates report to duty at the Brat. Stwork down there at the point, on the double. He pointed toward the row of rusty cannon overlooking the bay. Master Gunner Tom Cannonges in charge. Several of the men gave a loose salute and turned to hurry down the hill. Winston watched them go, then looked back at Bedford. How much powder do you have? Powder. I'm not sure anybody knows. We'll have to check the magazine over there. Bedford gestured toward a low building situated well behind the breastwork, Surratt. Unded by its own stone fortification. I'd say there's likely a dozen barrels or so. Winston glanced at Muse. Go check it, John. See if it's usable. Aye. Muse passed his musket to one of the French seamen and was gone. And they? Rusty pile of round shot I see down there by the breastwork. Is that the best you've got? That's all we have on the point. There's more shot at Jamestown and over at Oistins. No time. He motioned to Ryder's. Remember our agreement. Ass night? Aye, and I suppose there's no choice. I couldn't make open sea in time now anyway. The Dutchman's eyes were rueful. I'll have some round shot sent up first, and then start offloading my 9-pound demi-culverin. All we need now is enough shot to make them think we've got a decent battery up here. We can bring up more ordnance later. May I remind you, Bedford interjected, we're not planning to start an all-out war. We just need time to try and talk reason with Parliament, to try and keep what we've got here. Winston noticed Briggs and several members of the council had convened in solemn conference. If an attack comes, he found himself wondering which of them will be the first to side with Parliament's forces and betray the island. There's 20 budge barrels, Captain. Muse was returning. I gave it a taste and I'll wager it's dry and usable. Winston nodded, then motioned toward Edwin Spur. Have the men here carry 5 barrels on down to the point, so the gunnery mates can start priming the culverin. Be sure they check all the touch holes for rust. Aye. Spur signaled 4 of the seamen to follow him as he started off to war. The powder magazine. Suddenly he was surrounded and halted by a group of Irish indentures. Timothy Farrell approached Winston and bowed. So please your worship, we'd like to be doing any carrying you need here, and we'd like to be the one. Let's meet in them on the beaches. You don't have to involve yourself, Farrell. I'd say you've got little enough here to risk your life for. Aye, your worship, that's as it may be. But are we to understand that fleet out there's been sent by that? Whoreson Archfiend Oliver Cromwell. That's what we think now. Then begging your worship's pardon, we'd like to be the men to gut every scum on board. Has your worship heard what he did at Drogheda? I heard he sent the army. Aye. When Ireland refused to bow to his parliament, he claimed we were papists who had no rights. He led his Puritan troops to Irish soil, your worship, and laid siege to our garrison city of Drogheda. Then he let his soldiers slaughter our people, 3,000 men, women, and children. And for it he was praised from the Puritan pulpits in England. Farrell paused to collect himself. My cousin died there, your worship, why his Meggie, and one of Cromwell's. Ave Puritan soldiers used their little daughter as a shield when he helped storm and burn the church, so they could murder the priests. Maybe that heretic bastard thinks we've not heard about it here. He bowed again. We don't know enough about Primin and Fearin cannon, but why your worship's leave? We'd like to be the ones carrying all the powder and shot for you. Permission granted. Winston thumbed them in the direction of Spur. The armada of sails was clearly visible on them. Horizon now, and rapidly swelling. As the first streaks of dawn showed across the waters, English colors could be seen on the flagship. It was dark brown and massive, with wide cream-colored sails. Now it had put on extra canvas, pulling a from the fleet, bearing down on the harbor. Winston studied the man-of-war, marveling at its majesty and size. How ironic, he thought. England's never sent a decent warship against the Spaniards in the New World, even after they burned out. But helpless settlements. But now they send the pick of the Navy against their own people. Damned to them, that is the Rainbow. Bedford squinted at the ship. She's a first-rank man-of-war, 50 guns. She was King Charles' royal ship of war. She'll transport a good 200 infantry. Winston felt his stomach tighten. Could it be there'd be more than a blockade? Had Parliament really sent the English army to invade the island? I'm going down to the breastwork. He glanced quickly at Catherine, then turned and began to make his way toward the gun emplacements. Edwin Spur and the indentures were moving slowly through the early half-light, carrying kegs of powder. I think we can manage with these guns, Captain. Canninge was standing by the first cannon, his long hair matted against the sweat on his forehead. I've cleaned out the touch holes and checked the charge delivered by the powder ladle we found. They're 18-pounders culverin, and there's some shot here that ought to serve. Then prime and load them on the double. Aye. Using a long-handled ladle, he and the men began to shove precisely measured charges of powder, 20 pounds, into the muzzle of each cannon. The indentures were heaving round, shot onto their shoulders and stacking piles beside the guns. Winston watched the approaching sail, wondering how and why it had suddenly all come to this. Was he about to be the first man in the Americas to fire a shot declaring war against England? He looked around to see Dalby Bedford standing behind him with Catherine at his side. You know what it means if we open fire on the Rainbow? I'd guess it's Cromwell's flagship now. I do indeed. It'd be war, I pray it. It'll not come to that. I'd like to try and talk with them first if we can keep them out of the bay. The governor's face was grim. Try once across her bow, just a warning. Maybe she'll strike sail and let us know her business. Care to hold one last vote in the assembly about this before we fire the first shot. Something tells me it's not likely to be the last. We've just talked. There's no need for a vote. No man here, royalist or no, is going to stand by and just hand over this place. We'll negotiate, but we'll not throw up our hands and surrender. There's too much at stake. Winston nodded and turned to Canninge. They're pulling close to range. When you're ready, lay a round across her bow. Then hold for orders. Aye. Canninge smiled and pointed toward a small gun at the end of the row, its dark brass glistening in the early light. I'll use that little 6-pounder. We'll save the 18-pounders for the work to come. Have you got it range yet? Give me a minute to set her, and I'll wager I can lay a round shot 200 yards in front of the bow. He turned and barked an order. Seamen hauled the tackles, rolling the gun into position. Then they levered the reached slightly upward to lower the muzzle, jamming a wooden wedge between the gun and the wooden truck to set it in position. Winston took a deep breath, then glanced back at Bedford. This may be the most damn foolhardy thing that's ever been done. Bedford's voice was grave. It's on my authority. He turned back to Canninge. Fire when ready. The words were swallowed in the roar as the gunner touched a piece of burning match rope to the cannon's firing hole. Dark smoke boiled up from the muzzle, acrid in the fresh morning air. Moments later, a plume erupted off the bow of the English man-of-war. Almost as though the ship had been waiting, it veered suddenly to port. Winston realized the guns had already been run out. They'd been prepared. Puffs of black smoke blossomed out of the upper gun deck, and moments later a line of plumes shot up along the surf just below the point. They fired when they dipped into a swell. Canninge laughed. English gunnery still disappoints me. A fearful hush dropped over the crowd, and Winston stood listening as the sound of the guns echoed over the point. They probably don't suspect we've got any trained gunners up here this morning. Otherwise, they'd never have opened fire when they're right under our ordnance. He glanced at Bedford. You've got their reply. What's yours? I suppose there's only one answer. The governor looked back and surveyed the waiting members of the assembly. Several men removed their hats and began to confer. Together, moments later they looked up and nodded. He turned back. What can you do to her? Is that authority to fire? Full authority. Then get everybody back up the hill. Now. He watched as Bedford gave the order and the crowd began to quickly melt away. The Irish indentures waited behind Winston, refusing to move. He gestured a few of the men forward to help set the guns, then turned back to Canninge. Is there range? Aye, just give me a minute to set the rest of these culverin. Winston heard a rustle of skirts by his side and knew Catherine was standing next to him. He reached out and caught her arm. You've got a war now, Catherine, whether you wanted it or not. It'll be the first time a settlement in the Americas has ever fired on an English ship. I guess that's the price you're going to have to pay for staying your own master. But I doubt you'll manage it. We just might. She reached and touched the hand on her arm. Then she turned and looked out to sea. We have to try. Winston glanced toward the guns. Canninge and the men had finished turning them on the Rainbow using long wooden handspikes. Now they were adjusting the wooden wedge at the breech of each. To set the altitude. How does it look? I know these 18-pounders, Captain, like I was born to one. At this range, I could line of sight these horsens any place you like. How about just under the lower gun deck? At the water in the first round better count. Aye, that's what I've set them for. He grinned and reached for a burning linstock. I didn't figure we was up here to send a salute.